Happy CPI Wednesday, everyone. That's right, Consumer Price Index. It'll be coming out at 8:30 a.m., half an hour from now. We'll have that number for you guys right here on Trader TV Live. In the meantime, SPY right now gapping up, buoyed by some really strong earnings. Post-market, we'll get to those in a second. But NASDAQ looking honestly even better here than the S&P 500. NASDAQ near that pre-market high from yesterday after a pretty rough session here throughout Tuesday. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But either way, looks like a strong start. Keep an eye on USO right now. Pretty range-bound here, but we did have some comments from a senior Iranian source earlier today saying that there are no ceasefire discussions here between the U.S. and Iran, or rather discussions to extend the ceasefire. So lots to focus on yet again from a geopolitical standpoint. It's time to talk about CoreWeave. CoreWeave gapping up massively here in what was a strong report. Guidance also generally stronger than expected. But speaking of strong guidance, SMCI, we did miss on revenue, but the guidance here was incredible. LITE reported earnings. We also had some earnings from Kava, so keep an eye on some of these food stocks. And tonight, after the bell, you're going to get the likes of Cerebras, you're going to be getting Cisco, Coherent. It's going to be a big day when it comes to earnings, both now and then also, of course, after the bell today. And just to go over some housekeeping again, we already mentioned CPI, of course. It's going to be the biggest number of the day. Really, basically, the only economic data of the day, save for the 10-year note auction at 1 p.m. Of course, tomorrow, PPI. So today is just a warm-up for economic data. Good morning, Sharif, and happy, very busy Wednesday.
Yes, it is busy, Adara. There's a lot going on. Good morning to everybody as well. Let's talk about CoreWeave here. Absolute rip city. As Adira mentioned right at the top there, 18 and almost 0.5%. Nebius, a little outdone. They just reported about 20 minutes ago or so. They're also up nicely here, 14.5%. So the neoclouds getting a lot of love. And this is the first time since CoreWeave went public that we actually get a nice reaction to the report. It usually sells off. So nice look there. SMCI, Lumentum as well, up 8.5% on good earnings. Meta in focus, big trial coming up there. Watch out for that. SpaceX, all hands on deck. I don't know, this came out of nowhere yesterday. On X, Elon Musk has a big sort of get together with a lot of the employees, basically saying that their AI revenue is just going to eclipse all their sort of space revenue coming up there. And then Lilly suing peptide makers for making retatrutide early. You have some earnings names here as well. Kava up 15.5%. FRMI with a big deal as well. And yeah, lots to talk about, as you said, Adair.
Yeah, lots to discuss. I mean, we'll go over these Nebius earnings. We're definitely going to do it again, of course, throughout the session, or the show rather, but adjusted EPS, missing estimate, slightly larger than expected loss. But then sales here, 582.3 million, beating estimates of 572 million, also representing 450% year-over-year growth. So good look here for Nebius as we send you over to Sean. And welcome back, Neil. Hope you guys are both having a good morning.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, Nebius 15 points. Like, that'll play for NBIS.
Oh, Nebius.
I mean, heck, CoreWeave, SMCI, Nebius, all looking pretty strong. You got the memory chip names looking good. The market is in the green. But it's CPI day, so everything can change at 8:30. If we get a hot print, obviously that puts a little pressure on the Fed if you were to get a hot print. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you never really know. And that's sort of the thing with the CPI days. You don't want to overreact to a massive move at 8:30, but you don't want to get too nestled in, assuming that this strength has to continue just because. I mean, it looks good. And the earnings growth was fantastic. That's through the names that we got. But a lot can change when we get that CPI print, and we've got to be able to respect that. So, yeah, we're going to be geared up for it. It's going to be a big one. You're in the right spot. I think there's volatility back on CPI days. I mean, it's been a minute since we cared too much about them, but I think the volatility is going to be back with this one.
Yes, Neil is back. And it's been blocked out there, but it says, Neil, they said you hurt your elbow pitching to 8-year-olds, but it might have been 9-year-olds.
9-year-olds, as a matter of fact.
It was.
And the best part of
that's what we said. It's like, this is what happens when we're getting older out here. It's
well, I tell the kids all the time, because one of our star pitcher, because it's coach pitch 3 innings, and then the next every inning after that is player pitch. Like our best pitcher a couple of weeks ago, he'd hurt himself with rock climbing, and it was his throwing wrist, and he didn't tell me, and he didn't tell his parents, and he was throwing all fun. I'm like, hey, is anything? I was like, what's going on? Like, you okay? And he's like, oh, I'm fine. And then he tells me after the game, his mom tells me after the game. So it turns out that he was hurt. And I tell the kids, I go, look, if you're hurt, you should say something.
Yeah, of
you
course.
should throw. And then, of course, like an idiot, like my elbow's been bad for a couple of weeks. Well, actually, it's been a couple of months, but it was flaring up. But I was the only coach there. So I was like gutting it out after one inning. I'm like, there's something wrong. And in the middle of the second inning, it was like starting to really struggle. The third inning,
you had to get pulled.
Dude, the third inning, effectively, I started losing some feeling in my fingers. It was tingling, and I bounced to, and I'm like, I should probably stop now. This is just stupidity.
Yeah, you're going to be...
it's like trading without a stop.
Yeah, sort of. Except for this is more permanent damage, potentially.
Well, that's what Pash said. Our buddy who's a doctor. He's like, you're an idiot. You could do permanent damage if you kept throwing.
Yeah, of course. So that's good. Well, now you got your little brace on there, so... Good to have Neil back in the building here, ready to rock and roll. We had a great time yesterday. We'll have just as good of a time today. And of course, as yesterday, we were looking at SpaceX. So today we look at SpaceX today as well. I start the day off with happy birthday to my daughter, finally turning 12. So she's 12 there today. And if you guessed on a hockey rink, you're right there. And she wants to go to Red Lobster for dinner. So it's nothing too fancy, but we're going to go to Red Lobster. They have a big crab boil going on now, which I looked was $57.99 or something. So that's going to be exciting.
You need a lot of.
It'll be a good time for her to go there and spend money at Red Lobster there tonight. So, and then we're going to look at SpaceX as we go. But I think it's like I'm trying to write down some levels and think about some names to look at. But unfortunately, we do have a number at 8:30. So there's going to be a lot about where that goes. We looked yesterday. I mean, CoreWeave up 18% is pretty nice. I mean, even their numbers have been they were pretty bad. They're still losing a lot of money. But at the end of the day, people don't care about that anymore. You don't need a profitable business, do you? But it's crazy, like to lose as much, like lose $1.14 per share and have an 18% move higher is quite wild. But again, losing less than the market expected there for CoreWeave. And look, we had Brian Shannon on last night, and I said that I thought CoreWeave was ready to go, and I had mentioned that it was right at these levels. You were going to get a big move either way, and it looks like upside there, as it just confirms what we all thought, like relatively early innings. I like the SpaceX news about the AI revenue coming from them. That's going to exceed the space revenue. I sure as hell hope so. All right, so imagine you said the other way around. That would be crazy, because that would take even longer to realize any sort of profits. Yesterday, this was 50-50. It's getting a little more closer to we stay put in September than the hike. But still, let's call this a coin flip at this point, 54.46. And that number, the reason why we show this right now is that it's going to change dramatically. I mean, unless it comes out as expected, the CPI number. If it comes out as expected, then these numbers shouldn't change that much. If anything, they'll probably just tighten up. And then we'll get closer to December, which will be the end of the year, where there still is a 45% chance that we just have one hike by that time. So it's going to be interesting to see what winds up coming through today on a 50-50 sort of coin flip number. That's on the September the 16th, so it's only the 12th right now. So you're still 4 weeks away from anything like that. And then, SMCI. I was even saying yesterday I thought SMCI. I mean, I don't know. I was pretty bullish on all the reports there yesterday. SMCI is still underneath the number. We were looking at 13%. For them, but they came up with a real good quarter as well, and they're trying to, received well, and they're trying to get back over what this was, June level there? Yeah, this June 23rd, $35 mark. So, SMCI looks like it wants to work today, and when SMCI goes, it goes. So I'm actually looking to see of a 35 break long, I think, on SMCI here today. Similarly to what we looked at Intel yesterday with that $98 level, today you're going to be slightly above that at 99, so we can look out for a pullback into 98 maybe for Intel as a nice little spot there. Hertz was moving, was it yesterday or the day before?
It was 2 days ago.
It might have been moving yesterday
died
too.
in the pre-market 2 days.
We didn't look too much. There was some good halting.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
That move.
Yeah, exactly. So a huge move there. I can't remember what the story was with Hertz, but...
after their earnings, they just started squeezing a little bit, because they reported, and the short flow, I don't know, as of the last time we checked, it was like 72%. At least that's what I saw. And then they had their earnings report, and it had that big move. It's trying to do a little secondary push. Just remember, with Hertz, like that initial push effectively took it to $3, and then it rejected $3. So it needs to get above that. No, it didn't get to $3.
It's a meme.
Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, well, I mean, it didn't quite get to $3. Let's call it like $7. Let's call it $2.75. $2.75. is like a local top that needs to break out here. But hey, with the short float that it's got, obviously it can be a good one. That position board is not correct. I'm going to make the assumption that Joe was long NVIDIA at 217 in the afternoon, possibly.
Maybe.
Or, yeah,
Well, it must have been.
Yeah, it must have been something like that. But that's obviously not correct. We'll have to reset it and get that started. But I guess, I don't know if Hertz is on your radar there, Sharif, but there was you were telling me some crazy ones, small cap runners yesterday. Any fun you're seeing today?
These ones look like they're all breaking down, Neil. Let's start with OFAL. This is a leading gapper in the market right now, up almost into 2 4/5, dropping down now into 2. It is an unbroken lower high, lower low downtrend being kept up by the volume weighted average price. It has to hold that level. I would say it has to get above 250. No closing prints above 250 on the 5. You got a sideways move here for RMCF. This isn't bad. I don't like the topping tail candle at 720. Pops into 250, then it finds a bit of support here between 150 to 175, not a bad look. BAOS breaking down, that broke out in the aftermarket yesterday. Same thing with Box L below VWAP, was an aggressive mover. This one as well, CHOW, south of $1, up 50% compression pattern, higher lows, lower highs. It has to get above 60 to 65 pennies. Otherwise, you feel like this one might make it down to 35 again, Adara.
Now let's talk here about some CoreWeave here, because CRWV at pre-market highs, this thing is up at least 18-20% last time that I checked here. And this is a pretty solid report across the board for CoreWeave. Also buoying Nebius. At this point, they're probably buoying each other with both these names in similar sectors reporting earnings. So let's get into these CoreWeave numbers, Sharif.
Let's get into them, Adara, because as Sean mentioned, they're still not making money. But I don't think that's what analysts were expecting. Analysts wanted to see that there was going to be growth, right? And they also wanted to see what CapEx was going to be. So let's talk about those in a second here. Q2 earnings, $2.58 billion on the quarter. That is a 112% increase from this time last year within a very aggressive Q3 guide. We'll get to that in a second. $3.4 to $3.6 billion. But guys, $640 million. Net interest expenses wiped out all the operating profit there because, of course, they're financing these GPUs. These are debt finance purchases, and their net interest expenses jumped up 140% year over year and took away basically all their operating profit. Same thing with the adjusted operating margin. Plunged 1,000 basis points despite the fact that revenue, as I mentioned at the top, more than doubled. Their adjusted operating income fell from $200 million down to $128 million, and that has shrunk down their margins from 16% down to 5%. That is a bit of a concern there. We can keep going here with their core gap. They lost money. They lost about $49 million when this time last year they were profitable, I believe, to the tune of $19 million in Q2 of 25. But I think that's all being, as you mentioned, buoyed by the guide. The guide is very aggressive. 3.4 to 3.6 billion. That's basically an extraordinary single quarter sequential flip. So that would mean basically from Q2 to Q3, that top line number grows by 40%. That's pretty aggressive. And it kind of substantiates the assertions that they've had that the second half of the year is when they were going to materialize some of their hyperscaler deals.
Yeah, it's definitely a good look here for CRWV. Is this one that you two are looking to trade today, Neil and Sean?
I think so. I mean, the growth it's a tremendous amount of growth. Obviously, it'd be nice if you were turning a profit, but when you look at the CoreWeave is sitting, and it would have been great if it was just like 100 break, because that would be more clean. But look at 50, 200. It made the bottom, a long bottom. We'll call it the IPO breakout level, because the high was like 65, and then it broke out there, and then 65 ended up being that kind of line in the sand, slight break underneath. But now you've caught a bid. Again, both major moving averages down sloping, and you get this breakout. The only thing that kind of sucks is if you get any profit taking, like the prior high, forget about it, because that's like 95. But then here you've got 101 half is somewhere to look at. If the profit taking comes in, because remember, we've got a CPI number that's coming in. Like that can do anything to the market. So if I like something to the long side, I want to have a dip level. And when I look at the daily, that 101 and a half, 102 spot gives you a little something to be able to dig into. So yeah, I'll be looking locked and loaded on CoreWeave for that. And remember, if it just starts breaking out, there's VWAP, trend continuation that you can play as well for CoreWeave. It's not perfect, right? Like again, they still would like to have some EPS profitability would be good, but at the end of the day, the market's rewarding growth when we're in the bullish cycle on AI, which right now we're getting back to the bullish side.
Yeah, it's nice to see a little bit of a move higher here. I mean, just let's pretend that June didn't happen, but you're still right back here to these past levels. Sorry, July. These past levels of this is June 22nd. So it's just kind of absorbing all of that, right? We had the bottom there, the Leopold bottom that happened, $60. Like the fact that this was $60 back on July 30th. I mean, right now you're what, 6 or 7, I guess 8 days away from that level, and now we're going to be talking about it being up 100%. Like if you get into this 120, that's from 60 bottom up right now, even up to 110 is an like that's you're adding $50 onto 60 right there. So you're up like 80%, 85% there in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trading days, up 80% on CoreWeave. I mean, that's an absolutely incredible run. So I would think that there is, especially on this kind of a report, traders that have been buying this dip there that come in off that situational awareness. And if I had some situational awareness now, I'd be well aware of the profits that I'm trying to book off of that low and think that this is a spot where maybe there could be some profit takers coming in. But, it's still a while before I really think the top might be in around 120. I think it's greedy to wait for the very highs there. But if this is a momentum play, then I don't feel like it's going to be tough to slow it down. There's over 20% short float as well on CoreWeave, right? And so those guys are going to have to cover some of those positions once the market opens up. So you could start to blast higher. And then we get the Nebius move as well here this AM, which is basically confirming the same kind of revenue outlooks and positivity moving forward. This actually looks like a much better play breaking over this 233. So we still have a couple bucks to go before we get to that. But if Nebius can break through these levels, then you're all of a sudden creating a new breakout zone. So 233 for Nebius looks good. CoreWeave, again, like the stock, I think you're going to have if I think you're going to have a problem in and around that 120 marker, there's actually not too much more juice to squeeze out of this. But yeah, just looking at the momentum that we just mentioned, this top break, which didn't happen yesterday for Intel 98, it's the same kind of a thing, 108. You break 108 on CoreWeave, this thing's probably gone, and then you can just play it back to VWAP, which is 107. So I think a quick little dollar break higher on CoreWeave to start the day is a trade that you may be able to hold the rest of the move. Like this thing could be up 24, 25%, especially after they start to cover some of those shorts. But we're only 13 minutes away now until we get the CPI number. So if that comes out and the market doesn't like it, then you might be able to get CoreWeave at a much better price. Like maybe even dip by at $100. If this like you could put your order out right now, 10 minutes from now, maybe the market just goes, whoa, and comes all the way in. And then we've seen the numbers retrace back upside after it gets dropped. So, or whatever way it goes, it can retrace back to where we've been. So if CoreWeave ever gets hit here on a number, I think it's a good dip buy opportunity today. I feel like there's going to be a lot of excitement into this name. So I might add this to the list at a 108 break to the high side. Kind of like SMCI a little bit better because it's only up 10%, but this one up CoreWeave.
There's a lot of other things up too.
It's so hard to, yeah, the whole space is up, right? IREN I saw was up. Oracle has the news with Quantinium.
SanDisk.
Yeah, what else
SK
is there? The
Hynix,
SanDisk, yeah.
Marvell's up.
Yeah,
3.
the whole infrastructure space. Look at ARM,
mentioned.
Intel I like.
Yeah, they're all pretty strong today.
SpaceX up 1%.
What is coins up? Bitcoin's. See, you know what still stinks? Not to do this, but Bitcoin's up 1%. It doesn't really matter. It's a 24-hour market, but it's still meh, blah. Like this is something that I probably want to look. We'll see how the number comes out. Obviously, in 10 minutes, a lot can happen, but that was a big time turnaround 3 days ago at the 37 on IBIT. Couldn't really hold the 65,000 level, and then 2 almost identical down type days where it's just peak, drop, pop, drop, same thing. Like every time it catches a bid, it's just another sharp leg down. I don't know, until proven otherwise, they're still looking pretty nasty. Apparently AMIX, that one rings a bell. No, that's not doing anything there, Aaron, in the chat. Very, very slight volume. I was kind of hoping, I still saw some names in the chat, some small caps. I'm like, oh, is something popping, something making move? And I remembered that name, but no, it's not going at all. But if you're throwing symbols in there, just a reminder, use the $, because that allows us to utilize our stock visualizer in here. See, NBIS is going to be number 1. You got NVIDIA, you got NN, BoxL, RMCF. So if you type $ and then the symbol, that way we're going to be able to count your votes in the visualizer, and then those stocks will come to the top of the list. So a lot of people are interested in that. I just saw Elon Musk wants Snowflake. Kevin Mendoza is interested in AMD. AMD's, it's up a point, but this is a flattish one. See, there's some names out here that they're not up much, and if things turn red, you kind of get a sense of there's some downside risk. AMD would be one. Like underneath 460, there's a pretty wide gap underneath this AMD. So like remember, anything can happen in 10 minutes, and you want to have some things on your brain, like for me, Bitcoin, that if things go south, you're looking for some red names as well. But let's get back up to the desk. There's going to be lots to cover. I think we have Luis coming through, so he'll probably bring some small cappers for you guys as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get some small caps there from Luis. In the meantime, let's talk about a mega cap, shall we? META in focus. Not too much stock movement, but kind of a longer story going on here with that state coalition trial here for META in California.
There's some interesting details here, Dara. Let's get to them. So it's 29 state attorneys general. They're suing Meta over youth mental health as well as the addiction features that they say came with the platform. Typically, they were protected by the Section 230, but the judge at first instance said, look, Section 230 could be a defense, but it's an affirmative defense that you bring at trial. It's not one that prevents a lawsuit from being brought against you. You're free to advocate it, and if warranted, the judge could find that they actually used the defense properly, but doesn't prevent a lawsuit from being initiated. But beyond the addictive design features, there's more to this. And by addictive design features, I'm thinking like scroll, infinite scroll, push notifications, etc. A core pillar of the state's lawsuit, they allege that Meta systematically violated the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act by actually collecting data on individuals less than 13 years of age without their parents' permission. This features again, though, because some of these states, they want age verification kind of requirements. But the only way to have age verification requirements is to collect information about individuals less than 13 years of age without their parents' permission in this particular instance. So it creates a bit of a dilemma here for a platform redesign. This is what got me, though. Listen to what the school districts are doing. The school districts, over 400 of them, they're actually suing and they're seeking direct financial compensation from Meta for the thousands of extra counseling hours that they had to actually provide, as well as mental health staff and more disciplinary resources that they say are tied to basically some of these, I guess, deleterious options in social media. So it's not just the AGs, they're being joined here by school districts. And I can't stress this enough. It's not binding on other states, but what it is it's highly persuasive, especially the damages here. The amount of money that's going to be given is going to set a precedent for the thousands of pending litigations.
It'll be interesting to see too how much they can prove, how much the judge actually lets Meta get away with versus lets the attorneys general do what they do. So I think this will be really interesting to see. I think what kind of precedent is set by this case, as Sharif mentioned. So META, is this one you guys are watching with just 7 minutes to go until CPI?
Not so much for me, but I think for everyone. If you're looking at Meta, it still has this nice little back and forth pivot thing going on with 600. Like it breaks 600, it fails 600. Like there's been good action off of this level. It closed pretty much there at the 99, but it's still looking very much like in the inside range with it. Like it's not doing anything in either direction to make new uncharted territory, right? It's not breaking down the 580. It's not really taking out that top with any authority. So to me, it's like kind of a diddling in the middle. I don't love that they're in the crosshairs, and the reality is that they are. But in our crosshairs right now are some actions with our man Joe.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Wednesday. Let's talk some options activity before we get into today's CPI print, 8:30 sharp. a lot to run through, so let's get into things, guys. All right, CoreWeave at the top of our list, guys. $107 where we're currently trading at right now. Strike price $110. Now, as for the open interest, relatively cool. I'm surprised by this. I thought we'd see a little bit more, but what does that say? Sean was mentioning it this morning that if we break certain levels, we can definitely go off to the races. So here it is, open interest 8,400 contract at this level. I'm still going to be looking for this 110 break or the 110 hold. Volume 6,400 contracts open and closed, and you can see we're only sitting on a $5 spread here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're having there's no liquidity issues here in regards to contracting. All right, Delta, we're sitting at this 15-cent marker, and you can see we're only on a penny in our gamma, and our Vega exposure is relatively cool. But what we do have is a substantial return here, guys, in our CoreWeave contract on yesterday's session to the tune of 75+%. There's going to be an increase after the bell, so watch out for this specific $110 strike price to increase. You're going to have multiple factors and Greeks come into play. Your implied volatility, your Vega is going to increase, and also your Delta as you get closer to at the money, you will see an increase within this specific options contracting. Moving forward, guys, Meta, another name that we were just talking about moments ago, but what we have here, guys, is a bull call spread. For those who are familiar, a calendar spread, I should say. You can see somewhat of a difference. Sorry, this is just a bull call spread, but this is going to be expiring 2027, September of 2027. And what is the objective of this specific contract is, well, if we're purchasing and we're bullish in Meta for the long term, it's going to be expiring in September, as I mentioned, and we don't necessarily want to pay the full amount of premium. Well, what we can do is we can hedge our bet, and we can also purchase it back as well too, ladies and gentlemen. So you're going to be paying $9,200 for this specific contract, but if you want to reduce your price, then sure enough, what you do is you can sell a strike price higher. So you can see we're purchasing the 660, still out of the money contract, so it only has time value, opposed to what we have going on here. This is an out of the money contract as well too, where you'll be collecting $44 on the the credit side of things. So what you want to do essentially is, if once you start rolling, you can buy this contract back, allowing your options contract to be hedged, and then also reducing your Delta exposure. All right, so there is a potential bull call spread here on META. Moving forward, guys, SPY and the NASDAQ, we're going to be looking at some potential floors here. Strike price 755, expiring this Friday. 36,000 contracts open at this level, with 3,500 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, as for the NASDAQ, I'm going to be looking at these as potential floors. 715 with 14,400 contracts open and closed, and volume around 10,000 contracts. If the NASDAQ and the SPY decide to sell off throughout the week, I'm going to be looking for these specific levels to hold. Let's send it back to the desk for CPI.
Thank you, Joe. 2 minutes
ago. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. Yeah, a couple good upgrades and downgrades there. I didn't get really to say anything on Meta there, but I think Meta's a sell. I don't like all this talk back and forth. They're like the new tobacco companies. You know, how in the hell is the state going to sue these guys for, you know, things that they have the options? Like, as a parent, like, this is an addiction that, you know, you're self-creating. They've just created this platform. And I know, and this is why I talk about tobacco and everything like that. It's like alcohol. It's like, you know, you can go out there. We're going to sue Budweiser and everything like that because people are drinking. It's a little wild for all this. And I do think that some judge will probably lose his or her mind and award, you know, all these districts a bunch of cash. And then, as Sharif said, then it just spirals out of control, because the next thing you know, all these other states get involved. So I just think it's an absolutely ridiculous concept that they can actually be sued for creating a product like they have. And, you know, that's just my take on it. And I'm a shareholder here. And honestly, it's the least exciting out of all the Mag 7s. And it's the one I think that has the most, you know, arrows pointed at it. And it's not good, right? Zuckerberg's been defending this company since he was a little baby. And it's just kind of like, it doesn't stop. So for me on Meta, like, I think I'll take the advantage right now of getting some out even today. You know, missed the 680, but, you know, we've hesitated on getting some out. And I don't know, I just got to go back and have a quick look to see how much I actually have of this name. The market just went up and down pretty aggressively.
It's like someone's got it early.
Yeah, so let's go back over and see what this number is all about with Adara.
We've got 30 seconds to go here until the CPI print is released. CPI year over year, 3.4% is the forecast versus 3.5% previous. Core CPI year over year, 2.5%, forecast 2.6% previous. Now, as we mentioned yesterday, we're actually expecting a little bit of an increase for these month-over-month prints. 0.1% forecast, negative 0.4% previous, and then the core month-over-month forecast, 0.2% versus 0% previous. We are just seconds away at this point from the CPI print. Let's see what we end up getting here. I'm seeing 3.4% for year-over-year CPI. That is going to be in line with estimates. 0.2% for month-over-month CPI on a core basis here, in line with estimates. Core year-over-year, 2.5% in line with estimates. Month-over-month, 0.1% in line with estimates. So everything in line. That means we got hotter CPI month-over-month and core CPI month-over-month. Again, just on a month-over-month basis, and then CPI year-over-year, you do get a little bit of cooling. So these numbers were exactly as expected, but you still did get that heating here. I mean, the market was expecting it, but still a little bit of a shock, I think, for these month-over-month numbers, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely, Adira. And this is one of those situations where you kind of don't know where to fall on what side. But yeah, this actually, in my opinion, makes it harder for the Fed, as we saw some tepid job numbers last week that weren't that great. Now we get basically inline CPI. It's supposed to be a little bit higher. Oil still elevated. We'll have to wait and see. The Fed's got their job cut out for them, Adira.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see what Warsh tells us now. Just over a month from now, September 16th is that next meeting. You guys can see the numbers here on your screen. I'll keep those up for a little bit here, and I'll add the core ones as well. But Sean, Neil, how does this change your trading plans for the day, given this whole shake and bake on the SPY?
I mean, so far it's a little in line, so it's not crazy.
I think it's exactly in line.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. After that spike up right before, my gut was telling me, oh, someone knows something, and maybe we'll get a blast off. But that didn't happen. So yeah, I don't think you change much of anything. Like if you zoom it out, really, we've just liquidity grabbed the almost like the opening range from there on the SPY yesterday, and then it was afternoon range the day before. So a bit of a chop fest, which. Hey, remember, we sort of came into this with the chips and AI looking pretty strong, so I guess that's going to hold true. Nothing's really changing too much. So still, I mean, I look over and CoreWeave just immediately starts going higher. So, like, has that really changed? Like, CoreWeave just broke out, and that's taking out the top. So ultimately, I don't think we changed much here.
No, I mean, the market didn't do anything. The market just went up on a fat finger, went down on a fat finger, and now is right at the same spot that it started with. So, yeah, man, I mean, I'm just, I've already put out the sticky note. To answer Dara's question, has it changed anything? Hasn't changed anything at all. It came out as expected. I mean, when a number comes out exactly in line all over the place, 3.4 versus 3.4, 0.1 versus 0.1, on here, 2.5 versus 2.5, I mean, it's all as expected. So I think today's story was data centers, it was infrastructure, and that's going to continue. So Intel's going to be one of my top plays down at 98. Of course, it goes to 98 right now, but we weren't going to sit there and take anything. And if anything, it could be a sell the news event, in my opinion. Like, maybe we were all sort of, I don't know, thinking about getting a higher number and confirming, the interest rate maybe would stay put. There on the CPI, but now that it's come in as expected, and we're going to review this. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any changes here.
Not yet. Maybe.
Yeah, 55. So getting a little bit more expected to stay right now. So I think, we just checked a couple of seconds ago. It was 53 or something like that, 54. Now it's 56, and probably going to inch a little bit higher here. So for me, yeah, I mean, it's kind of just all roads pointing to hopefully a stable environment come September the 16th. We could take a look to see if the Treasury did anything on this kind of a move there. You can look at the dollar. Yeah, so there it is. A spike up like we saw in the futures, come back in, now trying to settle down a little bit here with the TLT. So the longer curve seems to be pretty stable on this kind of a number. So nothing seems to be out of whack. I mean, the NASDAQ is right back. We talked about a couple last week. We had the Qs at 725, and that was the number that we had sort of looked at, and it had fallen off of there. And now it looks like we're going to try to take this out. So 1 week was kind of just back and forth, and now I think we get the okay here to break higher now on the NQs with much better reports today. There's not even really a negative name out there, too aggressively negative anyways. And there's a lot of positivity coming through the market today. So these numbers do not throw any cold water on this at all. Arthur, you want me to look at SpaceX quickly? Is it making a move? Yeah, I mean,
a little bit.
They're all the same, right? I mean, I think everything was a little nervous heading into today's number, and we talked about that yesterday, and then you get what's expected. So we just continue to make the highs today, right? And I think Nasdaq's going to have a great day. So we'll see if it fades, but so far so good. There's really nothing to fade. The market's doing what the market's doing.
It makes you question, like when I went to my quote board, I'm like, yeah, what is negative today? It makes me question the names I see up here. Palantir, okay, well maybe when chips up, software down because Microsoft down a little bit, because CrowdStrike's down a point. So I would think maybe it's just a little bit of weakness in software as you kind of go back into some of the chip plays. Why is PayPal down 1.5%? That I have no idea. Alibaba, okay, maybe a Chinese thing there. So nothing too crazy. Like Apple's going to be flat, Netflix, those are names that have been strong, sort of counter to when the Nasdaq's gotten going. But there really isn't a lot of weakness. PLTR, I mean, sometimes it just comes down to like the crazy rally that Palantir has been on the last like week and a half. It could have just found a bit of a temporary top here. So yeah, that I would say there's your, like this would be the name that seems a little bit relatively weak. Made that high at 180, lower high, and now when the market's blasting, it wants to lose it a little bit. So that could be one. Oh, we've got Arthur in the super, thank you for the super chat there. Arthur Axton. My kids are eating caviar today. SpaceX. The kids like the caviar. Hey, it's them while they're young. Get those expectations high. I don't think my daughter would touch caviar.
Well, mine are.
That's definitely. I mean, you know what? You never.
I don't think
never
mine would
know
either. But my kids are eating crab and lobster today. That's
lobster roll is.
That is going down. And,
lobster roll.
And I do want to thank SpaceX for sponsoring their food from here till the next decade, probably. So thank you, SpaceX, for everything you've done for the family, and hopefully it continues to be that way as well moving forward. But yeah, thanks, Arthur.
Appreciate
nice to see the caviar talk there as well. And yeah, Palantir has fed the family quite well too for the last 4 or 5 years. And as you said, that's up 40% in a week and a half. So yeah, really happy with the way Palantir has been trading, that's for sure. We'll see if that can stay high side as well. There as a negative name, as Neil just brought up. And oh yeah, please tell me Uber's up because I have to get out of it. Okay, good, $78. So I'm thinking, so Uber and Meta, two names that, and I don't want to be like, I'm going to look to see how much Meta I have and what it is in relationship to everything else, because I think it's a pretty heavy stock in the portfolio there. Really happy with the way Uber has made its way back to the 200 period moving average. So let's lighten up on this stock a little bit today as well. Take advantage of some of these recent highs. Like we said, we sold a little bit of Palantir. I like Palantir moving forward. I really think that they have a lot to offer this world, needless to say. Uber, I'm not so sure about. So I think this is a name here. They actually had a data breach yesterday in the Uber Freights division. So I don't know, it didn't really cause anything to the stock because that wasn't there. I think it was later in the afternoon. But anyways, Uber is a nice name moving back up to the upside. Yeah, IBIT not moving around on that either, 64,000 or so coming for IBIT, and Bitcoin has a similar move to the futures, up, down, and around, but still actually lower than where it is right now. So yeah, everything's all good over here. We're going to go over to Neil and take care of some business.
Yeah, when we look in the chat, what do we see? Same thing over and over again. You got some good reads, you got the idea with the setup, but you got the wrong size in there. So here's the truth, everybody. You know, you've got the skills. Your account just might be too small. Trade Funder's changing that. 100,000 for stocks, 25K for options today. You keep 80%, you're paid every Friday, and you never risk your own money. It's $9.99 to start, and you're refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start in just an hour. No evaluation, no background checks, just you and the size you've been missing. Scan the QR code you see on screen. That is tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. I want to shout out to them for sponsoring this portion of the show. And actually, I was just talking to N Vesty in the chat about Oracle's up 3% and flying. So there's a strong one, although it's kind of just giving back yesterday's move, and it's not really breaking into new territory just yet. Thank you for the message there. Special K from TikTok, thank you for the gift. Let's go. You got the rocket ships. I'm going to just assume maybe that has something to do with SpaceX there. Maybe not. Maybe it's just rocket ships in general because the NASDAQ's up almost a full percent. That works as well. There's lots of gainers here, so shout out to you, Special K, and all of our viewers on TikTok, which reminds me, got to throw up my amalgamated chat, which I didn't have up there, so we can monitor everybody. Doesn't matter what platform you are on. Ooh, look at that. Ronaldo, mines for long. mines, dollar sign mines.
Yeah, maybe.
In general, huh?
We had some, the Strait of Hormuz got swept for mines.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what you're talking about, but.
It could be.
Yeah, thanks, Adam James abroad. Some nice comments from you in the chat as well. Eli Lilly making moves today. We're supposed to have Luis today. I don't know if I don't. Oh, maybe he's 8:45. Maybe. Still not arriving yet. Yeah, interesting here as we're trying to break through 1240 right now on Eli Lilly. So that's going to be a good area there. We just yesterday got into all-time highs again. Talk about a name that you want to basically buy, as many dips as you can in this name. This was a little aggressive from 1100 to 980, or sorry, to 880, sorry, there. Wow, that would have been a great opportunity to buy some more Eli Lilly. And now you're popping back up through 1200 again for LLY. So, yeah, let us know if there's any, sort of names there. Oh, yeah, OFAL. That was the one that you guys are talking about right now, OFA Group. Trying to go 85 million shares today for OFAL. Their breaker on the day today. We'll see how high this name can fly. Only $2, so there's a good possibility here that this one gets going. You zoom out a little bit, we see some, definite support and resistance levels. In this situation, it'll be resisting up here around $3, up to 350 for OFAL. Still has a while to go before we get to that level, but there it goes. Wow, just took out 250, 260. We're starting to get going right now. I mean, look, what? Come on, we just call this thing up and this happens. Dude, I was just saying this was at 230, and I was like, wow, the 350 is a level. You know what it went to? 350, and just stopped right there. This just picked up speed, boy. The bots are watching us, everybody. That's a good thing, I think. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here with OFAL. Just runs it and comes right back in. Hope no one got too stuck up there. But, hey, man, that's why we give those levels. Like, that was your out if you were long right there, 350. Glad we just talked about it. There goes OFAL. Wow, if Fermin was here, I don't know if she is. That might be a clippable moment right there. OFAL up to 350. What a run right there. All right, Joe with upgrades and downgrades. What's cooking?
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Kava Group. Overweight rating by KeyBank, and we're up 17% here this morning. But there's some reasons why they're reducing their price target. We'll get into that momentarily. $95 price target, that is down from $110. Pretty good report, but the firm citing better than expected same-store sales and adjusted EBITDA. But the reason for the reduction in price, guys, trends at the end of Q2, beginning of Q3, moderated due to industry-wide food safety issues. Moving forward, let's take a look at HIMSS. Reporting a couple days ago, guys, the firm sees higher execution risk with the company's fiscal year outlook with a neutral weight rating, and we're going to be reducing our price target to $33. That is down from $35. Citi giving them that price target cut. We're up 0.6%, but they're also raised revenue guidance mostly on the eucalyptus acquisition. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at CoreWeave, up 21%, guys, overweight rating, and we're going to get a price target increase to $153. That's up from $151. Piper Sandler giving them the nod, but the firm also noting impressive net new megawatts, Q3 bookings, and full year 2026 guide. CoreWeave's demand is becoming more broad-based across geographies and sectors. So that is the reason for the overweight rating and the increase on the price target. Moving forward, last but not least, guys, SuperMicro computer up 9% this morning. And we also have a price target increase, but we're holding our neutral weight rating. $39 price target. That is up from $33. Citi giving them the nod this morning, but investors are looking past weaker than expected revenue in favor of its above consensus sales outlook. Citi wants more conviction on the pace of the company's margin improvement and free cash flow generation before they increase that rating from a neutral to a buy. Let's send it back to Neil and Shaw.
I saw Kava on there. I mean, Kava, 17%. Like, everyone's gonna be talking about tech today, and rightfully so. Like you can't really avoid it. But this is a name that's got a good little trend break here. Like 17% is fantastic. I want to double check. I feel like it had a decent enough short float, but I just want to be sure about it. On Kava, 12%. 12% short on Kava, so it's in the double digits. It's back above the 200 period. It just needs this little 74 breakout level to get taken out, which might be a lot to ask when it's already up that 17 points, but this should be one to keep an eye on. Why not? I mean, Kava looking fantastic so far. Golf franchise, do you think the CPI print will maintain the upward trend in SPSM, FNDA? Well, I don't think that we move the needle at all, right? So small caps here, because this will be S&P 600, I don't think anything changed with that print, right? So I think the good thing about nothing happening is you sort of go back to your regularly scheduled programming. You know, I'm not, like, none of the levels I'm looking at today really changed. Like, still looking at CoreWeave and silver, and I'll probably still be bearish on I, but like none of that really changed with the number because it was in line. And yeah, SP 600 has been in an upward trend. Maybe not anything crazy, especially today. And would they have been a little bit more susceptible to these names if we had gotten a chance at, or an increased chance that rates would go up from the print? Certainly, but that didn't happen. So I do think not much has changed with this CPI print here this morning. So, you know, call it boring all you want, but boring things in an upward trend are good. Like, that's, you'd almost rather that be the case, because then you can just sort of focus on the strong revenue growth that we're still getting this earnings season, which has definitely been true, and then hopefully we can maintain this bullish tint. And the other thing we'll be able to check is, you know, keep an eye on the US dollar, keep an eye on oil. Obviously, oil futures are going to matter. US dollar index dropping a little bit here. And of course, as we had mentioned, you can keep an eye on that Fed watch tool, which still hasn't really done anything. I'm going to guess after refreshing another time, it'll still be probably that 50. I mean, if anything, we've just eked up a little bit more to rates staying the same. Like, it went from 55 to 58. So it's just inching higher, or you can say inching lower on the raising of the rates, down to 42% when it was 45. So I'd say that just reinforces everything we like about the market right now. It doesn't give it any juice, but it's still good.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of what I've been saying this whole time, is the same thing. Is like, now we're just, you know, continuing to watch some of these big names continue to print higher today. The CoreWeaves, the Googles, the Intels, the NVIDIAs. NVIDIA trying to get back up to 220. Well, there it is. It's over 220 right now. So, you know, there that goes as well to the upside, up another 1.5%. I don't know what Apple's doing. Apple's have been a funny rider recently as well. Yeah, so downside there for Apple. I think, yeah, we traded 5 or 6 names yesterday. It was really, really odd. Joe got me trading all these different names yesterday. But I know all the same names, but we were very, very aggressive and had some fun yesterday trading a lot of these names. So we were into Apple yesterday as well. Oh yeah, that's right. It fell right back in. And oh boy, did we have some fun at the end of the day when we caught, man, one of the like viral moment at the end of the day there, where we were both long into this switch up there. When we started getting SpaceX long, you had, what you had? Oh, you had NVDA there. So yeah, definitely.
217.20.
Yeah, if you guys were here at the end of the day, you're able to see some pretty fun times there. We were both long, basically rate as 355 hit, and everything flipped up higher. So SpaceX went boom there at the end of the day, and then Joe just reminded me there that he was long into NVIDIA there. Yeah, that was probably that 217.20, and then it blasted upside right into there, up about $1 was the highest. SpaceX was about $2, but NVIDIA with a nice move higher there at the end of the day too. So that was a hell of a lot of fun there as it started to go. We got a little window dressing at the end of the day, because you did have a move down into the imbalances and then a little bit of a pop up higher there to close in around 218. But I like NVIDIA today as well. There's lots of different names to look at, but I think where you're going to want to look is in the chip space and in DRAM names. You know, we talked about SNDK. We just talked about Opal a little while ago there. And I actually just looked. Meta is not as heavy of a holding as some of the other plays are in the account. So we've already sort of started to trim some Meta, so that's been good. But yeah, DRAM could be a play, up 6%. That's huge. So I'm looking to take that out as well. $54 to the high side. I mean, it's going to happen before 9:30, but this is a name to watch out for. And then I honestly think, like yesterday, we really wanted, like yesterday on the note, yesterday was Intel 98 long break. So if you look yesterday, what wound up happening yesterday into Intel was that 98 was such a sick level there that we were able to get long down here. yesterday and ran this to this level. We actually did punch a little bit longer into 98, but when we lost it, we were able to get out. So now I want to use this 98 as a base. So let's go to Intel, man. I've really been looking at Intel lately, trying to buy dips in this name, get a little longer, which we've been doing on Intel. The last time we bought this was 98. So it's nice to see that. So I really like that level. And then Neil mentioned that there was an S&P sort of increase for Intel tonight that I didn't even realize.
Where is it? Here, I'm going to try to zoom you guys to see this even better. So there we go. S&P 500 tonight, Intel share increase, 34 million shares, 3 billion notional to trade. So that's pretty sizable for any kind of an increase at the end of the day there. So it'll be interesting to see if that ends up mattering. Sorry, someone was just asking me about GE Vernova. That's why I had that up to answer them in the chat. But it's the kind of thing where we've seen, and you guys were showing that last night, and then even 2 evenings ago, you had crazy movement in the last 5 or 10 minutes of the day on some imbalances, some flips, just big imbalances in general. So I think that's more for the back end of the day. But anytime I see that, you usually favor, you favor the direction of whatever the expected action is going to be. So if it's an upweight, generally speaking, I think you want to favor the long. If a stock was getting deleted, I'd be looking short pretty much all day. So I think that puts a little bit of a horse underneath Intel, especially at the close, which we'll get to for sure. So there's a lot to watch here, obviously. Ooh, I just saw one. Mimi in the chat, good call out. Good call out. Because I don't know that, like, Bloom Energy's up 8% and just an absolute blast off right now. So I know obviously CoreWeave, obviously Nebius, they reported, SMCI reported. You're always going to be looking at DRAM and the memory names, but you've got to remember there's another aspect to this trade, and Bloom is catching a bit. I think that's probably why I was getting asked about GE Vernova and the 1,000 level in the chat. Bloom's starting to put in a bit of a higher low. So they've made their dip, and now it's time for that secondary push. Like, you made your dip, you had a little bit of a profit take in here. Now the question becomes, can we make that second leg? I think it's a little far, like 250 would be the next breakout level on the daily chart for Bloom, but it's in a bit of a gap fill mode today, and it's all green. So this is another fantastic name that I know Sharif is excited about, because the second I mentioned it, I just started, you can see Sharif's already smiling, right? He's excited, and that's one of his bad boys, and it's looking fantastic today, Sharif.
Doesn't look bad at all, Neil. I like it, but that 350 top, as you mentioned, 250 resistance is a clear structure breakdown there. It has to clear 250. You see a bunch of topping tail candles into that level too, Adair.
Yeah, lots to discuss here with Kava as well. Let's talk kind of awkward transition there. CAVA, another earnings name here that came out after the bell yesterday. They eked out EPS and sales beats, but I know their adjusted EBITDA guidance here for fiscal 2026 still not quite passing the muster. No,
not quite, but they did have a good earnings report. So let's talk about it. $368.5 million in revenue, about a 31.33% jump year over year, and a 9% same-store sales growth. Look, they had some issues, so they launched salmon lunch, and that hurt margins by about 60 basis points. So they had that dragged down to 25.7. Commodity input costs tied to the April launch of the pomegranate grazed salmon. Sounds delicious, but it does have a higher mix of third-party deliveries as well, which hurt margins, as well as wage investments as they paid their employees a bit more. That obviously hurts margins. But listen to this. Traffic outpaced price inflation. So sometimes when we see same-store sales, which 9% year over year here, it's typically, not just typically, most of the time, it's the increase is because they increased the prices. This was not the case. Their actual foot traffic increased here through a tougher time, by the way. They did reaffirm their full year guidance, even in the midst of the Cyclospora scare, which they said is going to be about 4.5 to 6.5% in terms of same-store sales increase per year. They're also going to open 17 new stores at Adara. And they have about now 476. Sorry, they opened 17 new stores with a total of 476. And the new stores that they opened this year are running at about 100% productivity above the system average. So they're doing quite well there, and they're not done quite yet. They want to open 75 to 77 new stores this year. And Adara, this is their 10th consecutive quarter of positive free cash flow. They have about 435. and they got zero debt.
Nice. Yeah, the positive free cash flow is certainly a good look. Sean, I just saw that you grabbed food there. Are you grabbing any Kava shares today?
Any which stock?
Kava.
Kava, no. But I was talking about Uber the other day. You know, a name that I was thinking about buying that was been hit on recent earnings was Dutch Bros. Like, this is a name that's just been absolutely crushed right there off its recent earnings report. And I was actually thinking about this name in the fact that, you know, like, you're paying down, obviously, for a name here that is come right into some decent support areas, and was thinking about, like, okay, you know, it's a relatively new story, Dutch Bros. Like, I know for us here, I don't think it's in Canada, never seen them around, but there's expansion that's going to be happening for Dutch Bros, and they are looking to expand, you know, their footprint. And the more stores you get, the more profitability should be there. You're looking for a better same-store sales number, and unfortunately, Dutch Bros there missed. But I love the level that we're seeing here on Bros down at this 48, you know, 45-ish or so level. So that's going to be a name. I remember we had Mitch on here, and he was drinking that coffee. And if you're looking at Starbucks, because there's, look, I mean, around here we have Tim Hortons, there's McDonald's coffee, and there's all this. But Starbucks has also been sort of middling right now and not doing a whole heck of a lot. Well, I mean, I'll call up Kava if you want in a second. I mean, we just heard the story there from Adair and Sharif. But for me, I just like the more established, and Kava's been pretty good there as well. It's been around now for 5 or 6 years. What about a new name that we just got, Jersey Mike's? You know, a name that, and we saw Bending Spoons, right? And obviously Jersey Mike's is just going to be a sub shop. I really enjoy, every time we're in the States, we try to get into some Jersey Mike's, that's for sure. But this is a name that's had its move higher, fallen back in. And, you know, if you guys remember BSP, Bending Spoons, and some of these names are going to be what they are. Bending Spoons is obviously a tech. It's in the right space. It's been pretty hot. But this is kind of reminding me a little bit about J Mike right here, where you have that move higher, and then you just fade right back in to the similar levels to where we started, and then you take off, you know? So that's BSP. And then if we just go back to J Mike here, JMKE, I mean, I like the symbol. This is something that's very similar with obviously not as many data points, but you fall back into some of these levels. So what about some Jersey Mike's there? Grab that turkey avocado and go long on that one, right? I think this is a good opportunity here for some Jersey Mike action, as well as tonight we have a name like Cerebrus coming through, I believe I think that's tonight with their report. So here's another name that, you know, fell right back into its IPO levels. I think it was 180. I mean, it came out at 350, so forget about that price. But the price of the expected bid of 180, right, is where they should have came out into. That fell all the way back to 180, and now is really taking off from that level. So although we talk about sort of some of the destruction that's happened, what's up, Randy? Is it a banana? Is it coffee? Is it neither? It is banana time. Thank you, Randy, for that. I would love a banana cognac
in your coffee? Yes.
No, I don't think that.
You know about the banana cognac?
I don't know if I want to put that into a coffee. A normal coffee,
legendary.
Sure, my friend, but Cerebrus, yeah. I was saying it's looking nice out there, man. Yeah, he doesn't. Don't worry about banana cognac. It's looking nice out there, Randy. All that work getting out. You gotta start dropping down some of the cables out there, and on the other side of the office, more of the real trading side there. All new desks, the ones that are
lounge area.
I like the lounge area, all the rugs and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's looking really nice.
No.
And you're adjusting so the sound is a little bit better in here. We're trying to do all this work. So
need a foosball table back. That's what we need.
Yeah, that'd be too
loud. The old office used to have
loud.
a foosball table, but there was complaints about how
Put
loud
some watermelon
it was.
in your life.
Way too loud. Well, what are you gonna do? You gotta enjoy it. You gotta have it. You gotta enjoy it. Then we're gonna lose our big plant, because all the back office, a bunch of them moved here, and then set some plants here. We had Randy in front of us, so that's gonna be gone. He'll be back into the doldrum. For sure. But you guys were just talking about Kava. That looks. Yeah, it looks.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll do that today. I'll do a little video of the other side, and you guys can see it. I'll post it up on X, and you guys can have a look to see what the other side looks like. And that should be a lot of fun.
I'm curious if anyone uses those stand-up desks.
Good. No, they don't.
No, I'm talking about in our chat.
In the chat.
Like let anybody use like the desks that rise that you can go up and down, you can stand, you can sit. Throw it in the chat. Like, do you guys use them? Do you like them? Good for the back. All kinds of fads have been around here. There was a fad on the trading floor that lasted, I want to say, 1 month, using stability balls to sit down, which is great for engaging the core. But believe me, like people got sick and tired of that right quick, for sure. Any fad like that is usually going to be short-lived. It is 9 o'clock already, okay? And some people, Alex says their wife uses it. Jeremy says the wife has one in there. Dylan uses a standing desk. So there you go. Some people saying you can't sit all day. I tend to agree. You can also just get up, walk around every now and then.
Here's my daughter on her birthday, already on the. So apparently, so if we pause, this is her right here, coming through in this blue. You can't see that, so there it is. Just breaks that, and then boom, and you see that goes to. She doesn't celebrate. That's a goal, right there. So there it is. Nice little move there coming through. She's at like it's like a prospects kind of camp. Thing here. So here she goes cutting through the middle. Whoops, right there. And you can see that goes top cheese right there. And she looks at her mother videotaping. And so, select what? Yeah, we're actually pretty proud of her. She's pretty much nationally ranked right now. So she plays at the highest level you could play at for girls hockey. And she just turned 12 today. So happy birthday to her. It's just her dedication, Sharif. I mean, you know what that's like. Obviously, you go into the gym a lot and take pride in that kind of thing.
Just a little bit.
We don't have to wake her, like today, 6:15, like they're an hour away. They had to get there. You don't have to wake her up. It's completely different than my son, who it's like, he loves everything, but he'll sleep in, he'll do this, he'll do that. She doesn't. So let me tell you what her day was on Monday. She did hockey, and it's going to sound like, this is like something she has to do. Did hockey from 8 to 3. Then she did an F45 workout, which is high intensity training for 45 minutes. And then so that was from 5 to 5:45. And then we had 7 to 10:30 baseball that day. So, it's like nonstop, and she just loves doing it. So it's the dedication and it's the hard work, and it's just really paying off. So I throw all my money at her because she gets whatever she wants at all times because she deserves it. And it's absolutely amazing that the amount of effort. Like, can you imagine an 11-year-old wanting to go to this high intensity training, like 3 or 4 times a week? And it's absolutely crazy, the stuff that she does. And starting on Friday, we have our baseball tournament, which of course she plays rep baseball, which is the highest level you can play in Little League baseball as well. And it's, she's amazing. So she must get her athleticism from her mother because, but I'm very proud to have coached her for the last 6 years with not only her house league baseball, but also rep. So yeah, Sharif, thanks for asking. And yeah, she definitely is something special. So, you got to sort of nurture those things. And you know what? When she goes home, she spends her time on TikTok. She spends her time on Instagram. She spends her time on YouTube. And that's where I talked about that whole hatred towards Meta and things like that. It's a choice. When she's going to be 10 hours a day doing activities, has a crazy social life, I am completely fine with her zoning out and being on TikTok for a little bit of time near the end of the day.
It's how often you use it, what you're watching on there.
I think you have to have a life outside.
But that's
of it.
for parents to decide. Yeah. Like, if your kid is active and doing the right things. I mean, that's right thing is different for everybody at the end of the day. But if your kid's active, and it's fine, like, be on there. I just want to know what you're watching. Like, and they tell you about it, or they're cool with you watching with them. Fine. The whole nanny state. Oh, we got to tell parents what to do. No, I think you got to be able to take some responsibility yourself at the end of the day. I know, Sharif, you tend to agree with that, but it is what it is, not to get political or anything. None of that sentiment changes the fact that Meta's in the crosshairs. Like, I can think that you should be able to parent how you want to parent, but that's not going to change these lawsuits that are coming. They're there. That's the reality. So unfortunately, Meta's going to have to deal with it, regardless of any of our opinions.
And Meta's always been dealing with it. So it's like,
if you're big cap tech, you are. Like, if you're not under the ire of the government as a mega cap company, then you're not making enough money. And if you're making enough money, then you're always under the IRA because that's where you can get that's where you can pull from.
I've always said, like, every time there's a kid born, there's a new Instagram account created or TikTok account created, and I think that's true, and I don't think that's going to stop. So, and I do think there's a lot of value. Like, there's so many cool things that are on Instagram and TikTok, and they have great times watching them. It is a matter of time, right? And what you're spending your time doing. If it's all on electronics, then that's a little bit of a problem. But okay, thank you for all the beautiful comments in the chat. I feel more blessed than you can even imagine. So let's go back over to the desk to Adara and Sharif. And
Say happy birthday to Gia Katina before we look at the future. 750.5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We've now established a range. Very clearly, you can see most of the prints defend off that 750 area with this one little blip here that went down to 767.5. That was back, I believe, on the 6th. So we're going to say 770, simple this time. 770 is support, 775 Adara as resistance.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely not going to resist going over this morning watch list. This will have for you everything you need to tackle the trading day. Earnings in focus, or earnings that we already got in the markets digesting, any pieces of news, company events, economic events. Use the URL on your screen or hit the link in the description for more information. Let's get into CoreWeave. We mentioned this one earlier. We're going to go over it again because this is, I think, probably the biggest, mega cap, or at least larger cap mover this morning on, strong guidance here and pretty solid earnings as well for CoreWeave.
It was really good. So their top line revenue, $2.58 billion. That's a 112% jump from this time last year. It's a healthy growth. Q3 revenue being guided 3.4 to 3.6. More on that in a second. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows, especially when you're spending up a storm like CoreWeave, and any of these neoclouds are as well. Heavy debt finance GPUs, Adara, that hurt margins here. It brought down essentially the increase their net interest expenses 140%. They're spending $640 million on GPU and related equipment. Just to compare, just so you guys having a comparison, $267 million is what they spent this time last year. That's almost tripled. Adjusted operating margins as well plunged 1,100 basis points down from 16% down to 5%. Really, again, because they're spending up a lot on front-loaded GPU, a cluster depreciation, as well as unutilized data center power ramp-up costs. GAAP operations also swung to a $49 million net loss. Just to give you a comparator, they made $19 million last year. Now they lost $49 million. A lot of this could be blamed on two reasons. One, higher component costs. Two, more aggressive scaling from hyperscalers in 26 as opposed to 25. And that makes sense given the guide, $3.4 to $3.6 billion. On a quarter-by-quarter basis, if you look at Q2 and Q3, 32% jump quarter over quarter.
Yeah, nice look there for CRWV. How are you guys looking to trade this one?
Well, I don't know if we're not going to get the dip into 101.5 right quick, and certainly didn't happen off the number at 830. But first of all, let's just give maybe some flowers. They're just as big as CoreWeave. They're about the same size of a company as well. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be more about the growth in the backlog than anything else. And the chart tells you a pretty specific story. And that is, it's a big breakout, right? You had consolidation in earnings. You're going to get a breakout on earnings. The daily says 101.5 is the most recent prior high as we get our reload into coffee. So if the pre-market low goes, that's the area I'm looking for the dip buy. And for a continuation play, there's that. And then there's the volume weighted average price. One of the setups we generally like is that gap up, false break. If you false break the low and then come back higher, then that continuation in the long as the profit takers come in potentially at 930. So I think we can see a little bit of that. It wasn't a perfect quarter by any stretch of the imagination, but the momentum, it was bigger than the expected move, which is what you want to see. So that's a very good start for them there on CoreWeave. So I'd be looking for the dip and rip.
I did like, first of all, thank you so much to ZZZZZT here for the super chat. I'm just going to send that through. Yeah, well done. Thank you. Well done for her. I I admit the easy part, man. She's the one doing all the hard stuff. So thank you so much for all of that love coming back in. I don't know why CoreWeave's going down right now, but it is. So yeah, earlier before that CPI number, I said, a 108 break, really liked that, taking out the high of the day at that time. That already happened. So that was a clean break up to 110. So I think that that's maybe giving us a little bit of a pause for concern now because it stopped exactly at 110 and it's coming back in. But whenever you make the new high of the day and then come back in and now trading around VWAP again, if you could bounce off that, then taking this out is inevitable. So I like a 110 break on CoreWeave. I think it's, you are having a little bit of a downside push right here. As we said, traders would come in and take some profit. This name is up, as I explained, I think 80% from its lows right there, right? And so this says, 74.3% right there from its low to its high where we are today at 107. So, 75% in 9 days. Palantir was 45% in similar time frame. And now CoreWeave is just an absolute monster today. Upside there as data centers. And it's not great that they're losing money as a company, but the forward outlook looks great. And if we're going to play the game, I think you just want to play the long. There's 20% short float on this. So, the shorts will probably try to push it down. So that's what I think is what's happening right now. Let's just see if it winds up holding. That's where if your only play is a break of 110, you don't have to worry what happens to it. So let's just wait to see what happens at 110. I think it's a break long. And then if that does happen, there really is no air recently up here. So you got to go back about a month, back into late June, if not even later than that. And look at this 120. That's what I was saying before. That day we closed at 116 right here, whatever day that was, June 22nd, which sort of started the capitulation to the downside there. So maybe we can get to 115 or 116 today. And I actually think that if it takes 110, your $5 clear high side is easier than $5 down. So I like it. I think you're gonna have to give yourself a little bit of a bigger room on this one. With 20% short float, CoreWeave I think takes that 110 and continues to go higher and puts in one of their best days, man. Could be up 25% by the time this is over with.
Let's talk here about a friend of ours here, SMCI. SMCI here, we actually missed on revenue, but really strong forward guidance here for SuperMicro for fiscal 2027. Massive EPS beat. This was up more than 300% year over year as well.
The main question, though, everybody wants to know, did they report on time?
They actually did.
Nice.
I think early.
All right, nice. All right. $1.70 in EPS, as Adira mentioned. That was just a huge beat. 92 pennies expected. Quarterly earnings came in towards revenue came in towards a lower end of the range, $11.1 billion, but gross margins did rebound nicely to 17.6%. And I want to talk a little bit about that because this is Q4 for them, by the way, kind of a weird system that they have here. Their fiscal year not really going with everybody else's. So 17.6% margins, that's up from 9.9% in Q3. So a nice jump there. And basically it was driven by what they're saying is a temporary shift towards a higher margin enterprise, as well as focusing more on the liquid-cooled data center building block solutions, which I guess they charge more for and make more money on. Q1 EPS guidance, though, so next quarter is Q1 for them. They do expect margin compression to rear its ugly head again, and they're saying EPS will drop from the $1.70 it's at right now. It's going to drop to $1.01 to $1.10, and they're blaming it on the lower margin hyperscaler build-out. Looks like because these hyperscalers have the big bucks, they can dictate some of the prices, and the prices here are not favorable for SMCI. It looks like they make more money selling to smaller companies. Balance sheet debt reduction, I should say. $1.2 billion in net debt wiped out. Now they have about $7.5 billion in cash with which to play. And they got $60 billion in new orders. And that's what they're saying. They're saying that they're really going to pick up on their orders. And now they're guiding full year 2027 revenue with Dara between 65 to 72 billion.
Yeah, I think that fiscal 27 guidance beat, again, we were looking for 53 billion from analysts. That's a pretty good look here for SuperMicro. How do you guys feel about this name today?
It's almost 30% beat on that revenue guide. Like, that's pretty significant for SMCI. And you almost get the feeling that SMCI would be up the way that CoreWeave and Nebius are if it wasn't for like sort of the past with SMCI, and then maybe not getting the full credit, or maybe it's just, people a little bit some trepidation for the name just because of some of the reputational issues that have happened with SMCI and some of the scandals. Otherwise, this seems like it's an all good to go sort of report. So for it not to be re-breaking out the top, it does have a pretty clear, I mean, the prior high sits at 33. I think 33.5 almost sits a little bit better if we do get a little bit of a dip, but the market doesn't seem like it wants to give that much of a dip. It's got room to 37 when you go back into that daily report, and it's an impressive report. In a lot of ways, you could make an argument that it was a cleaner report than a CoreWeave on SMCI.
For me on SMCI, man, it's pretty simple. $35 break right here on the sticky note today. $35 break higher right there, or a long dip into 33. So I'm going to be playing that range there today. And again, we don't want to sit there first thing. We want to give it a little bit of a second to make a move here. But SMCI, anything around that $33 mark, I think we'll try that. That's $33.50 right there. We cut the charts off, so it's not like that's a key level or anything. But coming back into 33, let's see if it drips back. That pulls it back about, to being about up 5-6%. So I think that would be a level that people will try to buy it up. And again, looking at a little bit of a longer time frame here on a 5-minute chart, $33 is where we have right now the 200 period. Remember, it's not even 200 periods here, so we got to be careful with that. But there's $32.50 we broke out from yesterday, so just a little bit of a pullback in the $33 that we see hit at 5:40 yesterday in the afternoon. So that should be a level well worth looking at there for SMCI. And because there's over 20% short float, I do like a $35 break. I like the increased margins, everything that Sharif mentioned there. Better quarter than expected. SMCI continues to work, and I like the stock, so let's go long SMCI on a 35 break. I'll probably be mad because, you know what, maybe I'll just take half a unit early if it goes, but I don't really want to punch out at 33. We'll see. Anyways, $35 definitely on my mind here for SMCI. And the thing is that as these imbalances come out, and again, thank you for all the birthday wishes there for my kid. Very kind of everybody. Nokia there. So these are going to come through on the NASDAQ, which is where SMCI is landing right now. So at 9:25 in about 8 minutes, you're going to get an update on all of this. And that could probably, I would say SMCI is going to be knocked out for a long. So I think it's going to come as a bid and then squeeze the shorts on this one. I said 20%. There was also a level for CoreWeave that was, so this both. So they're both. This is 19.6% short float. So definitely room to run there, especially with it being 10%. I think it can go higher. SMCI's expected move yesterday was 13%. So better quarter than expected, and I think it gets there. So I'd love to have this still hanging around 35. Maybe we'll punch it for like a quarter of a unit, something like that early. Punch outs necessarily haven't been the greatest. We showed you, I really liked Intel 98 yesterday. And what is it today? 100? Did it break 100 yet? There. So see? So it's like yesterday we were all over that 98 level, even taking the long through 98. But just because there wasn't, a true catalyst there, Intel really didn't do a whole heck of a lot. So on earnings there today for SMCI, I think there's that catalyst. Wow. Okay, good for you, Intel. That's a good play. That's another one for me today that I had written down INTC for the long at that 98. And of course, when we write that level down, we're chilling at $99. Now you're well suited to the upside. And I said this is probably going to be a day to see the NASDAQ continue to run. And that's exactly what it's doing on a nothing burger CPI number right there. So the market continues to blast a little higher. And a quick little check on our friendly Fed right now. And we're set 64% now. So this is really starting to become an uneventful September the 16th potentially. Yesterday it was exactly 50-50. Now, like all stocks, you're starting to raise on the expectation of a stay put number from Kevin Warsh and friends there with the Fed. So not looking good for a hike right now, and the market is taking that well. So there it goes, man. Nasdaq up another 1.1% with not too much red on the board. Do we even have a red
Not
story
a single
on
one.
here? So.
But there aren't any real. The things that are down aren't down because of a catalyst. Like Palantir was down a point, but there's no catalyst.
Something,
I'm sure there
has to be some stock that has had a bad
you
report
could throw
somewhere, but
not Nebius.
No, not Nebius. Let's go talk about Nebius, even though it's a similar story to that of CoreWeave.
Yeah, definitely not Nebius. I think it does bear its own discussion, though, Sean, because of how much it is up. And again, on its own, very strong earnings report. I was initially seeing that they missed EPS. Looks like on an adjusted basis, they beat EPS. They definitely beat revenue. Revenue up 450% year over year, Sharif. Apparently, they're saying capacity is doing so well, we could sell out 2027 right here today.
Yeah, they've got a lot of demand there. I'm not surprised by that, given, of course, what we've seen from other companies. So as you mentioned, 454% year-over-year increase on that top line number, bringing it over $500 million now, 582.3. Adjusted EPS is still negative 12 pennies, but fundamentally better than the 67 negative the street was expecting there. That's a beat. That's a big beat there. 10x though, Adara, the capex, 10x. Now they're spending $5.66 billion on their quarter, and they're guiding for the first half of 26, $8.13 billion. And we know exactly why. Of course, the demand is insatiable, and if you don't have the supply to meet the demand, people will look elsewhere. $2.25 billion operating cash flow driven by upfront prepayments. We've been seeing a lot more of this. We've been seeing some of the clients, the customers, buy the GPUs for these neo cloud companies. Now, that's not exactly what happened here, but you got a lot of upfront payments by these clients, which of course they take the money and they go ahead and they increase capacity. So nice to see that. But this thing had a 28.8% short float going into this morning. 61.07 million shares were borrowed or used for short. So some of this could be, of course, some short covering.
So here's my question, Sharif. CoreWeave or Nebius for you right now? Just your opinion.
You know what? I feel there's more upside for Nebius. They're still not profitable yet. The revenue is still not over $1 billion. If I'm taking something and I'm looking for beta, I'm taking Nebius. If I'm taking something a little bit more established, I'm going CoreWeave.
Yeah, and I think CoreWeave too. You got the year-over-year revenue growth stagnating a bit, so I think Nebius as well, probably the stronger look here. How do you guys feel about NBIS from a trading standpoint? I like to look at that daily chart you have up there, Neil.
Yeah, I believe they have less debt too. Nebius makes them a little bit more. They're an appealing name. I think maybe more growth there. But yeah, it's a quadruple top here at $230. I saw some in the chat saying they're looking at NBIL. Of course, remember, if you're trading any of those 2x leverage ETFs, great trading vehicles. I believe it's NB. Yeah, that's right. It is NBIL. If you're trading any of the 2x ones, the charts will obviously be a little bit different on the longer terms. Right? Like, why do you see downward sloping on the 2x? Decay is going to get you. There's a difference between day trading those things and hanging on to them. Obviously, I just want to make sure we get that out of the way because I saw that chatter. But this needs to break 230 on the chart. It's already into that level, but this is one where if it fails that 230 break, you could be looking at 15 to 18 for sure. If you're looking at NBIL in general, like, you have to remember, it's not the same thing as breaking that prior high. Like, you'd likely be looking at it taking out like the 28.5. So you'd want to watch to see when that top gets taken on NBIS because it's not going to be exact on this 2x leverage ETF, which is important, right? Like, if you sit there waiting for this top to break on NBIL, by the time that happens, NBIS is broken out like $20 ago. So you got to be able to look at that NBIS chart to find the break.
Yeah, I mean, they're only up 50% in 9 days, as opposed to CoreWeave's up 80%. So I think CoreWeave is going to have a little bit more juice to it today. But yeah, that 230, I mean, a blind man can see this level. So I think if you break through it, then that's a long. So will anybody take it? We'll see. But that's 230 break long on Nebius. I mean, the numbers are what they are, just as good as CoreWeave's. The only thing about Nebius is I don't think there's as much of a short float on it, NBIS. So let's have a quick little look to see what that is. And it's 28%. So there is just similar. And remember, Michael Burry, all these guys are trying to be short these names.
Exactly.
So yeah, CoreWeave and Nebius both similar short floats. So yeah, it looks like you're about to get taken out here, 228, 230 long there on Nebius. I just prefer CoreWeave. I've already said that 110 area, I think, for a break on CRWV. So we'll have to watch that, see what happens if that breaks through. All right, an interesting story coming up with Oracle. What a run that name's been on. Let's go find out why.
Actually, two interesting stories here with ORCL, and they both came out, I would say, within minutes of each other. So right before the bell, I believe, I remember mentioning this on the show, they announced this deal with Quantinuum, and then also a couple of minutes later, Business Insider reports they've got plans for more layoffs in certain segments.
Yeah, they do. That was interesting as well. This morning, they have this new health portal. I'll cover that. That's the one I have here, Dara. You can touch on the others. It looks like there's going to be a new consumer app, and it helps you kind of integrate your Oracle Health electronic health record, allows patients to access their medical records and connect with healthcare providers. But what was cool here, what I liked about this, is it actually allows patients to ask and receive basic questions from the number one, from the AI, as well as their treatment provider as well. So it kind of integrates everything. To me, this brings up a lot of privacy issues and how, this information is going to be housed, Adair.
Yeah, so let's get into these other stories here because, again, right before the bell yesterday, Oracle and Quantinuum, multi-year partnership. They're basically going to be bringing Helios from Quantinuum over to the Oracle Cloud Infrastructure customers through the Quantum service for Oracle. Then again, Business Insider reporting that there's going to be another round of layoffs this month. Apparently, certain teams could actually face double-digit percentage cuts. So these are not insignificant layoffs, at least for the affected teams. When we get more details, of course, we'll keep you posted. But either way here, Oracle back above 150. Not a bad look.
Not bad, but $150 it might be above. But one thing it's not above is the 50 period on the daily, which all downward sloping. The gut usually says with something like this, that could be a place where you look for a turn at that 155, the 50 period on that daily mark. So it's filled in the gap from yesterday. Great, but it's not really broken out yet. But I almost feel like if the market turns, that would be one that I'd probably look for more of a fade. But I have that more in mind for IBIT, which the problem with IBIT is when you like it to the short, sometimes it stinks so much that it's not going to pop and fade. The NASDAQ just broke out the highs and Bitcoin just broke the lows. So that's why it's on the note for short, but that means it can be played back into this little double top. It's got 36.5. So that's this is easier for a fade. We're talking about what is weak. This is weak. Oracle, maybe not the right day to pick on it with all the strength that we're seeing. You can always look for there's always relative weakness somewhere if you look hard enough. Just not Oracle today.
All right, as far as Oracle is concerned here, yeah, it's up 4%, so that's really nice. Oracle has had very, very nice movement there off those lows, right? We came into 120 a couple times in the last little while. We actually broke through this 135 level. There's 120 back into there. So again, another name that's up from 120 to 150. So you're starting to get going again here on this name. And I think it breaks. So I like Oracle. I like what they're talking about right here. A better buy zone for me would be if you're looking longer term, 140 or so. If we do have a dip down, we're not going to get that today being up that 4%, but this looks like a good level that was held back in February, March, April, May, before eventually breaking again to 250. No one ever thought that was coming through. And then from 250 all the way back down to 115 and now back on its way up. I do think we need to break that 50 period moving average to get it really excited once again. And maybe even a switch from Oracle from the New York to the NASDAQ might be something to help them out. IBIT a sell. Other than that, there's Oracle with a buy, so nothing really going on. There's CoreWeave with a sell, so it's not really, doesn't really care about that, doesn't look like. SpaceX, how dare I talk about it? It's a buy again as well, possibly breaking that 136, could be something sweet there. Oh, wow. Will SpaceX get a bit underneath it today? We'll have to wait to find out. Like I said, man, we've now had, I don't know how many days in a row we've been green. It's a lot. And it's just about being patient for me. So that 136 level, I really do like that long. It's just a matter of taking a little bit too early, definitely lowering the shares if I do wind up taking that. It looks like it's going to go right now. So congratulations to everybody that's been buying off those low levels there on SpaceX. And remember with SpaceX, man, it was not always the fact of oh my God, that lockup's going to be such a problem. I tried to pound the table a little bit, explaining to you guys I didn't think it was going to be that much of a problem. Intel is absolutely gone. There goes IREN too, another name here. Someone's got to power all of this. IREN has the space there from their Bitcoin mining. They switched it over. So now you can clearly see that IREN starting to go back upside as demand for the space, demand for the power continues. And there goes my boy Intel. Yesterday it was a 98 long. Hope some of you had that. Maybe it was a swing trade for you. I hope so. Up to 101.50 right now and going higher. Obviously, you can't predict this kind of a move in the NASDAQ up 1% off earnings, but there it goes, man. Starting to get excited here on Intel. Waiting for a move back in. Will we get it? Who knows? Maybe 99 now for INTC as we hear that Lip Bhutan has bought some more shares apparently in Intel. But there it goes, nice upside move on INTC. Let's go back to the desk for one more on Photonics. Let's go Marvell.
Momentum too.
Yeah, I'm going to start here with LITE because they actually reported earnings last night. This is a really solid report. You had really strong year-over-year growth across the board here in like margin, revenue, etc. And then, of course, also you've got Coherent reporting tonight. So all of these names here, LITE, AAOI, COHR, it's a really good look.
Yeah, and optics are very much in favor at the moment, guys. This is Q4 for them. Again, one of those anomalous accounting sort of calendars. Over $1 billion in revenue. That's about 110% increase year over year. Non-GAAP EPS of $3.23 versus the $2.97 expected. And they followed up with an aggressive guide for Q1, $1.225 to $1.275 billion in revenue. Listen to this, though. They took a GAAP net loss here, not because they have one-time operating expenses or anything like that. It's because they paid down their debt pretty aggressively here. They extinguished 35% of their outstanding debt by buying back some of those warrants. And also, supply and demand. Demand here, insatiable. It's outpacing supply by about 30%, specifically for their high-powered lasers.
Good morning, everybody.
So as we get the opening bell, thank you for that on Momentum. Marvell also up on Sympathy pretty significantly. Last I checked, 4% maybe to the upside. CoreWeave just, oh no, it didn't break. CoreWeave just blasted to the 110 level and maybe coming back in a little bit here. What else we got going on? SpaceX just took out the high, so SpaceX is already on a bit of a rally to start the day. That just took out 136.5. Luis Suarez is interested in the name that's reporting tonight. That's Cerebras. Obviously, they're going to be a big player tonight. But at the open, it just lost to 250. So $250 has been a hard top all pre-market. Maybe it's waiting until aftermarket to make that breakout.
We got into CoreWeave there and into SMCI, but less of shares. SMCI didn't break 35, so I don't really know. That just triggered in there. So we're going to get out a little bit here because that's not really the play. We needed to break 35 if we were going to do anything on SMCI. So let's get a little bit out. All right, we said we were going to use it. We are in this name with 1/4 of a unit there, as CoreWeave does, I guess. We got long at 11. 110.20 is the very top there, but just 1/4 of a unit. I mean, we didn't really want to get into something super off the jump, but we did. So there goes CoreWeave now, 108. We'll try to buy maybe a little bit down there if it does come back into 108 quickly. But yeah, not really the open there that thought it could have potentially flushed one way. And it looks like it did make a high move, but now the profit takers are in. Remember, there still is 20% short on CoreWeave, right? And same thing there for SMCI. So both these names definitely tricky to trade off the open. And we just should, like I said, man, we should have just been sticking with our goal and our plan of waiting for some of these names to finally trade through. But we thought it could go through 110. So let's just give it a little bit of time to see if that is the trade here for CoreWeave. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. But we can get a little bit out if it comes back up into that 109.30 for flat, which we just sort of took right there. And then now we'll wait to see if we do get a little bit of a higher blast off now for CoreWeave. Both CoreWeave and SMCI, all of a sudden, man, right back into the money now for both of these names. So, give it a little bit of time to settle, and then we'll see. Good little take there on SMCI above $35. And there goes CoreWeave. Hey, someone in the chat said they want a dollar club. So, Neil, they ask and they get. So there goes right now CoreWeave. Let's wait to see how high this name can fly. Through 110 is where it needs to land. But right now it's struggling around those areas. So CoreWeave so far for the win here today. There it goes. There's your dollar club. You guys asked for it and you got it. So let's go back over, see what Neil's doing. But CoreWeave right now hovering around that 110, man. It's going to be a key level, that's for sure.
Oh, it's 100% a key level. But it held that VWAP, so I'm trying to grab it under VWAP. At VWAP, but also SpaceX looking like it's going to be that VWAP fade play, as it does lose the bid. So there's your topping tail candle. Instead of a bottoming tail, it's a topping tail over here on SpaceX. Want to take it in front of the 135. Obviously, 140 is not going to be any kind of a thing there as well. So I still want to see if we can get some juice. I don't want to chase. Where's my offer? Hang on a second. We paid for locates. Yes, we did. Just want to make sure we paid for some locates on SpaceX there. So if it gets to 135, that's where I want to grab the short. It's the false break of the high that we're all about there on SPCX. So
yeah, man, double dollar clubs over on this side, man. SMCI, there's the 35 break. There's printing 36s right now. So that was a pretty hot trade there. Too bad we didn't get more down there. Instead, we punched out 10% there at VWAP, which is crazy because went all the way down to 34. We were looking for 33s. But there it goes. That's the upside play there. You guys can go check it out. And then CoreWeave, we took out some at the top. We know this is going to be a slippery slope here with CoreWeave. So we have a bunch of outs, and look at this 111s right there, and look at this name falling right back in. So I'm going to take the time to get some more out of SMCI. Because again, like this name is really starting to go upside there. Wow, SMCI. Bring home the bacon right there, man. It's a good day today, that's for sure, as we get the SMCI long to the upside there on the sticky note. So I don't know, I saw that note in the chat. It's like, man, Sean, we need some more dollar clubs. I always feel the pressure of that, but we just trade and whatever happens, happens. So there it is. Now Neil's long CoreWeave there and short on SpaceX. So let's go see what's going on. Generally speaking, when Neil gets into a position, and I have the same one, sometimes it doesn't go well, but here comes CoreWeave back to the downside. So you're in it long there, and you got short SpaceX.
Yeah, for me, it was a pre-market low in here at the 107. SpaceX, we'll get to SpaceX second because that's actually starting to come back in there. But CoreWeave didn't want to break out at 110, wanted to buy it off of the pre-market support, which is at 107. The actual low is at 105.5. So as it gets back up into the 110, want to look to take out some profit. I know NBIS is a very similar story, so we should be tracking them as well for everybody. That's heading lower. So NBIS is losing VWAP. It never broke 230 bucks. It went to 229.89. So the breakout play is still very much in effect for NBIS, or if you're looking at NBIL, that's the other way to look at it. Look at how, see this is SpaceX for you. You get short in front of 135, get printed off the lows almost instantly for 50 pennies, and then it's retaking that top. So if there's one thing I know about SpaceX, it's do not get trapped at the bottom. I'm going to jump out of VWAP here because what I smell is that's as far as it wants to go, and I'll let it put in some kind of a higher low to jump into SpaceX. Fair enough. That one seems like it wants to try to go. And when that thing reverses on SpaceX, sometimes you just got to get the heck out of its way. Take what you can and then get the heck out of Dodge if it wants that reversal. CoreWeave does hold that pre-market low. Now I want to close above 110. And once it does that,
Neil.
You're talking about the volume-weighted average price. That'll sit at 109.40. There's also that NBIS, by the way. Should be catching a bid too. If CoreWeave's catching a bid, NBIS is catching a bid, that means that 230 break is in play. But I'd prefer that with the 2X, which would be at 28.5.
I get it. All right, there it goes, man. Crab boils for everybody. CoreWeave upside, SMCI. We're now $4 in the money on 2 trades. Like, we're focused, man. And there it goes. SMCI now $2 off of our bid. So, you know, we like the stock. We talked about it. Rewind this thing to 8 o'clock. You hear me talk about SMCI. We like that $35 level. Came in, had a little bit of a dip down, and we're like, oh, man, what have we done? And then all the way to the upside right there for SMCI. And CoreWeave, let's go, man. A couple dip buys there as well as CoreWeave continues to extend outside. And there it is, man. Look, man, it does take a little bit of balls to trade these stocks, and especially if you're trying to go for something there. So that was risky on CoreWeave. Like, that did have its upside down play there. Like, it was thinking about it, but we definitely like these levels. We buy it twice, and now we're getting out all the time. We have the lows and the highs right there of CoreWeave. It's just that 110 that started giving me the runaround there. But all good, man. Long at 108 and change. And there it is. Thank you so much for that. No respect. And look, man, honestly, we talk about this all the time. We talked about it yesterday with Joe. We talked about it with Obi, Neil, everybody right there. If you don't have any, see ya. You got to have some kind of a shot play every once in a while because, sitting here pushing keys is definitely something that's fun to do. But, if you put on too much risk at the wrong times, then this is not a very fun experience. But when it works, it works. And there we go, man. This is what it's about. I think Joe said something yesterday, Neil. It's like, you're not sitting down here to do nothing. We're sitting down here, put on some plays, make a little bit of cash. And look, sometimes it works for you, sometimes it doesn't. But when the board is really printing for you, you got to keep it going, right? You got to keep it going, keep those shares pumping, and keep your ideas flowing. So there it goes with CoreWeave. The other name, we didn't have too many halts there. This is an interesting one. Now just doing 2 million shares, HYLN. So that just halted, and then now it's down to 450 right there, HYLN. And just to talk about CoreWeave quickly, because we've been doing it, I'm almost out. I only have 20% left of SMCI, and then on CoreWeave, I have about 40% left. So we're trying to see what happens here as this goes to the upside. Is it in, do I not have, are you doing that because you need to go to you, Adara, or you got something in your throat?
Okay.
Okay, so everything's all good over there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either.
No, keep doing it. I just didn't know if Adara was clearing her throat like she's DJ Cool over there.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
There it goes now. So I just want to make sure that we weren't like ignoring Miss Adara in the back over there. So, but stand up, everybody. We talked about those stand-up desks. Congratulations, everybody that has this CoreWeave trade. Nice to see you had that one there with the nice SpaceX, and now we're watching out.
Look at SpaceX now.
Look at me now, America.
When SpaceX tells you to get out of the way, you get the you know what out of the way on SpaceX. Like once it held the low, forget about it. That stock, it still might be in squeeze mode when it comes to SpaceX. And when you see that happen, you just got to understand, if you're short, you can like it, but you don't have to be in love with it. I have a trail at 110 that I almost might move. If we put in 2 back-to-back topping tail candles in here, I want to jump out and look for the low one more time. But there is one name that I didn't get, and that's, I want to find the short here in IBIT. The NASDAQ is actually lower here. As I just trailed out. I'm going to trail out a CoreWeave. I just showed you why we're trailing out there at that 110. But the NASDAQ's at that volume weighted average price, and I still want my IBIT short. So I'm sitting just in front of 36.3. That's about to hit the low of the day. So the NASDAQ is giving it back. The question is, like, what's weak? Because we were just showing you a bunch of stuff that was going up. My guess is you're looking at things like, no, it's not NVIDIA's fault. NVIDIA's looking pretty strong.
I mean, momentum's not weak, but it's basically given up the gap here.
Yeah, and there it goes. Like, see, successive topping tail candles. I'll jump out and then look for the pre-market low again. Because if we're not going to hold the volume weighted average price, there's 106, and then there's 101.5 was the ultimate zone that we did like. So I want to fight that SpaceX. I feel like the short for me is going to be over here in IBIT. Might just have to take VWAP. We like VWAP. It's under VWAP. The market was strong. I'm not really seeing a good reason not to already be short IBIT.
All right, we're going to be watching out for that short on IBIT. We do have, so CoreWeave's come back in, obviously, and that's why, we both talked about getting, 1150s, we got more out up there. So right now, as we pull this back in, I'd have to see 100, you still have about that 30% there. We got some more out there as a top ticked, but coming back in is CoreWeave. So that was a good little run that we had on that stock. Got out some more SMCIs. It was $36 as well. So I'll take another piece right here at 18s if we can get it, and there it goes. We did get that out. Yeah, CoreWeave, the momentum is going to be slowing down here because remember, we do have a short squeeze situation that probably happened off the open and now trying to settle back in on CoreWeave. Still a name that does not make any money. I think we can get out if it breaks 107 now for CoreWeave. So we'll try a little bit more down here and then just see if we can get some upside play. And then we'll just go on a 107 break. It'll probably be a pretty nasty one if it winds up breaking. Yesterday we traded, yesterday SpaceX was a darling of a trade as well. So we'll have to check out that. 106.50 maybe as the low there for SpaceX, or for CoreWeave. So we could put that in. It looks like it's going to break it pretty much right now on CoreWeave. So let's watch out for that. 106.49s or so. We'll stop out of that. Was a good run. We don't want to put too much back in there. You don't want to throw good money or bad money after good or whatever, because it was good money first. So we'll have to wait for that. SMCI definitely working out. All right, that ZTG just halted and reopened there, 942. So ZTG, another one of these names that could be something there today. 11.20. We have to look at that Opal again, because that would be the one that was trading.
Isn't it OFAL?
OFAL, yeah.
Okay, it's OFAL. It's OFAL. That's
It was 936 halt. So
no, it is halted. OFAL is also halted.
Hasn't
You have it up.
yet.
321 to the upside. 321 is the tap. 301 is the current move, the current hold.
By the way,
pre-market highs at $3.50 on that OFAL. That does look like a pretty good one. I'm just noticing NBIS is holding up a little bit better right now. So obviously it's above the volume weighted average price. It looks like it's going to take out that $230 level. So the breakout's definitely in play for NBIS. If you're looking at NBIL, I believe that's, let's see what it's going to be. It's like $28.50 on NBIL for potential breakout. Just it's a little stronger than CoreWeave at this moment. So going to give this one the next shot.
Yeah, I was just going to say there that we're talking about a little bit about CoreWeave. So we just bought, and then we just got more out right there for the upside. So we don't have to hit this home run anymore. That's already been hit. Like, we're not Vladdy over here. We're actually trying to hit multiple home runs. We'll see if we can get back up to the upside rate now, although the Blue Jays hopefully starting to pick it up a little bit there. If they can ever catch fire, maybe they can do something.
The new kids have something to play for.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're playing for next year. Like this Bateman kid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He doesn't want to go back to AAA.
why
He's got a
would you?
fire under his ass,
Yeah,
man. That
good,
kid's
man.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad the Blue Jays finally starting to pick it up a little bit there.
That's
But yeah, there it goes. So another reload, and we did it again right there, right? So what up, 50? Trying to put some little bit more in our pocket right now. But this is a pretty crazy stock here is CoreWeave on earnings day. So, you guys wanted some action. You're getting it right now with CRWV. Remember where our stop is. No more outs until we let this thing either get back to 109 or break lower. Okay. It's the money's already in the pocket. So we'll just chill out on that. And then here we go, man. Also, we're just playing with house money. There goes SMCI, another one. So there it goes again, man. We should have reloaded it, but we didn't. Let's see if we can have a little bit of diamond hands here into what's the market has been bleeding down a little bit. So, that's part of the concern there. Is anything else moving around? I mean, we weren't looking at that. I mean, Nebius would probably move similar to CoreWeave. So,
It's a little better right now.
yeah, not much to look at as far as that. Yeah, Nebius is actually holding the 50-period moving average. They would like to see, obviously, that rip up, and that would probably help out ye old CoreWeave. And then yesterday, Apple was approaching that 303 level. It's there again. So 302.20s now for Apple, trying to come into play their AAPL.
SpaceX is actually still going.
Yeah.
SpaceX has a date with $140. It seems like. Come on, Blue Ocean. There we go. Yeah, it's ever since we got out of it, look at it just slap through the volume weighted average price, and it doesn't even want anything left. Remember, 140 is it's not an even dollar level. It's also the 50 period on the daily. So if it gets up there, I wrote that down as the other fade level. It was VWAP 140. I'm always like a VWAP style person, which does mean, whoops, I just type it. There we go. Type it twice. If we break out above this quarter mark, I'm going to jump out of IBIT, and we'll end up 1 for 3 on the day. But as you said, CoreWeave made its move, so we're happy with that one. And it might be NBIS as the next long. I feel like if one's going to go, both will probably go. But NBIS wants this breakout at 230. Like I said, it'll be $28.50 on NBIL. And it doesn't line up on the daily chart, but of course it's a 2x leverage, so you got to look at that day's high. It just looks a little bit stronger. They got the same short float, they have very similar companies, same size. I think they're both like 40, 50 billion market caps. Just one of them seems to want this breakout right now.
All right. Yeah, Nebius and CoreWeave. Okay. We can look somewhere else, guys. What else do you guys want to talk about? Neil just looked at SpaceX. I mean, we only have 3, sure. We only have 3 names on here. SpaceX long, Intel long, Hillian, HLYN, I believe, right here. We can go find out if there's a story on this, down 13% right now. It did halt off the open. They're coming back into $4. I want to thank you for the super chat. It was halted, is now open back up. I don't know. Is there a story HYLN, Adara? Because, yeah, HYLN. $5 up to $5.50 there, dropping back in just a bit. Yeah, it doesn't look super exciting, but that high there of $5.50, should have been noted by you guys if you're trading.
They reported, but
right into there. Oh, was a report there?
Yeah, they reported earnings, and they also got some kind of deal with
Navy.
Carno. It looks like maybe the U.S. Navy. So, catalyst there.
All right, so some interesting plays there for Hillion there, and it looks like it got to that 550, which we just showed you there on the daily, and someone whacked it into the short. So I think what happened was just a big seller came right off the open, which just mechanically halted it. So, that's the play there. All right, SoFi's getting its ass kicked again. So, yeah, that's getting hit hard right now, too. Yeah, right now to the downside. It was 1835 down to 18, almost a gap low there on SoFi, showing up on my account right there. SoFi and Robinhood. So I'm guessing that Robinhood also taking a little dump. Yeah, $94 for Robinhood. Yuck. That was just in the, didn't that get up to 120? Yeah, it did. Basically, it did. Got to 120, down to 94. So down about 25% on that right there off of its recent highs. So yeah, a little bit of a dump action in the fintech space. I don't love the fintech space anymore. I've sort of talked about that a little bit there. So I won't be buying any more of any of those anytime soon. SK Hynix cruising today, man, up 7% as these names continue to get some love over the last couple of days, right? 130 up to 150, looking to break through that 160. That'd be pretty cool. And then, you know, because it's in my contract, of course, as we talked about this yesterday, SpaceX, man, my most successful stock this year. Probably nothing will change that unless, well, we'll see. 134, never say never. 134 down there. That was the level, by the way. It's just crazy how hot some of these notes are. But there it was right there, 134 long on SpaceX. The low of the day today for SpaceX is 134. So right there, like that came in at 935. So we should have probably been there. It's unfortunate because, you know, that's now $4 and that would be another way to celebrate. But yeah, there it goes upside into 138. So great trading there. I hope some of you were able to check out the sticky note. I'm going to put it there in the chat again. The most looked at piece of media that we have. So you guys keep on looking over there at SPCX as I think it's along for a while, right? We'll see, as Neil mentioned, it probably has a date with that 140. But yeah, didn't get to 130. I said it was going to get to 150 before it gets to 130. We almost got there yesterday. I think we maybe we did get to 130 bottom yesterday. Yeah, 130.50s. So, you know, we'll have to wait to see. But right now, back up $7 from yesterday. And here comes CoreWeave. We were able to get out of some more of that as it just was not going. So, you know, more outs as it's going upside 106.50, and then we can stop talking about this name and we'll be out of it. And then, you know, we'll give back some, and then there it goes, it just broke. And then there is SMCI, still that $2 darling upside for SMCI. CoreWeave, yeah, down to 106. Now we got to find another level for CRWV because it just broke the lows.
Yeah, and NBIS broke that top, but almost like an instant failure. It broke the 28.5. It got up to, like, remember this is 2x levered, so it's going to be a little bit more spready given the moves. But it did go like 30, 40 cents up. It couldn't break the even dollar. But if it's going to false break, I don't want to be stuck. So I got out of it the second it false broke. You could have scalped it for a little bit more, but I'd wait for VWAP. VWAP is $1.50 away. So it's a wide range here. And I'm not going to give this like $1.50. Just, that's too much range on that stock. NVIDIA now seems like it wants to be strong. Out of nowhere, NVIDIA wasn't doing that much, and all of a sudden it seems like it wants to take the reins. The only position, we're still in IBIT, that just topping tailed the volume weighted average price and held. So I think this one has a chance to close this gap in. If the market loses VWAP ever, this is going to 36. If the market doesn't lose VWAP, well, it's a weak stock, so that can work. But the NASDAQ is holding on to said volume weighted average price on the way back. So there is some strength coming in, led by NVIDIA, hopefully going to be led by some of the earnings names as well. And better not have just jinxed that VWAP hold on the Qs, triple Qs. It was breaking away from VWAP, and now all of a sudden it's pulling back. All
right, we got back into CoreWeave, of course, because it looks like that bottom might have been 106 right there. So we get back in at 106.50. We just take another 70 cents on this one. So we'll lose a little bit to begin with. Well, on this last trade there as it dumped back through. So let's take a little bit of profit as it goes back up. Pretty light on that, giving it to 105 and change break, right? The 200 period moving average there on CoreWeave is basically right where we're at right now. So that's 105.80s there. So nice retracement back upside there now for the CoreWeave name. All right, Robinhood, SoFi coming back in. Let's have a quick look at maybe
that these lawsuit threats for Meta.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, guess what just lost? Well, every single bid.
Yeah.
Basically, there is one green candle, and it was a trap through what level? $600. Every time this loses $600, it's just it's just nasty. Sorry, they're not in favor. You can believe whatever you want, but they're in the crosshairs and they're getting smoked. The other thing, getting smoked is the wrong word, but the other thing losing the bid is Microsoft software having a rough day of it. Softies through 5 bills. It's tagging 493 as we speak. On my quote board, the weakest stock this morning on the quote board was Palantir, which might have something to do with what it's done since earnings. Not as bad, but it's also pulling back through 170. So you saw NVIDIA blasting higher. It's almost like, okay, we like the chips today. We know what's leading us up. Software taking us to the downside. Also, the cybersecurity names under pressure.
Yeah, I just realized I looked at my account and one of my largest holdings is now Palo Alto. So that name, it's actually getting to be a scary level how much I'm in on Palo Alto right now, PanW. That's going to probably be listed under this technology services department there. Yeah, so this has had quite a run, man, up to $400 again for PanW, as Neil just mentioned. It's good because we double checked our meta and was like, yeah, we don't like that stock too much and we don't have too many shares in the long term as much as I thought I did anyways there for Meta. So yeah, it's getting slapped as, I told you, it's the new tobacco. All right, ServiceNow coming through, Adobe, Netflix. We just reloaded ourselves on CoreWeave down there at 106, giving ourselves about 20 cents worth of risk there. These are some of the names that are bumping around there. And then, yeah, we're sort of expecting a little bit more out of this side there, but it is holding out decently now. And Intel's up to 102, as we talked about Lip Bhutan and some of that movement there for that stock as that's trying to get going. It's nice to see the producer manufacturers back again. So Caterpillar's back upside now again, basically almost where we bought it. GEV as well, upside. We talked about IRA, and there's Lumentum. You know, the Photonics, they had a great quarter there, up 7%. Not really sure what it's doing off the open here.
It's got to be down because it was.
Yeah,
it was like 9 before.
Yeah, so now 7, so that's not great. Rejecting on VWAP, I just heard Adara say in the back there. We didn't look at oil at all this AM, but XOM down a little bit, CVX, Valero. So you know, in this space, there's not too much action. Most of it's over here. Financials, okay. Berkshire has been pretty hot recently, obviously, as we've indicated some of their love for the insurance business. Check out the KIE. There as a ETF, but Berkshire down 1%, Morgan up, which is nice. Goldman, so the two that I own, Goldman here and JP Morgan, pretty nice, and wherever Charles Schwab is in here somewhere as well. There's Robinhood, relatively flat, so maybe it's battled back a little bit, which is nice to see. But yeah, so far so good here on the day in the market. I mean, it's been a pretty uneventful open, maybe. It depends. I mean, it's been a good short right there off the jump. Now you're trying to deal with VWAP, so that's always the case there. And it's been a good one for the ES, but look at this. We're trying to break lows right now on the ES. So maybe the short is in play on the broader market while the NASDAQ is trying to hold some of these bids. And, you know, if you're wondering about what's going on CoreWeave here, same old, right? I'm just trying to massage right now. So we just get a good little bid there, trying to put some more love into this name. And right now, so far, so good on CoreWeave dip buys. But I think it's gonna break. I mean,
NDIS might lose VWAP.
Yeah, like these should already be going. So, you know, to sit in here and wait for it to break the lows is kind of silly. So if we do have some profit like we're doing, we're taking a little bit of it, and then just waiting. If it does break the lows here of 105.80, then we're out. So we're gonna watch out for Nebius. And that could happen in one swoop, by the way. Meta just getting pummeled.
Oh, SLV didn't get there. I liked SLV at 59. That might have. It did bounce, but it bounced at 59 and a third, and now back at VWAP. But it was NBIS that had the eyeballs on. If this loses VWAP, you know, it's an obvious to say the pre-market lows. But that's like $12 lower, and that could be in play. If we lose the volume-weighted average price, it's a bit of a gap fill. So I'm glad we got out of NBIL we were trading, just to quickly show you. That was a false break. It needs to hold on to this volume-weighted average price. IBIT's resisting the low. I think the good thing there is, as I mentioned, silver is strong. Gold, relatively speaking. Like, look at gold. Like, gold is almost back at the high. So the metals are good. I like the fact that if you're short IBIT, the metals are going, and the market's trying to catch a bid, and it's still hanging off of that low of the day. But it might be NVIDIA that needs to do some work to drag the market higher. This seems like it's the strongest. Right now, I'm looking pretty squarely at NBIS at VWAP. Via NBIL, it looks like it wants to hold that volume-weighted average price. Instead of holding the breakout trade to there, just going to look for the close above and then try to grab something in front of this 27.
Yeah, big celebratory moment for Joe, for Adara. Good job so far today. Adara's on Lumentum, and Joe has been trading Zetri, T-triple-Qs. Everybody loving Joe. Okay, so just quickly here as well as we continue to watch out for some of these stocks that have been halting back and forth. VBIO up 300%, halt, all the way to the upside. VBIO continuing its move higher right now. And look where we halted, right into some key levels there for VBIO, a relatively new name. I'm not even sure what this is. It is called Valian Bio. So they're starting to go back up to the upside. No recent splits or anything like that, but there it goes up to 130 and halted right now on back-to-back jacks. Come on, CoreWeave, man, we're almost in the dollar club again on that name. All right, OFAL, man, that one opened and fell. Fell to the downside there on OFA Group, 355, 360. Bunch of halts, thank you, Dara. 1, 2, 3, 4 halts right now. It looks like this last one may get us into that 320 market. But remember, we already talked about this name at 350 and that was a good level there. It goes back a couple months into 350 right there. And by a couple months, I mean last year at this time in July. What's up with Hey, remind me next July that I should buy some OFAL, because it happened right there again as well. So there it goes, OFAL on the way up side on that one.
OFAL is
and
awful.
then ZTG, yeah, there it is. What's up? Boom goes OFAL. So you are right about that one. But there goes ZTG, trying to halt around. All right, man, CoreWeave about at that dollar. We're gonna wait to see what winds up happening here with that stock. But so far, so good here today on the show. And it's about to get a lot better because we're going back to the big desk with Miss Adara.
This is the S&P 500. We hit this prior level of resistance going back, I guess, a couple days now. That's 775 in the morning, and then we promptly fall. Currently, I guess right now, just opened our third 50-minute candle of the day. Let's see if it's a red one like the previous two right now, looking like it's going to be red. NASDAQ actually did have a green candle for the second 50-minute candle of the day. For NASDAQ, you've got the support here around that 723. Let's see if this ends up coming to fruition. We have a lot of earnings-related plays to talk about here. CoreWeave, I know Sean is in the dollar club or do the dollar club with that, so congrats to him on this. And also congrats to CoreWeave for a strong quarter and for mostly holding up pretty well here after this earnings report. Guidance was certainly strong for CRWV. NBIS also in focus here. This was a name that had 454% year-over-year revenue growth. Same sector as CoreWeave, double beat as well here for NBIS. And last but not least, SMCI. SuperMicro, another name that's actually holding quite well onto its gap to the upside on earnings day one. SuperMicro did have a revenue miss, but better than expected guidance for fiscal 2027 when it comes to revenue. When it comes to trading, this is the place to be. So join us here every day at Trader TV Live. Like, subscribe, and listen to what Sean has to say. And you.
Apparently, we're just hearing that Google is raising the cost of their phones. So Adara will get that story. There's a Google event going on. That one of their
It doesn't start till 6 p.m.
Okay, so something just, I guess they're some sort of a like a fact sheet or promo sheet or something got released. So that's not going to be good for Google right now. Already, you know, not really competing with the iPhone, and now that you have more expensive prices coming through, we already know that for Apple. I don't know if Google can hold the customers the same way Apple can, but it doesn't really matter. Both strong products for sure. CoreWeave starting to go back up to the upside. But here we go, guys. Markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves means more setups, more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital, and that's where Trade the Pool, let's go CoreWeave, that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account, no more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit TradeThePool.com right there. So yeah, go get that going on. And honestly, man, this SpaceX, we're gonna go to Adair in a second. Wow, like that 134, like kaboom, that was quite the move there for SPCX, up to 138 and looking to take out day's high right now on SpaceX. So wow, that name just continues to impress every single time when those machines get turned on. And there goes 138 again. So dip buy opportunities there in SpaceX. Wow, just to have followed my own note again would have been quite nice. What's up, Miss A?
Google today in focus. They have their Made by Google event. The keynote kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern and apparently is going to be hosted by Trevor Noah. But it looks like they're making some announcements ahead of that event. They've debuted their Pixel 11, 11 Pro, 11 Pro XL, and 11 Pro Fold phones. So they do have that Pixel Fold. They also announced an upgraded Pixel Watch 5, which starts at $399. Now, here's the thing. The pricing for these new Google smartphones, $899 here for the starting cost. The foldable is going to be costing $1,900. Now, apparently, this has to do with the memory crunch. So very, very pricey Google phones. If I get anything else here in terms of this event starting early, I'll keep you posted. But I was on the YouTube stream because they already have it up, and as of yesterday, still set to start at 6 p.m. Eastern. So just because we have announcements doesn't mean we have the real thing. Back to you.
I mean, everyone's raising prices. That is what it is. We already heard it with Apple, so like they all have to, and they're just going to do it. I don't know why. Trevor Noah, huh? Like I guess you got to do a comedian instead of you can't find somebody charismatic enough inside the company. But fair enough. Do your thing, Trevor Noah. Good for you. The Nasdaq is still looking a little bit weak. So it got the next leg out, closing the gap on IBIT. Now that it's at that 63.5 actually on Bitcoin. If it falls any further, you got to be thinking about yesterday's lows. Or if we get a bounce, try like the reload at the volume weighted average price. But I feel like at this point, the way it's dripping down, I want to look at the 15 because there's still like that big close gap. If it does a bottom tail in the 15-minute, then that'd be another reason to try to jump out of the trade. NBIS, we'll talk about some of the same names. NBIS looking pretty good. But how about you, NVIDIA? NVIDIA, that's a pretty good looking 15-minute candle to close the gap. Might put in its first red, but it's been stair-stepping to the upside. I feel like if this turns, that could be a bit of a moment for sure. So just watch out. NVIDIA seems like it wants to lead the market in here. I haven't gotten back into NBIS. It's right back at the highs. It was a blast up back in NBIS. It does feel like this is a little bit stronger than CoreWeave is what I want to say. And for the small cappers out there, OFAL, so it halted up after the last time, broke the high, and then halted down again. So there's been 2 halts since the last time we brought it to you. This one's a down halt, and the tap doesn't look very good. It's going to indicate an open 305, so 50 cents down from here on OFAL. Still obviously 400%. I would imagine almost everybody would be in the money if you were trading it. And then another one in here, Kava. Unfortunately, this one is losing the bid a bit. Great earnings name, but it couldn't sustain any kind of a breakout. So that'll be a disappointment. Not out of IBIT yet, but it's showing some signs of slowing down with the market in here. But it's just catching this 36. If we get a bottom tail, I jump out and wait for the volume weighted average price to reload this sucker.
That's so funny because every single time CoreWeave gets to 107.30 or so, it falls. So I'm going to put another offer up there. Like I just keep on getting out, and it's like one time it went to 107.50. That was good, but there it is, just a couple times in a row. They're like, there it is, bouncing off 107.30 again. It's your 25-period moving average. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'll take another piece at 89. There we go. We just joined the party there and get another piece out. I am waiting at 107.20 in case we do get that shot, and then my next outs are all 108. And then hopefully 108.50, and then we can see if we can get a little mature after that and get back up there to the upside. There it goes, break. Okay, good. So now I'm sitting at 107.20. This is what happened last time, man. It broke like this. It got excited, then it just got whacked down $1. Like the last time it was there, it went whoosh, right back down in. So, did we get that? No, we missed it again. See, we missed that 107.20. Went to 107.18 there. But yeah, I don't know. One more little whoosh to the upside there and get us out, and then we'll hold a quarter of this position left on CoreWeave and hopefully, get that big winner that we're all looking for one more time. I mean, it's $1 in the money right now. I mean, if you want to take that, you take that. But right now, give me that 107.20 there on CoreWeave. Hopefully it comes through. All right, so $1. I mean, I'm thinking about SMCI here. Did have a nice little move down. Let's go to 36.20s or so and get a piece out there. Go to 36.10. We only have 5% left on SMCI. There goes CoreWeave. Thank you. Hopefully now we can get back up to the upside on that one. VBIO, the name that's been halting around, looks like it's now open. So there goes VBIO. 130 take, break higher on this name. There it goes. It's going to halt right now at 117. Is it worth taking it? I don't know. I mean, it's just been back and forth at these levels. So I think, a much better look there is $1. So, and then CoreWeave failed again at 107.50, by the way. Much better take there for the dollar level, but yeah, right, nice little halt up now. The tap is right where it closed right now at 118. So I'm going to take another offer on CoreWeave, but there's VBIO open and halted. RMCF.
Yes.
Yeah. Halt. This is a good one. The next halt might be something good.
Best company name ever.
RMCF.
Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory.
I was going to say Royal Military Canadian something. Rocky Mountain. Yeah.
Royal Military Canadian, or it should be RCM. Yeah, then we'll be a little bit
CNP
closer.
is the Royal Canadian.
But you had me at chocolate. A better deal than getting chocolate, everybody, because cocoa prices are going up.
They are.
So a much more reasonable deal if you want to catch some kind of a deal is that if you're a member here, a Trader TV Live members get Sharif's morning research note every day. And it's about 25 cents per trading day. $5 a month, $4.99. You get members only videos, you get posts, custom emojis, loyalty badges. And just to give you an idea of what is in that morning note, like, it's how many pages is it? 12 pages today. You've got Lumentum. Maybe you didn't get a chance to look at these guys, but earnings for Lumentum's in there, some technical levels, what the story is. Unfortunately, the negative news for Meta, and they're getting pumped down a little bit here as well. So $5, $4.99 a month. You really can't go wrong. All you have to do is become a member. We want to thank everybody that already is a member. Thank those for their gifting membership. It's a great way to pay it forward, and we think is a fantastic community, the best trading community out there. So shout out to you guys. We appreciate you. Oh, RCMF, that might lose VWAP. I might pay for locates here. This one, yeah, we don't have shorts. I might pay for locates. This is multiple halts up, breaking out kind of tried to break out this 2 level and failed it. If it loses this support under 145 under VWAP, that seems like that continuation short play. And then you have an obvious level to try to play it to, like that dollar where you almost expect to bounce. Look how clean this is. The dollar break was great on this at 7.15. We weren't looking at it at the time, but congrats if you were. In the pre-market, I'm going to pay for locates. This feels like if it loses 145 and halts down would be even better. But for now, the Bulls have got this one.
Yeah, the Bulls look like they got CoreWeave again, so let's go 50. All right, there goes. We just got our 107.80s right there. So this is now $1.50 in the money. SMCI is $1 in the money. Neil with that IBIT trade. Let's have a look at something else going on right now. BMGL just halted. That doesn't look like that's anything. There, just quickly, VBIO not open. Yes, CoreWeave just takes 8. I'm waiting at 108.40s. But you know what? Do we even need to get... all right, I'll take some right now there. Punch out, cancel my 40s. I just took a 20 fill there. It's right at VWAP. I was literally sitting at VWAP, but I'd hate for this to go on a $2 run right there, right? Because we like $2. But at the same time, we want to make sure that, we do capture some of that we do capture some of that profit. Because you can see right down into here, right? A lot of consolidation down there, and now the move higher. So look, that looks like ooh, man, made a good decision there finally. What's up, Sharif? Yeah, so CoreWeave right now, $2. SMCI, $1.50. We like those stocks. Look, I like Intel there. So we're just 2 for 2, and they're 2 for 2 bangers. So great to have Neil back here today trading. And again, we had some good trades yesterday. We got some good trades again happening today. So shout out to everybody that's with us. And make sure you do hit the like button for sure. Yesterday we had 1,200, and I didn't even ask until the very last second. So see this button? You got to hit the like button. I'm going to refresh it to get a little bit more accurate numbers going through right here. But yeah, we definitely want to say shout out to everybody that's here with us. And if you are part of this 8,700, just hit the like button right now. Already 800 of you. We'd like to get that at least at 10%. So hit the like button. Let us know you're watching this. Let YouTube know you're watching it. And yeah, there it is. That's good. So there it goes. Nice move there for YouTube, and say thank you to everybody that's joining us also on TikTok and nationwide. We want to say thank you to everybody globally. We are Mr. Worldwide here today again. So yeah, SpaceX, man. You won't, I mean, whatever, it's believable because we wrote it down, but there goes SpaceX there again. We wrote down 130 the day before and missed it. This one, no real excuse. We have 134 written down on the sticky note flat, and it came right into that level and then just blasted higher. So SpaceX there, great little long if you're able to get it. Congratulations if you did check that out and you believed in it. So, the trust is amazing, but that was a great level there. And hopefully now it comes back in. And, why is it a great level? We sort of showed you a little bit, sort of showed you a little bit from its pre-market there. And then this zone, I mean, look, could have it dipped down 50 cents? Yeah. But I like that 134 hold that we had yesterday before we wound up breaking down. So with SpaceX kind of being up with a strong move there overnight, just like the dip buy. And unfortunately, we take I don't know. We probably would have made more money on SpaceX than CoreWeave at the end of the day. But hey, we're happy with it right now. We're sitting in $4 now. So it's all good. But this would have been $5 plus on SpaceX, but we'll get it back, man. Like I said, SpaceX has been a top stock for a minute, so we'll just continue to watch it. And there goes CoreWeave, man. I said I wouldn't be surprised if 25% today. Well, here it is, man. Now we're 250 in the money and just going higher now on CoreWeave, as we'll take a 109, of course, Neil. And there it goes, man. More highs incoming now, it looks like, for CoreWeave.
Yeah, nice on CoreWeave. It looks like it really wants to go. NBIS is absolutely gonzo. But back to VWAP, it might hold that volume weighted average price, but something did, and we got into it finally. And that's going to be silver. So I like silver at 59, but it doesn't matter. It didn't get there, so the first available was going to be a breakaway on VWAP. It couldn't quite do it here, but now it's putting in that break above VWAP. Lots of room to be able to get to 60 and a quarter, which would be the top on SLV. I might reload IBIT. It's not quite getting into that volume weighted average, and it's already turning. So IBIT's turning before it gets to VWAP this time and heading back lower. Bitcoin just still going to be a dog, unfortunately. But my goodness, NBIS is on one. 235, 21% two-set upside. Yikes, yikes, yikes. These ones are going ham. They're basically the same compass. CoreWeave and NBIS are almost the same thing. And they're doing basically the same move in here today. But if the market wants to continue this rally, then it's getting all the help it needs from that softy. Like the Nasdaq's not doing much. It's still back in VWAP, not doing much of anything. But softy's well off those lows. Meta, which was getting dumped as well, it's sitting there at the bottom. So software a little bit better. Meta, of course, the concerns with the lawsuit, I guess, weighing this stock down very, very heavily. But the only new position for me was just SLV, which we had on the note. And it's going to be VWAP to play back into that high for sure. And the real Gary, I know he just pointed to Microsoft. If you want a review of it, can it hold this volume weighted average price? And the open range right now was dump. Even if you can't get back above 498 right in here, then you haven't done much of anything on this bounce. It's just a relief rally off the open, and you're resuming a bit of a downtrend. Remember, sometimes software is just flat out weak when the chips are strong. That's how it is. Microsoft had a great quarter. That's great. That's nice. But rotation happens, and sometimes this is what happens to Softy and the IGV.
Yeah, I've been liking some Softy lately, but obviously on a dip. We had to, pick your poison.
A little bit of that
one
today.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, man, we are still working with fire here, I think, with CoreWeave. So let's look at something that might be that RMCF halts down right now. So that's tapping out at 140. CoreWeave now $3. SMCI. SMCI, again, like, I just put the note in there. The one thing we did have for SMCI, of course, was a 35 break long. Problem is it happens early, and for some reason we got, I don't know if it went up and then down, and I don't know, that was a little strange there, but we hold on to it, and there it goes blasting off. It takes about 3 minutes before SMCI takes off. So long at 35, and out right there off of, again, this little play. So go check it out. And I also wrote down everything can change with CPI, because we wrote down these levels before, but nothing did change with CPI. If anything, we got a little bit stronger. Let's have a check on the Fed right now. Refresh this and see where we're at. It was 50-50 pre number today. Now it's 60-40 in the favor of a rate stabilization come September the 16th.
Lock.
Okay, so that's what's happening there. SMCI looking around. Yeah, SpaceX 140, we've talked about that. We saw SoFi with a little bit of a dump down there today as well. And there it goes. It's only down 1%. I guess it must have started off pretty hot, up there to 1850, now down. And, again, like, we keep on saying this about this name. It keeps on getting to $19 and can't break it. It hasn't broke through 20 since the beginning of the year. So SoFi just continues to get sort of crushed down here near some of these levels. But, yeah, a little bit of a pause for concern there on SoFi and see if that can get going. Robinhood suffering a similar fate there as well. I cannot, Ozan, I wish I could make SoFi great again. That would be real nice.
Tell Noto to buy more shares.
I do keep telling him that, but, he likes it, but he doesn't love it, I guess. So I don't know, man.
That's the thing, man.
Yeah, we got
Anthony needs to step his game up
next
a little
time I
bit.
see Anthony, we'll let him know. But so look, CoreWeave now, guys, is now 350. It's testing 110. We're gonna have to get something out. I mean, we don't have to, but up to 110, pretty key level. So there it is. We just take another fill, and now it's 350, 360, soon to be $4 in the money here off those lows. Just waited for some consolidation. The only thing we really didn't do properly was not get more long. But hey, this is a big stock, and it's going up and we got to watch it. So will CoreWeave get back to its highs of 111? I guess we'll soon see. That's just moments away until we're going to get that answer. But right now, CoreWeave working to the upside as well. Cerebras reports tonight. So, you know, if you're looking for another name that could possibly go CoreWeave Nebius style, it's going to be Cerebras. So we'll have to watch out to see what happens with them tonight, up 6% already.
Yeah, they had a good breakout on the daily. Oh, it's not there yet. 250. Oh, right at today's high would be the break. 254-ish. 53 the high, 54 the breakout level for Cerebras. And then you can start thinking about the IPO, unfortunately. It was a good IPO for a trade. It obviously wasn't a very good IPO if you happen to hold it, but it's making that little U-shaped recovery that everybody likes. We got a super chat that I just heard. If we can throw it up. I didn't see one, but if we have one, we can throw it up there. Unless we missed a super chat. Okay. Apparently it's just a mistake.
The thing must be not loading right there. Let me try it.
Oh, there is again?
No, this is just, here, what's up to Coach UV?
So
You're
working.
in CoreWeave with me. Okay, just want to let me know, Coach, where your outs are. Put me in, Coach, right now, as we only have about 20% left of the CoreWeave position. So let me know what you're doing over there, Coach, and we'll get into that one again, maybe, if it does dip down. RMCF does open up, and it seems like, okay, this was actually a level where the halt you'd like to see it at, right down there, because we just made that new bottom. So definitely RMCF. Looks like it's going to halt again right now. Is it going to, or can we get it? We could maybe get it. They're hitting the bid like crazy. Do we want this bid? I could get long right now. Okay, let's wait to see. I definitely could have taken that long right there at 162. So let's just judge where this thing is going to open up. I don't know. It doesn't look like it has enough juice to do anything, but RMCF, we could have just bid that 62s, and we did try. Well, we didn't try, but we were right on there, and I'm confident that we could have got it, but we just didn't hit that one. So there it goes, RMCF trying its best to go higher. BMGL, another one that's not doing anything. That VBIO has opened back up, and unfortunately now it's through $1, so that's not good for that stock. No. And then OFOL has, like I said before, it had OFOL down to the downside, and now it's falling again. And don't worry about this 12 cents there. That's not happening. 261.
12 cents.
Right, that's on the bid. Yeah, 261 right there is the most aggressive tap that I see. So, that could be a play there for OFOL, but I think we're going back over to the desk with Adara for yet again another update.
It's small cap time, guys. OFAL, or OFAL as it's been referred to. The company's name is OFA Group. Couldn't find too much on this. I believe there was a reverse split on this or at least it was announced last month. So if I get any more details, I'll keep you posted. Couldn't find much when it came to float either. Here's RMCF, so Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory, as we had Sean just mentioned here. RMCF, I was seeing at least one article here. Couldn't find too many details, but it looks like they had an SEC filing in which they suggested that their board is exploring strategic alternatives, including a possible sale. They've actually received third-party interest. So make of that what you will. Again, didn't see a ton on this, but we'll keep you posted. $14.8 million market cap and a 6 million share float. Last but not least, Boxlight Corporation, BOXL. Yesterday after the bell, they announced the closing of a private placement, or at least the initial closing of this private placement. BOXL has rallied in the past, $3.25 million market cap, 560,000 share float. Back to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Daryl, obviously the small capper is going to be in play, and I know Sharif and Joe will be looking at them a little bit more heavily than we might at the open. Oh, so OFOL just opened up there, so we'll get it to you quickly. Opened, insta-halt. Sorry, that kind of sucks. Opened up, and now it's immediately halted to the downside. 250 is the tap. This one could be done, man. I don't know. It's not looking terribly good. For 3 down halts in a row, sometimes the 3 halt rule, it's just a concept that after 3 halts in either direction, you can get a bit of a reversal. I wouldn't take it as gospel or anything. It's just something observed. And I've seen it work more with long than the short anyways. I still haven't found a reload in Bitcoin or IBIT. I was looking for that VWAP and wasn't able to quite get there. So we'll just continue to hold it, see if we can't get that low. If we double tap 36 on IBIT, whatever that works out to on Bitcoin, I think it's like 30, whatever, doesn't really matter. If it double taps it and makes a double bottom, I'll probably just take the profit and get out of that. But we're starting to come back a little bit. SLV gave me that second fill in front of the volume weighted average price. If it loses VWAP, it's an easy out. We want to play that back into the high. But you're very, very, like, there's some trepidation in the overall market here, right? Like, you're putting in lower highs into a flat bottom on the Qs. So while we are catching that bid off of the lows, what I would like to see better would be, see that trend, break the trend to the upside. I almost feel like getting like this silver trade, I want the market to confirm this breakout, and then things can look a little bit better. The Nasdaq's doing its best effort to try to get the job done, but you'd like to see it finish the story for sure. And this is the problem. It's Palantir, man. Software is still weak. You're seeing Palantir at the bottom. We saw Microsoft with a bit of an issue as well. If we're going to pump through and break that trend, I think NVIDIA is going to have to take us through the high. That's going to be a big story for sure. Make sure you let us know what you're watching and what names are of interest to you. Obviously, we're going to cover what we're in. We're going to cover the key things in the market, whatever had earnings overnight, small cappers that are halting. But we do have that scanner up there that allows us to know. And I just keep seeing all of the same names in there. Shout out to Benton saying, look at JP Morgan. Sharif just gave you a shout out too, Benton, just so you know. Look at that. JP Morgan, another all-time high. XLF obviously also making a break higher with JP Morgan. Benton, apparently you're an Arsenal fan, which is fine. Nobody's perfect.
I want to know what Sharif is doing here right now.
Nobody's perfect.
Meeting. Okay.
Okay,
good. All right. So, you
an
know what's had a nice move here was Disney. Disney just a nice move to the back.
Up?
It just had a nice move recently. It's still, I think it's still down on the day.
Surprise.
There it goes, 102 up to 103. So a nice little move higher there on Disney. Actually, I was looking to think about a short right now that RMCF just opened up. So it's kind of a good thing that we didn't. Remember, we were talking about taking that long maybe at that 160 there. So that does not work out. So it's kind of a good thing we didn't take it, but didn't really think that this one was going to do too much anyways. Marvell had a good run today. Is it giving anything back? I mean, some of these names are giving back today. We saw, no, it's just flat. So not much going on there. Good, again, like good outs upside, man. I mean, you saw me take that 110 there on CoreWeave. So maybe a reload spot now. I think the best thing for me to do is leave this one alone and see if it moons while we're not here, because if I still keep looking at this thing, I'm going to keep on trading it. So I saw some talk about Walmart there in the chat, so shout out to that. I always default back to, obviously, Target, as this name's just really off, and was thinking about, getting out of some Target because this is 70% in the money with a dividend, and then going over to something with a much smaller dividend, if they even have one at all, Walmart. But that was a great out, man. The Joe bottom of 108, that's held now a couple times. So great call over there by half of Wilson Katina Capital, but 108, a great bid area there. So I'm glad that that happened. So nice move higher there for Walmart. So that's going to be hopefully a good name now moving forward. But that's Walmart. So, a good take in the retail side. We've seen definitely, look, we called the Lululemon sort of kitchen sink bottom there. I thought it got to 130 pretty quickly there. And obviously that 130 is a magnet, but if anything, the most you would have got probably was 132 to 133. So even now, I know it's fading back in, but I think if you lose like this 122 and you're long off of that, anywhere in here, I almost think you want to ring the register for 10% or so on Lululemon. You always want more, but at some points that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. Oh, I just clicked on OFL because it just opened and then it halted immediately again there. So this stock, awful. I think is...
OFL is awful.
Yeah, it's not doing the greatest. On names that I look at every day, right here, this is the trade rate. Actually, the watch list is what I want to show you. So, these are names that I pretty much just scan for. SMR got as low as 750, 950 today, but still down 4%. This is what's red on the day. So PLTR, look, we love Palantir, but I already talked about the sort of the risk associated with this name and just the move that it's had, right? Palantir up 40% from its earnings, so that was already huge. So well taken out, some on the top side there for PLTR. Alibaba, again, down 2%. Tesla, actually today, a name that we really haven't looked at, that's down today. Tesla down 2%. So,
Yeah, why is Tesla down?
I don't know. Watch out for SpaceX again, maybe Tesla downside, SpaceX upside. Like I said, I don't think that necessarily I wouldn't buy Tesla to buy, if you want to buy SpaceX, I would just buy SpaceX. But if you like some Tesla, then down 2% might be something. Of course, Uber, I don't get out of it. It's down 1.7%, so thanks, Uber, for that. Boeing as well, Roblox, Shopify. Netflix finally on a move downside there today as, that's been cruising. That got as high as 75 or 76, didn't it? Not too long ago. Yeah, right there yesterday, 76.50. So now that's back down. Eli Lilly pulling a little bit off its top as well. Let's go up to the top side of things now. SMCI, never heard of that one. That's been a good stock today for sure. Soxel, SK Hynix there, IREN, we got that in our account, probably around these prices. That's been talk about a bottom pick there for IREN if you're able to get it. That name really got crushed there in the Leopold low. DRAM, again, up 8, no surprise there. Cerebras coming today. We were just looking at that thing at 245, now 251. Micron, 9.25. We just looked at Marvell, 222s across the board for Marvell. And it looks like SpaceX does dip a little bit there off of 140. It doesn't look like we break it at all. We did come within 10 cents of that look there. So yeah, a little bit of a run down there. Maybe your stocks were on there, maybe they weren't, but that's what's moving around today early in this market. So give it a little bit of time. I feel like some of these NASDAQ names are getting a lot weaker though here. And if they do, I want to pick up some Intel.
Tesla really stands out.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Tesla there.
Yeah, it's this Tesla move. I'm glad you brought it up. Mm-hmm. It's troubling. I can understand software being weak today. We've seen that story before. People pile into the chips, they sell off software. Why that is affecting Tesla to the downside, who knows? But maybe it's technical. Go back into the prior high. Man, when you look at it, hindsight's going to be 2020, but that was a pretty good topping tail at 335. And then it does a false break at 335. Maybe the first green candle on the 15-minute could be the way to go with this sucker. No, that's nasty. It's not looking very good for Tesla. But let's look at some other things which are standing out. You have to be able to spell Google if you want to call it up, which I just learned a second ago because apparently I can't. So if we're looking at weakness, obviously the Tesla's not the only stock that is weak in the market right now, but that really does stand out. Alphabet, that's heading lower. Issue with Alphabet, it still hasn't found the bottom after the C-suite shakeup. It makes the low, fresh low, holds, breaks the next day. So it still has yet to double bottom and then hold that level on Alphabet. I think this could be headed to a 330. We talked about the 200 period moving average. That's in and around that level, but I think that could be next. So I don't like that at all. We just jumped out on silver. So we got it. It pulls back. Whoops, I want to zoom in, not out. It pulls back and breaks that prior low. So we'll jump out of it. It's still just going to be CoreWeave, IBIT have been good. What's CoreWeave doing? That's already back. See, NBIS is just for some reason still going. CoreWeave, it's not really putting in that uptrend. What I want to see now for this stock is after that first morning rush, which was just playing the low back into the high, we're getting lower highs into a flat bottom break. Let's go to Adara because things seem to have accelerated there.
About 40 seconds ago, Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, "The USA has total control over the Strait of Hormuz. All caps, I think we will keep it. Our naval blockade is being called by everyone, quote, all caps, a wall of steel, and there is nothing Iran can do about it. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. The remaining soldiers are unpaid. The IRGC is decimated and fleeing, and their, quote, leadership, close quote, is uncertain at best. They have no money. Their country is, quote, shot, close quote. All they have is all caps fake news and all caps 300% inflation and getting worse. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East no longer." This is coming from President Trump on Truth Social. Be careful, guys. Just be aware. This came out again. Long story short, President Trump saying the U.S. has control over the Strait of Hormuz. He thinks they'll keep it. And Iran is, as he said a couple other times, basically calling it a dead country. Back to you.
Thanks to that. What's wild is I think he made that post pretty much right when he had the oil numbers, inventories coming out at 10:30. So there was already going to be a spike there, but it's not doing much. It broke the low, false break of the low, false break of the high, and it's right back to where it was prior to 10:30. But if we're doing anything, it's actually coming back down USO more than anything. So you'd think that that could be a bit of a bid for the market. So that you now knowing that's the reason that we just probably got wicked out. Like look at that bottom tail, and that was on that Trump post. So if we hold VWAP, it should be jumping back in. As long as there's no real change to the downtrend in USO outside of that little truth, then we should try to get back on track, which should be back to the upside.
Didn't they have that War Games or whatever yesterday or something?
Patriot, yeah.
Yeah, who wound up winning that thing, the Patriot Games? Which state took it down? So, yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
That was an interesting.
All right, so USO, yeah, I didn't even, I mean,
It was
I
like the
thought- I was
Hunger
all,
Games,
like,
the Hunger
hyped up
Games
to watch it, and then, yeah, I just saw a post there on the evil Instagram, and it was President Trump walking in with Pat McAfee, I think it was, there. So, you know, hosting that event yesterday, the Trump Games, whatever it was called. Yeah, there's USO, so not much action there. We got a super chat yesterday about USO, and I just thought that, you know, this 130 was a level, but then Joe and I sort of discussed that, you know, like these tensions aren't going anywhere. So probably an extension to the upside. But I do feel like there has to be a deal somewhere, right? So something to look at. Bitcoin, yeah, you're already short, so that's good. I wanted to look at BMNR again, like some of these crypto plays, man. I've tried to say crypto I think is dead now, but BMNR did have a nice move to the high side off of 13 back up to $18 where we were again in early June, late May. And, you know, maybe we're wrong and this does get back up to the upside. So, you know, if you've been stuck in BMNR, this was an Amex name, which is why I don't have it here. But if you want to see, let me just go and give you a little bit of a longer time frame here on a bigger chart. So this one shows the continued trade, you know, like 150, 160, thanks Tom Lee, all the way back down in, crushes it all the way down to $13. Now it's trying to get back going. So just on a daily chart, you still have the 50-period moving average at $25. So you're still like 50% away from that level even coming into play. I don't know about this 50-period moving average on a daily chart for BMNR, but yeah, you're just trying to build some kind of a base. So I think if you build out for another couple of days and then wind up taking out 20 or so, that's 20 right here, then that looks great. So, you know, whether or not you think Ethereum has a place in your portfolio or doesn't, it's probably the same look if I look at ETHA, but I like that sort of base rate here. If we can base over the 50 and then take out 20 on Bitmine, then I think that's a good long. And here, before I go away, let me see what's going on in Ethereum as well. Yeah, so same kind of a play, right? I mean, if we could take out $15 right here on ETHA, it's the same, almost the exact same look because they're just following each other, but our Bitmine is following Ethereum. But right there, a break of 15, good. Base it out, hold the 50 break. So yeah, tomorrow's trade today. If this can get going, I like Ethereum better than Bitmine. And I think that break of 15 gets us going on ETHA. So a quick little look over there at some point. Yeah, not much. I'm still keeping my eye on this CoreWeave. It's still 50 cents in the money. I did put a stop in on SMCI, but it wasn't until this break of 50. And now it's just right back upside. So maybe we take some more profit here on SMCIs. It's going just a bit higher right now. So yeah, that's a couple quick looks on some different stocks. And everything's just kind of halting around again, right? That VBIO back to $1. And this is a new entrance, VOGX.
Okay, so I just looked it up. It looks like it's an IPO. Very small IPO. That's the reason you saw it there on the location. It's an IPO. There's nothing to show.
Okay, good.
But Vogenix, look, it's so tiny. 81 million shares, $81 million and 6,000 shares for 13 open. That's incredibly tiny. You want things in the billions. Next week, you'll get Lynx, which is not that big, but it's 600,000. So there is an IPO today if you happen to be into it. I don't think that's remotely exciting for anybody. But I saw the same thing. I saw it on the imbalance locator for what I thought was a halt. And obviously, it is not going to be one. This penny stock is that VBIO, but it's losing the dollar level. Remember, dollar is psychological, but it's no longer, like this is no longer the thing, the dollar level. It's the $5 million market cap that actually is going to matter more for these small caps in maintaining their listing. So that is one thing you want to watch for small cappers. I still think the dollar level is going to be good enough for like an over-under for individual trades, but it's no longer that, I guess, target that a penny stock is looking for every day. So new entrant, 35 million shares, even though it just started spiking after a couple of halts. That's just that upside. SpaceX is on one.
Yeah, man, love SpaceX.
Like SpaceX did that thing, topping tail at the open, look for the continuation short. Like the exact same thing. Look at this yesterday, that same trade, topping tail, lose VWAP. instead of just dropping and trending down, it holds the low, and once you see it hold the low on the way back through, it's like, uh-oh, and then get the heck out. 140 in play for SpaceX. So you just got to be able to, I don't know, my new thing with SpaceX is it's not, before the lockup expired, if you were shorting it, you were probably just sticking with the short until 1 or 2 o'clock. You could just stay with the short. Now, if it reverses in the first 10, 15 minutes, forget about it. It's like it just goes into squeeze mode for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
It's built different. It's just a totally different stock since the lockup.
Yeah, it's been a great stock all around. I agree with Neil on that one. Too bad we didn't buy anything on the dips there for SpaceX. Shout out to Joe. All right, so we got out. This broke through 105.80. That was going to be my stop. That was like right into there. It was 105.95. So quickly stopped out of it. But it wasn't before this run, and that happening was so important because it got us out in some of there at 107.20s. Remember, we kept on saying it's not breaking, and that was $1, and then it finally broke. So out at there for $1 and change more, then out at 108.50, then out at 109, then out at 109.50, then out at 110. So for it to come back in and take a small hit, definitely worth it there on CoreWeave. So glad that trade seems to be working out for the short now. For those of you looking at it, remember there is that extreme short float of 20-something%. You know what? I'm going to buy just a little bit more to test it here because that low was 105.50. So we want to give it that shot again. I'm just trying to play odds. Like we're with house money now. So if every single time, if it's going to give us that little wick bottom, let's see if it has the juice to get back to the upside. And if it doesn't and it fails right there, then we can get out. I'm going to use 105 as my out, buy a little bit more downside at 105.50. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. Look at this, see? So now it's going right back to the upside. So I'm going to take some more out at 50. It's not like a huge trade there. It's 35 cents, but you're taking it out. You're trying to start to stack up a little bit of cash, right, when you're doing those kind of plays. So now let's wait to see if it does want to get back up to the upside, and why not take something out if it does blast a little bit higher into the 60s now where we just turned around from. So, a little bit of positioning here and just understand that they're small. Like I took not even a quarter of a unit right there on that sort of a reload there. But yeah, Neil's right about SpaceX. It's just, we nailed SpaceX. Our low is 134 today. Up to 141 is awesome. And I said yesterday, probably we see 150 before we see 130s. It came 50 cents away from seeing 130. So I think we lost that idea. But right now it is pretty hot back there to the upside, up to 141 now, SpaceX. And I still remember that we had written down 105, and that was the low twice there. So that's interesting that came in. As I said, man, just a couple days doesn't make this stock great again. It's had quite a nice run over 2 weeks. I mean, you're now up 35%, right? 105 up to 140. So a nice quick little low 30% change there on SPCX. So a good name there. It's already 1040. Wow, this is really starting to go. The time going on here. VBIO just tanked through $1 right now. And the other name that I'm watching is Intel. So we're trying to look at all these names, but Intel gave a base. It just didn't get to 100. We had switched our levels from 98 to $100 now. Didn't come in, so definitely something to look out for if it winds up doing that. And why am I seeing J&J hitting on the scanners there? 260, okay. Again, like the stock, just recently been buying up some J&J, now up to 260. Well spotted there. And then IREN also was running and coming back in. So as CoreWeave dumps, probably Nebius as well. The market's holding out okay, though. So let's maybe go back over to some NVIDIA when we get back from Adara.
Lots of strength in tech today. That's, I think, the biggest thing that stands out here on this heat map. You've got NVIDIA up 3.5%, AMD, fellow chip name here, up roughly 3.5% as well. Intel up 4%, ANET up 5%. Memory names incredibly strong. Dell up 5.5%, Seagate up 8%. Dell's not memory, but I digress. Micron, though, another memory name, they are up about 7% today. SanDisk up 9%. So memory strength absolutely in focus. Producer manufacturing about half strong, and the names that are strong are those ones with those AI and chip-related connections. AMAT, Caterpillar, GEV, and LRCX up anywhere from 2.5% to 4.5% today. Industrial services strong, non-energy minerals. You've got some strength here. You've got Newmont and FCX to the upside, so gold and copper plays in focus. In terms of what's weak, Tech services, with the exception of Oracle, Fortinet, and CrowdStrike, these names are not looking very good. Adobe down 2.5%. Palantir down 3.5%. ServiceNow also to the downside. So mini SaaS Mageddon happening here. And Meta, as mentioned, they have that trial that starts today here that they are going to be down 2.5% or 2.33% as well. Retail trade, I do want to mention Home Depot quickly before I let you guys go. HG down nearly 3% this morning. Basically, CEO Ted Decker taking a medical leave. So keep an eye here on HG with that in mind. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. You know what? Like Crowd and Pan Dub, this is what I like to see. Like when software goes down and these guys catch a bid, it's like they try to take them out, but it's like no. You're not doing it, and it's absolutely not happening whatsoever. The dip buyers really love these stocks. I'm going to show it. Our chart time split adjusted, so showing on eSignal. This still looks really solid. I don't know why I have a 230 line. I should probably ask myself that question a little bit later on CrowdStrike, because maybe it would be time to ring the register if I thought that was a significant level. But the prior high in the daily, you're just getting a consolidation above it, which is fantastic. That's what you want to see, like that recent breakout, the dip after the recent breakout, the hold of the prior high, and then retake the top. That's what it's all about, and that's what you want to see. iBid is still, it's still filling this gap. There hasn't been a green candle on the 15-minute, but I feel like this one has a decent shot with only about 30 seconds to go. If this ends up closing above 36.01, it'll end up being that green bottom and tail candle and trail me out of it. Sean had mentioned VBIO lost a bid. That's that penny stock. You couldn't even, I know we always joked Arun wouldn't pay for locates on this. This one, the locates were actually 16 cents per share. And at the time, it was a 90-cent stock, which meant that you're paying 16 pennies that you have to make before you break even. So even if you shorted it at 88 and it halts down, you'd be break even by paying for the locates. That's the most expensive I've ever seen on the penny. I've never seen that before. So that's egregious. I don't think there's anybody at Real Trading that would pay 16 cents a share for a stock that's 80 cents. But that's ludicrous. It has to go all the way back, and you have to get the whole move. Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Yeah, we were talking about that. And penny stocks, they're nice to trade.
If it's $10 and you pay 16 cents, that's fine.
Yeah, as a percentage there, it's a little off. Let's go find out who's making all the money here at Real Trading as we just hold on to CoreWeave, we hold on to some SMCI. Okay, so yesterday, let's go have a look. Yesterday's market was kind of slow. We talked about that with everybody here, and you can see Canada. I mean, these are really pathetic numbers actually for the top 10. I mean, look, we'll take all these numbers. Don't get me wrong. No one's making $2,500 a day. I mean, that would be great there. But there's Canada, 14,000, 5,000. 4,000 for Amex, another $4,000 for Canada, and then this stock. So nothing too outstanding on here. Maybe the most organic, Blue Ocean. Just trying to see if there was anything other than the mainstays, right? Amex has always been pretty popular. The SOX Ls, the golds, the silvers, arbitrage, stuff happening at the close. A lot of that's what Canada is, right? Our rebalancing and closing and opening auctions. Okay, and same thing over here. So that's been pretty much what all this is. Blue Ocean has its games on it as well. So Blue Ocean, Amex. So that's what's going on today. Not overly exciting, but that's the state of Real Trading yesterday there. So not too bad. But we saw, I'm only comparing it to the day before, it was 18,000, 15,000, 13. And remember Joe and I was like, wow, this has been a pretty decent day right there. Good bounce back up for CoreWeave, by the way. Now going a little bit higher into there, looking at IRA and going into earnings tonight. Take a look at what ONDS has done. All right, well, we can definitely figure that out. New CEO on August the 3rd. So what has that done in the last 5 or 6 days?
They like it.
Yeah, they like the stock.
This was $7.60 when the new CEO got announced, and it's almost going to break $10 here. Obviously, going into earnings, anything can happen on the actual print when you've run this much going in. But if we're just sort of spitballing here, the top is literally $10 right off of the open, or maybe that's actually before the open. So right before the open, it tagged $10 exactly, like 10.00, not 99, not 01. And that's kind of gearing up for a potential breakout trade. After earnings, maybe it has to break 10.20 or so, but your 200 period, you're above. It's actually upward sloping 200 period, which is great. Right? That means it never really broke the trend. It just sort of went sideways a bit. So a little consolidated, which you can sort of see in here on that last dip. $10 could be a break. I prefer it break $10 after earnings. You get a little more juice to it for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about them from a fundamental standpoint. So I feel like that $10 break is much better if it's got the catalyst behind it, instead of trying to take a breakout before earnings as a day trade when it just ran 20-something% to the upside. So yeah, for me, that kind of looks like a bit of a pass. NVIDIA seems to want 225 and want it in a bad way. So what I see is if it fails the 225 level, that could possibly turn the market. IBIT's at a spot where I'm getting out if it breaks that 36 anyways. But if I could easily see a situation where if NVIDIA fails the top and this consolidates here, I could just add down here if we see that turn in NVIDIA and then leave the stop in and then try to get the rest of the move. So that's what I'm going to be watching. It's all about NVIDIA 225. If this is a bit of a top in the market and it breaks trend, I'm going to reload the weakest thing on my board, which is IBIT. Just a dog, IBIT. And as we speak, NVIDIA just tagged 225 and 10 cents and looks like it is doing a bit of a fail break. So there's the trend line. Once it breaks that, I'm going to add to my IBIT short.
Yeah, no, I definitely like the NVIDIA look there, and IBIT's been a good trade here so far today, and hopefully you guys can stay with us throughout the midday show to talk about some more of these runners and whatnot. Here's Wendy's right now halting. Big move, Adara.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it just halted up like huge. 850. It was chilling at 770, doing nothing.
Takeover talk?
There goes, I don't know. I don't think our guy's really saying anything over here. In my ear, I don't really hear anything at all. But there goes Wendy's straight there to the upside. So just a little looker there, halting all the way up here, 850. You can see the candle going up, and it just hasn't filled out on my other chart yet. But $9, yeah.
I'm not seeing anything yet, but I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, good. Well, that would make sense why I didn't hear anything. But watch out for 920 or so.
I see it.
But there goes Wendy's right there, up to 850. Do you have those?
Financial Times. Financial Times apparently reporting Nelson Peltz prepares a bid for the U.S. burgers chain Wendy's. So Nelson Peltz preparing a bid for Wendy's. When you see that, my first guess is, what are you going to do? It gaps up like that. It's Wendy's. Potential takeout. But we don't know. This is just preparing a bid. Doesn't mean there's going to be a price or anything like that. But look, and it's also, we're going to go to Adara. I don't see more than one source on this. It just says Financial Times. Adara.
Yeah, all I'm seeing here, once again, is the Financial Times story. Nelson Peltz preparing a bid for Wendy's. If I get any more details, I will keep you posted. I saw that come through, right after Neil said it. So that seems to be the only story here. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar. U.S. dollar right now, same as yesterday's high. You're just shy of that 100 level. We actually traded as low as 99.6 here, then recovering here to trade around 99.8, roughly flat on the day. But as you guys can see, price discovery to the upside and the downside. So let's see if we take out yesterday's high. That would be around here, 99.9. Let's see if this ends up happening here. We have to talk about economic data. We do have PPI tomorrow before I get into CPI, which we had this morning. PPI tomorrow, we're expecting a cooling here for year over year and core year over year PPI. We're expecting a heating here for month over month core and non-core. So exactly the same as what we got with CPI this morning, where you had here a heating here of the month over month numbers, but a cooling of the year over year numbers. All four prints came in exactly in line with estimates. And as Sean mentioned this morning, right now, 62% chance of rates getting held, roughly 38% chance of that rate hike. So as we get more economic data, and I'm sure we'll see more changes when we get PPI tomorrow, we're starting to see a big change in the tide from expecting 100%, I'm exaggerating here, but expecting very, very likely that we'll be getting this hike in September. Now that September hike doesn't seem as clean cut. And now we're not seeing another hike until, or not another hike, but any hike rather until December. We were seeing as of yesterday that we'd get the hike in October, that this hike keeps getting pushed back again. Still could have a hike this year. It just might not be as soon as we thought it would be. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara.
Thanks, Adara. Wendy's is 43% short. Oh, Wendy's 43% short float, and this already tried to squeeze from here one time back in June. So I'd imagine when this opens up, I mean, who knows? Like, does Nelson Peltz doing this because he just owns shares? He knows you can squeeze it with this story. I mean, it doesn't really matter if he is or if he isn't. Still a big move. Why do I have 830 marked off? See, you leave lines on charts. One of my favorite things in P-Pro 8. I have to hunt back, maybe go to a 60 minutes to figure out why I liked 830, but this can be interesting for a bit of a dip and rip. It's just a matter of where it opens up and finding. VWAP's not going to matter here. Like, there's no deal price. Like, there's nothing to really go off of unless you can find a historic level. But I'm going to look for some kind of a continuation to the long side if I can on Wendy's. Should be just a 5-minute halt, barring some kind of a change in the code, and it's tapping higher at 874. So wow. Yeah, Nelson, he could be serious about it. He's been accumulating shares, and the shorts, I would imagine 43%, there's going to be a little bit more unwind today, even if it initially comes to the downside here. So yeah, well, we're looking at, all right, we're now breaking lower, so I'm going to try that reload if I can on IBIT. Remember we talked about NVIDIA in that 225? It just very barely ekes off, well, of course, makes a new candle when I'm trying to draw this. You can see it broke the trend line. So I'm going to add to IBIT, leave the trailing stop in if we're able to, and then continue to the downside. Is, yeah, if NVIDIA is going to go, it might take the market with it here.
All right, we have another one here. BaoQ just halted. So BQ, this is another name, Chinese holding company. It looks like it's called BaoQ Holding right there. So shout out to President Trump there, making us know that there is some China connections over there. 360. Yeah, 365 right there has been the top. So that goes way back, man. Thank you very much, President. Something about Sean over there. All right, so that's 340 coming right into your 200 period moving average right now. We haven't really, we've done a move like this in the past where it's just come back in. So watch out here. Zooming back just a little. I can't zoom too far because this is, levels right here, 2 maybe. For BaoQ, so this should open up pretty soon. It halted at 10:51. Actually, yeah, 10:51.06 right now. It should be opening up. 10:51. No, we need one more minute. So one more minute, this thing will open up. It's just tapping flat, so nothing there yet. And as we've mentioned, there's Wendy's just opened back up. So now 8:35, 8:36. I have to wait to see where this name goes. Maybe the next halt, but it stopped at 8:53 and opened lower. Right there. So will the same thing be true of BQ? We shall find out. So we're still in CoreWeave. That's doing what it's doing. That's 50 cents in the money. We're still going to try to stop out if SMCI breaks this 50 level there, I think it was. Yep. So that's SMCI 35.50 break. And let's see, BQ is going to open up in 16 seconds. So yeah, it's been a great morning. We have Sharif over here now. We've got Joe coming through. It's going to be a good midday, especially with all these halters. Yeah. Wendy's going to be an interesting.
Going to drill down some small cap trades. I'm sure they're going to in the middle of the day, but maybe you guys don't hear it, which is fantastic that we never get any complaints. Oh, I just went to check this BQ because I hadn't looked it up, and then it actually opened. So BQ just opened, tagged 150. Holding the bid here at 140, and there it goes. Just took out a new fresh high. I can't see the halt bands, or I'd give them to you. 172. It would halt up at 172, and it's almost immediately going to halt to the upside there. I have a weird, I guess there must have been some kind of a dark pool print while it was halted. 172, this is going to insta-halt, and unfortunately, Wendy's not really doing much after that.
I got long.
You got the fill?
Yeah. Okay. So we got the fill
172 on BQ.
Yeah, 172. So we'll take it. We'll see what it wants to do. We sort of indicated that maybe $2 might be an area, but we're in it. So let's see if we can get some money here and if this will be a good open. If not, it's pretty light. We're just going to give it a go here on BQ right there. So this will open up hopefully in 5 minutes, and we'll see where it goes. Some volume definitely kicking into this one. Another Chinese name for BQ. So we're into this one now, BQ. So yeah, man, we've been trading actually pretty good on these small cap names. So yes, so far so good there. And yeah, that's what we're doing there. So BQ, we're now in it. Let's just give it a second and see where it winds up opening up. I've only traded 3 names today, man. BQ right now, CoreWeave, and then so yeah, SMCI. So it's been a good one there. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening. 35.70 on the drop zone for that. I wanted to see Eli Lilly was near its all-time highs as well. There goes Eli Lilly. Its all-time highs, I think 30. Was it 38? 1238. 1249. So still a little ways to go here on Eli Lilly as it's shot to the upside. And I'm just hoping that Uber is not still going down. And of course it is, man. Just lost 3% in my account. Should have just sold that off in the pre-market. 310 or 300 for Tesla possible. Isn't it 325 or something right now?
It's at 320. Yeah, 23s or 23, 24 is the low. All those levels are possible. To me, it looks like it's breaking this potential bounce that it had been doing. Unfortunately, the level I've been waiting for on Tesla is 280 anyway. So that's just support, higher level support going back to May of last year, because the 220 was the real support level where we jumped off at the bottom. But that could be a higher low support at that 280. All those are possible. It's relatively weak today. I feel like if you're not, it's one of those days where the market hasn't really done much of anything. Like, we're still inside of the range after we got that CPI print. So the CPI comes at 730. We haven't broken the low. It's kind of a false break of the high that couldn't get past 30,000 over there on the NQ. So if you're distinctly different from that, which Tesla is, that's not a good sign. David Z. Siamese, this is in honor of easy peasy tithing ratio. There you go. Along with the gifted membership to get it right. Oh, David, thank you for the gifted memberships. Want to shout you out for that as well. We appreciate you. 10 gifted memberships from David Z here. Cisco, Coherent, Cerebrus as well, I believe I saw there as well in the message. All some big ones. You're feeling bullish on those ones. So thank you for the gifted memberships. Hey, the earnings were fantastic like today, right? Like Nebius, CoreWeave, both SMCI, that's the third one I was trying to think of. So that's actually, it's a tough one to follow, because you had all of them going easily single digits and two of them going over 20% to the upside. That's going to be tough to beat tonight for those names, especially given the indecision the market has today. It's not as if the market decided to rally off of any of this.
BQ opened for, it didn't open yet, but it opened for about 30 seconds once it did at 10:56:38. So because it's on Amex, there's no tap. So we just got to wait to see where it opens up, and then we'll punch out. And hopefully it doesn't open up too much lower than where we are right now. Just a small, man. I have a fifth of a unit. So, it's not a big trade here. We'll just wait to see where it goes from here, of course. BQ, one of those Chinese names, BaoQ Holdings, about to open up in just a couple seconds. So watch that. Thank you for a big day today. Again, to everybody, thanks, Adara, for coming through. You're about to see Sia, who will be on the midday show again with the guys to talk about some news. Andre, thank you so much. Fabian as well. Ramin, Sharif for his morning, and Joe for the morning look as well. It's glad to have Neil back. How did the elbow hold out?
I mean, if I'm being real, like, wearing this does lessen the pressure on the tendon, but it also, on the forearm, it's a little weak hitting the keys, but it makes it bearable. Because yesterday, like, it was wild. Like, I did the dishes, I took it off, and then all I went to do was, like, I was turning a knob or something, and just turning a knob, like, instantly was a shooting pain. But hey, that's why they have this. I'm like, hashtag science.
Yeah, that's why I got some science going on.
I should have been wearing this.
Okay, before it gets too loud in here, let's go to the midday show. We'll see you guys back at 2 p.m. BaoQ is about to resume. Sharif's got it for you guys. See you then.
What's lunch?
Lower.
Limit down 132. All right, limit down 132 here on BQ. We're watching for a $0.5 hold. We're going to say hello to everybody shortly, but we just need to see exactly how this is going to trade here. So let's see exactly what we get on BQ. This is on the same exchange as that. What was that other one called yesterday, Joey? The one that I was trading yesterday.
Oh, I don't even know, man.
Rascal or
you're asking the wrong
something
dude.
like that. So just watching here, $0.5 hold. Looking for a move back into 75s on BQ. 66 is showing up. 69. Looking for a bigger move. 70 seller, big 70 seller. Can't shake the seller at 70. It's a big 70 seller, Joey. Do you want to say hello to everybody?
Yeah, absolutely. But I got to do something. I got to do something first here.
All right,
we're gonna fire that off. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the companies firmly on track across both growth engines. We're going to do a shout out on YouTube momentarily, but listen, we're going to switch things up here today. TikTok is going to be catered to first here, Sharif, as we give a couple of people a shout out. Frankie Bombs. We have East meets Westy Bestie. What's going on? USA. Love and Hope. Who else? We got Bravely in the chat. Chill Cactus. We like that. Nada. I know that. You know Nada Gata? I know her.
I don't know.
Cheer Beer. Oh, Joe Ban. Rebecca. Joshua's right. Shad, what's up, Shad? Z, Rise and Shine, Ask As a Man Thinketh, Shadow Drip, Amir Realtor, Real Estate Cozy, Madame Do It, couple more, Lily, Kim, Gregory, and Charles Tolliver, not Don Tolliver's cousin. Welcome, everybody, as we rock and roll here today. I didn't give any shout-outs yet via YouTube, because you guys already know I love you all. I love everyone here in the chat. Sharif's got something going on there. Oh, wow, what a Tank City on that bad boy.
City.
Yeah, it was absolutely Tank City. What was Tank City right out of the gate? We'll send it over to you momentarily, Sharif.
Yeah,
but what we have here is a short on the NASDAQ right out of the gate. I very rarely trade in the first minute of the market. 9:30 a.m. I'm like, what are we even doing climbing this high? I'm going to look for that move back towards the volume weighted average price. As soon as I seen the tape turn around and price action turn around, I'm like, let's get involved with this one. So this was our primary trade. One for one here today. Bang to the downside is the T triple Qs. We take the last little bit of, but we partial and remove the majority of it right here at 74.68. So the short on the NASDAQ back into the volume weighted average price off of that CPI print was the money maker of the day. Sharif, talk to us.
All right, man. We're in BQ here, holding up above the 10 EMA, right at the $0.25. We got 48s. We've taken out 53s. It is very much similar price action. I was telling Neil about this morning. Plague yesterday, PLAG, was absolutely bizarre in the way that it was trading. And the reason I say that is because it was dropping into a halt parameter, a limit down, staying there for like 9.5 seconds, and then coming out of it and doing that multiple times over and over, and then it would limit up. It was some of the weirdest price action I've seen, but not to be not very surprised, given, of course, that it's trading on the automatically suspicious MX network. Sorry, gentlemen. All right, so that's what we're looking for right now. We've got 48s on. We've got a couple of profit takers, but we're having a lot of trouble clearing the $0.50. It's more of an ascending wedge pattern right now on the 5-second chart. 55, 58, 59, 60. Good. Now we're taking out some levels here. We're looking for a little bit more topping tail candle into 60. It should hold 50 here. If it fails 50, that's awfully bearish. Why? Because we just finished talking about an ascending wedge pattern. And the flat top break here is supposed to be the $0.50, give or take, right? So if it fails, that's a bull trap, and I'd get the hell out. So continuing to watch, looking for a higher 60s print, and there it goes, Joseph. Get it, Katina Man. Katina Man's involved. We already know that. There it goes, Katina Man. Limit freaking up into 179. Here we go. I love this. Katina Man's turn to small caps, brother. This is a good day, bro. This is a good day. Get it, Katina Man. Katina Man's getting lit over there. Here we go. We need a few more seconds at this level. Limit freaking up. We're halted. 178. We got 148 on this monster. Let's see what we get. Everybody in this. I love it, Katina Man. Katina Man's literally got the bottom on that, eh? That's annoying, Katina Man. I'm not going to lie about that, brother. Yeah. Oh, it's on the screen. Attaboy, Katina Man. Great entry, brother. He's got a better price than me. What do you got there, Katina Man? You got 127s? 127. He got 143 on because he was DCAing from the top. A great entry there, Katina Man. Good look, brother. Very happy. Get it, Tisha. All right, Casey's in the house. Get it, Case. Oh, boy. Yeah, I know, right? What happened to Trader Rehab, girl? I love it. Get it. She's putting the rockets there. So we
got released.
Yeah, she got early release?
Yeah, early release. It's only one day.
I'm happy about it. When Casey's here, it's a good day, my boy. Shut up. Where's my man Buvin? When Tisha's here, it's a good day.
We all know Buvin works until 1:20.
Sometimes. Sometimes. Like not every day, though.
Not every day.
There we go. Zion.
Yeah, Buvin, make sure you email in your work schedule so we can see what time.
I'm going to get a message from him right now. He'll message me. He'll message me.
He'll send it to you.
Yeah, he'll be like, I'm in from this level, right? Like, tell everybody I'm in, right? And then, you know, he'll be doing his thing. So we love Buvin. He'll be here shortly for everybody who's waiting. My man Gorev, shout out to you, brother. MF Dangerous, he's doing it live. Shout out to Scott. 340, yes, we're doing it live. Yes, shout out to Mimi Wasabi, all things Trump, stock trader. Everybody's in the house today. We're loving everybody. We're having a good time over here. Let's see exactly how this ends up going.
Yeah,
so BQ, limit up. But there's more here, Joey, so let's bring in the sun.
All right, man.
Lele. Get it, Lele. There's David. We got Eduardo, my man, Jaguar, Oslam, Georgie. Everybody's in the freaking house today, man. All right, so here's what we got, Assassino. Assassino, what do you think about this one right here, brother?
Yo.
Does this look good? You hear what he just said?
I heard what he said, man.
You hear what he just said, man?
Don't mess around.
The dude is going to be a deadly trader if we put him on a computer,
Hold on,
man.
what's that Brazilian stock that he picked?
The Bovespa?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the exchange. Embriar. He got Embriar. Yeah, well, you know, he's doing it live. He's got to represent Brazil. VBIO, really bad, guys. This one was a multiple halter to the upside. Just before we continue on, I just want to make sure that we're crossing our T's or dotting our I's. 11:06.33, earliest open is going to be 11:11.33. So BIVI, bull flagging here right at the volume weighted average price. It's not respecting VWAP on a strict basis. Look, it's failing right now. It's dropping bigly, as President Trump would say. Down into 270, that's breaching area low of around 275, 272. So that one might be done. We also have OFAL. I know the boys were on that. That one is bleeding its own blood. Just lost the volume weighted average price at around 215, 220. Found a bit of a base there at 172. That is the official low of day, despite, of course, it being far lower in the pre-market, coming from below 1 penny to start the pre. Grow Generations, what year is this, man? 2018, GRWG. That's the second day in a row this thing has popped up on my scanner. And it's got a bull flag here. I would say certainly resistance at 190, only a couple of prints above that level. And then we have EROC. Big move in the aftermarket yesterday has me suspicious that this was an earnings play. Despite that, 14 general resistance. You saw that in the aftermarket. You're seeing that today. Barely any closing prints. In fact, only 2 above 14 on EROC. It's a light bunch today, guys. And then last but not least, this is a second day play. SION was very good early on yesterday, and then it lost VWAP. Will it do the same thing today? It's doing far less volume than it had previously. Now, for everybody here waiting for the resumption on BQ, you're probably wondering, how come this guy hasn't told us or updated us on the tap? And that's because you will not know the tap unless you are trading on the NQ. So all the small caps on the Amex, all the small caps on the NYSE, you will have to fly blind during the halt. So that number right there, where the theoretical auction price often shows up, will not show up here. Amir, shout out to my man Amir. He wants me to look at SCKT. In fact, a lot of you guys are saying that, and it looks pretty good, SCKT. We're going to put that on the side chart because it's breaking out pretty nicely. So thank you for that. We're going to keep an eye on S. We're resumed here. It's a new high a day. Watch out. Looking for a limit down or a limit up. 198 high. We're showing 88. It's 95. 98. Boom! Into 2. Get it, Katina, man. Into the high we go. It is 205. Limit up is 216. Here we go. We take it out at 2. Katina man's doing the shoulder dance, bro. I just saw from the corner of my eye. Get it, man. You saw that, Joey?
Yeah, don't do
Get
it.
it,
Don't make
man.
them.
Sorry,
don't
Juan.
don't
Sorry,
get 'em
brother,
out,
bro. But, you know, we get a
RIP,
little lit up over here.
man.
What do you got? Yeah, let's cover that. What's that?
It was Assassino. So you can see, that's the thing, man. You never know who's hitting the keys. It wasn't me. It was Assassino. All right, guys, let's go over NEOV. Listen, we got a lot going on here. I might have to hop on this BQ little barbecue and action over here. But let's pull up this bad boy. Thank you very, very much so for that $2 super chat. Neo Volta Inc. So, I mean, what we got going on is this isn't a typical day trader. liquidity issues obviously on the higher time frame, but what can we see here from this level? $1.91, right? So the way that I like to look at some of these stocks is that if you found somewhat of a base and you're curling over, where is that next level of resistance? $4.44. That's that key pivot level. So if you feel that the stock, which I'm looking at it right now, is that once you curl over, there's only a couple objectives. So there could be one here at this $4.44 level, or it's a liquidity grab, false break, and then you move lower south of that $1.91 marker and you break key support. So as of right now, the way that I would look at this is, hey, $4.44 is definitely on the horizon. It may take a little bit longer than what you're anticipating. And if these levels hold the $2 marker, then off to the races you could potentially go. But BQ continuously moving here.
Yeah, man, we're in at 01s. We just went the beak there at 7s. It's showing 05s. It's having trouble really staying decisively above 2. Going much smaller here because we're getting in at a key level, a key area of technical resistance. So continuing to watch. Big seller at 2. How this cookie crumbles is a 50-50 play, man. So that's why you got to limit downside risk. Even if it does pop up, I'd say, 2 low single digits like 211s, 212s. I don't know if that's, if you're out of the woods yet. So I only have one beak wetter left. I'm going to look here to stop out just below 80. I want to give it a little bit of room because it does dip down into the 80s and then find support again. So if that's going to be the case, I'll give it a little bit of room. I don't have that much left. Let's see if we can pop off, take out 2 decisively. Now they're selling at 98s. 2, here comes 201, 202. You're seeing a lot of selling right at that $2 area. So this cookie is going to either crumble by me getting 219 prints to the high side or getting stopped out below 188. So whatever happens here, we're going to be good with it. All right, I'm ready to go whenever you're ready, Assassino. Which one is it? Yes, thank you very much. All right, brother, let's do this. Quick reminder, guys, that Trader TV Live members get mine, Sharif's daily morning research note every single trading day that I'm in the house, baby. The big market stories, the key levels, of course, and the trade plans. How about the catalysts for each and every specific name that's on the note? And what we're actually watching into the open, it is only $4.99 per month, and you also get members-only videos. You get posts, you get custom emojis, I should say, and a bunch of loyalty badges as well, which I happen to love. Hit the join button below this video on YouTube and get subscribed today. And thank you to everybody who has already subscribed. And she's already doing it live. She was supposed to be in rehabilitation today. And I wasn't expecting to see her today, but now that she's here, I'm very happy. Shout out to Casey, 520, freaking 6, dropping 5 Trader TV Live memberships free of charge. Not to her, of course, she paid. But to TW Time, Siram, Rob Schrader, Vanesh, and Wizax. Y'all got a free Trader TV Live membership. Thank you to the very lovely lady, KC526 from the Big Apple show.
I was going to say Southern Belle. All right, guys, so what I got going on here, I'm just watching the tape on CoreWeave for potential trade. There we go. Oh, no, that got me. No, you dirty dog. I thought we'd see a little bit of a flush. Yeah, I mean, I'm about to rough this thing up right here, Sharif. Yeah, no problem, Assassino. CRWV. Yeah, it got me on this ABCD pattern I was watching, and then we got a clean flush to the downside, looking for this volume-weighted average price break because we had it before, so I figured third time was a charm. Keep an eye on the time and sales. But once again, it's completely different trading these larger cap names than what it is in the small cap land. Price action, then a clean flush. I was looking, see, I had a couple of clean flushes on the bid in the ask, or sorry, above the ask, and I'm like, all right, nice, this is my green light. We're gonna have volume step in. We've already had it stair step up, and I'm looking for some form of continuation. So hopefully, where my out is gonna be is 74s. I did reduce my size drastically, but this is what I was saying to Juan, man, make the cash and get out, because opportunities like this happen. Is you have the volume, you have multiple signals, and even if the stars align, that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to work. So a little bit of a pain in the rear end here as CoreWeave rejecting aggressively, not panning out this ABCD pattern. Oh, man, that's super annoying as we reject the volume-weighted average price in this trend line like it's some missile defense system. So hopefully we have another wave of participants. If not, we have to be prepared to get out and that we may not break VWAP. All right, here we go. Casey, let's see what we got going on. All right, girl. $10 super chat. Thank you very. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. We'll hit this one here. Bang. Thanks for the love yesterday, y'all. Took smaller size today. Build confidence in killing it. Keep printing, you all. Nice win for Yankees and Blue Jays. Joey and Sharif, your shirt letters are backwards.
Yes, guys.
Yeah, I see what she's getting at there. Well, no,
Oh,
I'm wearing.
I thought you had it too, bro. Yeah. No, I was looking to see if you. I'm like,
I'm Perry Ellis over here, man.
Hey, yeah.
Perry Ellison over there.
Thank you so much, Grace, for that.
As
of course.
always.
She told me to tell you, go Yankees. I told her I was not going to say that.
Well, you could say that, but just remember, until things change.
I told her
right?
I wasn't going to say
so
it.
who's the change? I mean, listen, who did the Yankees lose to last year?
They got an ass whooping in the playoffs by the Jays. That's what I remember.
Does everybody remember the iconic Vladdy? And the Yankees lose. So
you remember that?
Yeah, the Yankees lose. Yeah, they hate the Yankees.
That was Poppy though, wasn't it?
No,
that was David Ortiz.
No, man. Well, I think he's copying.
He was copying.
Vladdy was copying him, right?
Gotcha,
the Yankees lose. So shout out to New York. Even
Yankee
though we
lose.
Wall Street. Yeah,
I love the Dominican accent too when he does that. Yankee lose.
Well, he's been partying too much in Dominican. Sharif. All right, at this point, we're looking for this break. Let's see what we got going on. An additional clean flush. There we go. This is call me Poppy.
Yo, she's talking crap about the Jays, man. She's like, how many championships do we have? We got 2.
Yeah, we have 2 back to back.
Yes,
all right, man. Get that garbage out of here.
92-93, my girl.
Let's go. All right, we take a little bit. We're just going to reduce our risk here because I'm not in love with this trade.
All right, man. I'm watching SCKT and I'm watching BQ. These are the best of the bunch in my humble submission at the moment. BQ, it looks like it's still putting in a downtrend. I'm looking at the 5-second chart over here. Let's bring it down. Let me just see if it's breaking out above the downtrend. Oh God, this fly is back. So let's see, are we breaking the downtrend? It feels like we might be breaking the downtrend here. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. If that means getting in at a worse price, so be it. I don't wanna get caught in a bull trap, right? Looking for that move. Let's see if we get a move above 90 possibly here, and then you can defend in about 175. So the flash drop was into 165. I'd like to see a decisive move above 190. Here we are at 90, 89, 90. Let's see if the short sellers step in here. This was a bit of a support shelf as well, but if we get a nice break through that level, it could be interesting. Seeing SCKT also trending here. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we can get now. Do we make another beeline into that $2 area? I don't mind defending into this 175 area, but it's going to have to comply here, so we don't want to get caught in a bull trap. It did break trend. It was on a bit of a downturn here. Let's see if this $2 move brings anything of positivity for the longs. Right now, it's not. Let's see if it dips into 175. If it does, what kind of size do we have stepping in to support us, possibly at that level? So that's what I'm looking at, Joey, as well. Right into 88s we go, so nothing doing quite yet. Waiting for that decisive move above 2, though. That way we can add size above 2 because we'll know, that there could be possibly a big buyer to defend that as a support level. So that's what I'm watching at the moment. Just giving this an opportunity to base out 185 support. Let's see if we can get a little bit more to the high side, Joseph.
All right, let's go. Yeah, one day closer, man. See, there it goes, man. This is why I don't love trading. Got to eliminate this thing off my list. I mean, good thing we have a significantly smaller size, but I got to hop out of this bad boy if we don't continue to hold up. Trend line rejection, going against it. Should have hopped out all right there when I had the opportunity to do so. And look at what's going on in the NASDAQ and the SPY, guys. Complete chop fest, if you ask me. So, I mean, it's a good day for range trading if that's what you're about. You grab the lower end, sell at the highs, get in at the lower end. But I think it's time that we head over to small cap land for today and try to find some momentum. It may or may not come. So we give a little bit back here. Oh my God, this is so, why? Anyways, okay, aside from that, shake it off like Taylor Swift. Yeah, shake it off like Taylor Swift here and see if we can find something else. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about here, Juan. Just a bad trade in general. But hey, it's all right. We take one. This was a break-even one before just reading the tape. I'm like, oh, okay, let's see if we can go. But then the price action wasn't displaying what I want. So I was like, all right, good opportunity to get out break even. And now we're going to be looking to do the exact same thing here with CoreWeave. Small cap scan. Let's see what we got going. BQ. It's not halted or anything right now. Price action's definitely slowed down. So is the tape. But what we can do is head over to our scanner and see what we got going on. Chow over here. Here's this Royal Chocolate or Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory that they had going on. OFAL. BQ dogs. What's dogs up to here, Shreve? Not too much volume on this bad boy. Box L. Who's this? A Box L Corp? Okay, nothing crazy in Abius. Man, that thing's too expensive. And then a lot of leverage plays here. So I'm not seeing anything that I'm in love with. Let's see if we can hop out here momentarily, get a retest of this trend line. This pullback's hefty. One thing that I don't like about this trade specifically is look at the volume. We can classify this as a genuine move, right? Like the volume steps in, you have a nice strong candle, and then it just completely falls off the cliff, and then now no longer wants to break through the volume weighted average price. So yeah, we're gonna have to bail on Christian bail on this trade here, momentarily. Sure.
All right, man. In SCKT, continuing to watch here, BQ, we got 89s on. It keeps popping up, but now it's on a bit of a downtrend again. So it did break the prior downtrend on the 5, and now is, I guess, putting in a new downtrend. This doesn't look good, quite frankly. I got to tell you the truth. So continuing to watch this one. Let's see how this ends up going. Let me put my stop below area low. So I do want, yeah, that's going to be risking more than I want, though. That's the problem with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change that. There we go. Below area low, right? Okay, sorry, I just have to watch here because we just did pop up a little bit into the 90s. 92, 93 showed up momentarily. Okay, SCKT is ripping up, and I'm not taking any prints here. There it goes into 2. SCKT on its horse. So I'm going to put some profit takers. I have got some dip trades as well working. Back to BQ, big seller at 91. Can't shake the seller at 91, but SCKT is ripping. Now we've got a couple of beak wetters on that into 05. That's a new high a day. That concerns me because all the degens will start trading SCKT and they're going to leave BQ alone. I'm long BQ. So that does pose a problem, and down it goes, and we did get stopped out of that. That was my concern there. So let's focus on SCKT. Feels like BQ, the best trade is behind it at the moment. Nope, there's still some here that I didn't take out on BQ. Continuing to watch here, $2 seller. This feels like an ascending wedge flat top break, essentially through either 190 to 195. Like you can see the topping tail candles do go into that 195 area, but we need a decisive clearing of 2 before we start packing on their size here. Now, we got 91, so that does give me some room to rest a little bit easier. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit of a dip trade right at 95s to see if I can get a little bit more. If this one dips down, maybe into the mid-90s, we pack on some more size there for a decisive breaking of 2. I like the chart pattern on SCKT much better than I like the chart pattern on BQ, which is now in a downtrend. Into 04 as we go. Didn't get the ad. Into 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. Continuing on here, 9s, boom, 10. Looking for a little bit more. 14s showed up, 12s. Looking at 14, posting. Looking for a little bit more. We're going to go 19s as well. So let's see what we get here. Didn't get the dip trade, though, so we're still going with the initial position. 12 showing up here, Joey. 13 momentarily. There it is. There's 13. 14. There it goes. 15. Yes, 16. Sir. 18. Looking for 19s here. That's the next profit taker still holding. So SCKT looking real freaking good. The chart pattern is decidedly better on SCKT than it is on BQ, at least for the moment. Anyway, that of course can change. There's a big seller here at 17. Someone's offloading a monster position. It's a hidden order. It's an iceberg. No size is coming off the gateways. In fact, more size is coming onto the freaking gateway here. So there's basically equilibrium right now between buyers and sellers. It's been locked in, 16 on the bid, 17 on the ask, going on 10 seconds now. So really unusual price action here, Joseph Options, man. This is a bizarre seller coming in at 17.
How bizarre, how bizarre. I pushed really heavy on that trade right there, Shreve, watching the tape.
Good, brother. I can take over if you need to focus, bro.
Definitely the largest position of the day. We're holding this 16s, man. It's pretty crazy. I'm just focusing on my side chart here because that's where I active. CoreWeave is that absolute dumpster fire. So we're going to just make back essentially on this trade what we lost on CoreWeave. I want to get out of this thing because I'm not liking it. We're still holding 16s here. What's going on?
I have no idea what's going on.
Someone's going to lose. Yeah.
Down goes Frazier.
Yeah. Wow.
Here we go. Watching.
You knew the longer that it took, man.
I agree with you on that.
The longer that it took to happen, then it's like most likely that the
looking for it.
Yeah, man. CoreWeave here. Yeah, you go ahead. But I'll pull up my trade momentarily on that one. We locked in a little bit, but nothing crazy. After that capitulatory move, it was absolutely disaster, and I only took half off there on that move. And then CoreWeave is just essentially removing everything that we have on our day here. So that's not too good. SCKT, we'll pull this bad boy up. Same narrative. We're just reading the tape. Looking for a rebound in CoreWeave now. But boom, as soon as I get in, Sharif, like this one, but high of the day break, just reading, and then I take half off. It should have punched out right there at almost at 19s, 20s. And then now we're starting to look like we might halt down at this point there, Sharif. So a good thing that we got out there. Now here's this CoreWeave absolute dumpster fire disaster. Let's see if we can find any form of a rebound. I don't want to panic sell just yet on it.
Yeah, I'm defending in the VWAP over here, so that's what I'm watching. So we've got 92s on. I've let it fill. Let's see if exactly what we get. Looking for a hold up at the volume weighted average price, showing mid 80s. No buyers right now though, but I'm seeing a bit of a bounce on BQ for those who are looking for possibly a good move on that one. Let's see if we can get something here in the mid 90s on SCKT. No buying, not enough buying anyway. Seller at 88. There could be resistance here, I want to say, just in between that 90 to 95 area. It's littered with a range on the 5-second chart. But if we can get above that specifically and move into 2, I think we could have a good opportunity here. The tape is fundamentally slowed down here into 90. Yeah, it's got a very thick trade. It feels like more short covering than longs there. I'm going to flatten out here for a 2-penny loss. We'll continue to watch. If this wants to regain trend, then we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm happy with this out. I didn't like what I saw there in terms of the tape slowing down, and there it goes right back down. Good out there on me, but we give back a little bit there from the earlier move up. So continuing to watch that. I don't want to defend to get into VWAP because it's the second time it's been at VWAP in like almost, a couple of minutes. So that's not going to be the move here to keep defending into that level. There was ones you guys were telling me, WEN as well. So let's look at that.
What a joke.
WEN.
Wendy's.
Over here. Oh, Wendy's is ripping, man. How come these ones are not showing up on my scanner today? That's super bizarre. How bizarre. Yeah, but we're going to keep Wendy's. Wendy's looks fantastic. And quite frankly, Wendy's, I don't like, why am I saying it like that? Wendy's looks a lot more steady state, higher high, higher low than everything else, to be quite honest with you. So I would feel more comfortable packing size onto that. WCT, says Stuart D. Yes, you guys are coming through with the calls right now. So who are we going to take off here? We'll take off DOGZ, WCT. These all look fantastic. All breaking out at the moment. So keep your eye on WCT and WEN. They're looking pretty good here, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I'm removing CoreWeave off of the old chart. I shouldn't be intraday trading, even though I want to short the wazoo out of it there, Sharif. But yeah, I'm not going to mess around with it anymore. It's unfortunate. So we did have this nice little scalp here. Nothing crazy. We did get stopped out half of our position, and then we had the TQ short. But then this CoreWeave trade that we never got any rebound, breaking through the volume weighted average price, we just give some back. So now we're just barely holding on to positivity here, and it was not too bad of a start of the day. So I mean, that's what happens, man. You swing the bat, and sometimes you strike out, and that was the narrative here that we had on CRWB. I'll pull that up. We could have got out a lot earlier too, which we should have done, but the tape kind of fooled me. Pity the fool, says Neil. So boom there, and then we get out. So it just should have hopped out all right there. SCKT definitely breaking down now at this point, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll head back over to our small cap scan, see if we can find anything out on that front. Chow, how you've been performing. Anything that has 1 million shares traded. Maybe I'll like this one. WCT, Well Change Holdings, $1.26. So there's the 1 minute time frame. The liquidity's there. Okay, there it goes. Bang. Yeah, WCT, Well Change. Are you looking at that one?
I'm about to pull it up.
Okay, you're about to pull it up there. So not too bad of a break there. Sharif, on the high of the day, 124. Now printing 134. Is this halting? It might. It might be there because it's not moving right now. Yeah, it's limited up. So the limit up there on that one. So WCT. We'll keep an eye out on that boy. Bex, what's up with this one? Nothing crazy. SMCL, this is a leverage play. How has SMCI been performing? Nonetheless, there's not really anything crazy going on right now. Dare I short this CoreWeave? How much did I lose on this one? Yeah, we'll send it over there, 106. So $1.30. Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait and try to grab a $2 move at least, or up the share size on CoreWeave if I'm gonna be looking to play it again. SpaceX up 5% here today. All right, guys. You know what time it is. Favorite time of the day. We're going to send it over to the desk with Juan and Adara.
What happened in the European markets, which just closed for the day? We'll find out with Juan.
Thank you, Adara. European markets trading lower today. Ongoing geopolitical risks as well as reactions to the U.S. inflation data print. Now, Stoxx 0 down marginally, still hovering below all-time peaks set earlier this week, but we can see as tensions in geopolitical risks rise, defense sector up 0.9% and energy as well up. Auto sector and luxury dropping 2% on weak demand in Europe. If we take a look at Germany, also marginally down 0.24%, but they did have a huge rally in tech stocks. Infineon rising more than 3.8% following strong earnings from CoreWeave as well as SuperMicro computer. Industrials caught a bit as well in Germany. We saw Rheinmetall up by 4.5%, while Siemens Energy advanced by 4%. TKMS also jumped over 11% over solid results as well as an upgraded full-year revenue outlook. In France, however, the main laggard for today, we've seen luxury stocks pulling the index down with Louis Vuitton falling more than 3.5%, Hermes losing 2.5%, and Kering dropping more than 4.2%, one of the biggest laggards there. I mean, the sector remains under pressure as the Strait of Hormuz and also prolonged slowdown in global luxury remains a threat. On the upside, though, in France, ST Microelectronics added about 1.3%, benefiting from the strength across global tech markets. Over in the United Kingdom, they were down by 0.28% for the day. Oil majors such as Shell and BP fell around 1.2%, while AstraZeneca, GSK, as well as Unilever also declined around 2% each. Burberry was the biggest laggard, falling to about 4.3%. On the upside, though, aerospace as well as defense companies gained. We had BAE Systems and Babcock up by 1.5% each, supported by continued strength, of course, in the sector. Now, with the U.S. inflation data print out, people or markets will be digesting that. For tomorrow, any sharp upward ticks in long-term sovereign bond yields, such as the 10-year Treasury yield in the U.S., as well as the German 10-year Bund yield, they'll put immediate pressure on high-growth tech sectors as well as real estate. Also, with geopolitical tensions now, Brent crude is hovering near $90 per barrel, so any further escalation in the Middle East could drive oil above $90 per barrel, squeezing margins for transport, chemical, as well as airlines, while boosting stocks like Shell, BP, and Total Energies at the opening tape tomorrow for the European markets.
And what's happening right now, actually, before sending you back to the guys, we have SpaceX, SPCX. They just posted, or rather SpaceX AI posted on X, the benchmarks for their new 4.6. Grok 4.6 high actually beats FableMax on a couple different benchmarks. I mean, FableMax still outperforming them on most of the benchmarks, but interesting look here for Grok 4.6 as released by SpaceX AI, of course, part of the SPCX. We'll see you with one during the Chinese or European, oh, that was not English, Asian market segment at 3:30 p.m.
Thank you to Juan and Adara for that. All right, guys, let's get right down to work. Here we go. WCT halted 135. Halt time 11:31:34. Current time 36:07. We're about 30 seconds from resumption, and you probably want to know about the tap now, right? Since this is on the NQ. It's $1.50.
Oh,
we're about 15 pennies higher than the resumption. And the beautiful thing is, I was telling Joey while Juan was giving us the info here, is that this one's on the NQ, so we won't have to fly blind. About 5 seconds left till resumption here. Let's keep an eye out here at what this does. Let's see if it resumes on time. Here we go. Popping up. Oh, my Lanta.
Nice.
Here we go. Watching. Let's see. Can we get a little bit more?
Are you in it too?
Yeah, but I'll
Savage.
defend, right?
Savage.
So,
savage.
Here we go.
21.
21. All right. Looking for a bigger move up. Joseph, options into the $0.50. Watching here. Let's see if the buyers do step in. 65. Big seller at 65. Joey can't shake the seller at 65. There was an equally big buyer right around the $0.50. Down it goes. What's limit down, you ask? 29. Let's see if this holds up. It's not going to hold up. It doesn't look like, at least for now. It's filling in the gap. I have to get out here. Small position, so still watching. Could get back in. I don't have my 5-second chart on this one though, so that's the crappy thing, and I don't want to WCT. There we go. Now we're good. All right, let me watch here. Here we go. What a move right back up, man. Yeah. So let's see if that 65 seller, they can get that 65 seller out of the way, right? Because if we get that 65 seller out of the way, I think we could at least resume to the high side. Here we go. Oh, wow. Looking for a bigger move. No, we're still, again, right back into that level again. So you're going to have to pack your patience with this one, it feels like, because it's not immediately apparent whether this is going to be pretty parabolic, right? So let's see, 69 seller now coming in, 70 seller, 72. Okay, there we go. Nope. Can't quite get through that level though. Yeah, exactly. You feel that as well, right? Yeah. There's a pretty aggressive seller here at 70, give or take, right? 69, 70, even into 71s. You felt that the seller was coming in pretty aggressive. So it's rejected 75 twice now. So big seller at 25. 75 twice. What are you seeing, Joey?
Oh, brother, I'm way too big right now. I'm way.
Well, likewise.
Yeah, no, I'm massive right now. Let's see what we got going on. If this thing breaks down, then I have to get out of it.
50 is
way too much size on this one. Yeah, I'm out.
You got VWAP at around 47. Here we go. Limit down.
What a return on. What a flip of the day.
It's a bamboozler, right? So you got the support here at around 50. It has to hold 45 because that's where the volume weighted average price is. So if it fails that, I think that, this one is done for the day. We're going to go up to SIA for happening now.
No, not happening now, but just a quick news that I do want to mention is that SpaceX is having a bit of an uptick right now. It's trading around the $140 region. You want to make a look at, they just introduced on their website and just wrote on their news that they're introducing Grok 4.6. It delivers frontier intelligence and is a significant improvement over Grok 4.5 at the same price. So they have a news article that they just released. They're comparing all the versions of the Grok that is 4.6, 4.5, 5.6 Soul, and Fable 5, all in comparison in the table. So they just announced this, and the stock is reacting to it as well.
Great, all right, I'll tell you guys the narrative of what was going on. So approximately I was up half a shutdown, and then I reversed it to down now half a shutdown. So that's what I was talking about, Juan, man. Sometimes you just got to take the money and run. But we obviously have some other things to do as well here. I'll pull this trade up, WCT. Hey, man, sometimes it goes. You know what Ricky says, or sorry, Ray says, sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. And this was the narrative here with this one, boom, to the downside, just after a couple good plays, right? So if we had the ability to just like, boom, up half a shut on this TQ trade, not too bad of a look. We get the other little bit of a move and then CoreWeave in this WCT. Even though it's bouncing off of the volume weighted average price right now, it looks like it wants to give a little bit back, but considering I'd have to just go back into the same amount of size to even mitigate what we just had go on, and I'm not willing to do that. So there it is, bang, WCT. We'll keep our eyes on the tape to see if it does step back in, clean flushes, then you might have another opportunity. So there's something above the ask. I like this one, but it's immediately met. So you can see how the bag is kind of mixed here. We want to see more clean, just wave after wave of just hitting above the ask, and we're not getting that right now. Angry, I just explained, we were up half, now we're down half. So here it is. Uh-oh, there it goes. It's going to go now, Sharif, potentially. Let's see if this defense continues to step in here. Yeah, there it goes one more time. But for this push, a couple of additional waves higher, then off to the races, you can go breaking this $1.72 marker. Oh, I really like the way that this 1 minute candle sets up. Let's try it one more time to see if we can do it. What else are we here for? We may as well take some shots, and you miss the shots that you don't take as well. So we'll keep our eyes on the tape here, ladies and gentlemen, to see if we get what we see. There it is, a nice clean flush, but immediately met. So let's see if this happens. Come on, come on, additional wave. There it goes. But we're getting rejected at 65s. And full disclosure, I don't even have half of what I had on this, a quarter of what I had on that previous position. So if we don't get an extended move or a halt up, then I mean it's nothing crazy. At least it'll eliminate some, but it doesn't seem that's going to be the narrative at this time.
All right, taking prints here. I like the uptrend, but it's locked in a bit of a range. I mean, it really has to take out 70, then 75. It's putting in some bottoming tail candles. Right now, seller at 63, can't shake the seller there, continuing to watch 65, 66, 69. Let's see, can we get 70? There's 70 momentarily showing up, looking for a bigger move, man. Where are the buyers to step in here? 67 again, 68, 69, 7, boom! Into the freaking high. We have 56s on this. We got big size here. What flush down,
what a flush
unreal.
down. It's crazy.
Break even on the remaining amount, unbelievable. Into 77, back down to VWAP. Yeah, the small caps are just they're difficult this week. Certainly, I think all the short sellers saw all the fun we were having last week and just like, nope, we're not gonna let them have that much fun. We're gonna short everything. That's kind of how it feels this specific week. So I had to get out of that. But we did take some nice prints there into the high. So we do have the high of the day. Actually, I don't have the high of the day. 76s. I have high of day 77s. It's at VWAP again, though. That's the thing. It's not failing the volume weighted average price, which is right around that $0.50. But it's just such a thick trade at these levels, man. Now, you could give it, since it did defend the volume weighted average price quite well, you could give it to the $0.50, and then you would have been stopped out right there. As it did fail below the $0.50, reclaiming now. Yeah, we're gonna have to not give these ones that much size here because there's just no continuation. I think part of trading these small caps too, and I think just part of trading in general, is really getting to kind of have a feel for the market. So like last week when you could just punch into anything and then everything was going, and then this week you kind of feel, it's such a hard trade just to get in at the right area, and even when you do get in at the right area, there's a lot of chop. Like we saw on Plague yesterday. So it's a bit of a tough bunch this week. And yeah, I'm out here, not touching this. This is really failing now down into 140. I'm gonna let this one go here. So yeah, nothing else here doing, just keeping an eye here on WEN. That one is consolidating a little bit, could be giving back some. Let's bring that into the side chart over here. WEN looks pretty good, man. The Peltz man, apparently looking at maybe buying this bad boy. When's the last time you had Wendy's, man?
I
don't even
probably a
remember
couple
the
months
last
ago. I rock with Wendy's though. I don't mind.
You rock with them,
Yeah,
huh?
Wendy's tendies. I like the tendies.
Where is that guy?
I don't know, man.
He's gone, huh?
I have no idea.
The tendies, man. Some
Yeah, but
people
yeah,
wait for the
nothing wrong
summer.
with little Wendy's tendies once in a blue moon. I was trying to remember the last time I had pizza. I've been craving that, but we got to hold off on that one there. But Wendy's, get a double baconator or something along those lines. Listen, I'm a Harvey's guy, but my
They don't know
friends
what that is, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's
gotta
unfortunate. That's
tell 'em,
unfortunate.
boy.
You get the grilled, the fresh, not in that vat. You
Ooh.
get the nice taste of the flame. No, I don't really mess with the Frosties or anything.
Let me ask you something, man.
What's up, man?
You a big smash burger guy?
I'm a big hamburger guy, man.
Big
and when it
hamburger
comes,
guy.
I'm always cooking them up at home.
You don't ever make smash burgers?
I mean, yeah, of course. I like them. If you go to a nice spot here,
like.
here's WCT going once again here.
shit,
Yeah, I'm all right. Why, you like smash burgers?
I do like smash
Okay,
burgers,
all right,
man.
all right.
I like protein,
You
Joey.
like protein in general. Okay, yeah, well, I mean, I would
like
have never guessed that one. Anyways, aside from that, let's just take one more attempt on this bad boy to
This guy's
see if
getting
this-
sassy, huh?
Well, but I wouldn't
like
necessarily call it sass. I was just saying I would have never guessed that you liked protein. You
I know, right? I
Yeah.
only eat like 500 eggs a day, right?
Even Neil's like, what? You like protein? But yeah, let's see if we
Get it,
can get
Neil.
this rocking and rolling. I had actually made this
Good
jerk
trade,
chicken
man.
tacos yesterday. No, I'm not being sassy whatsoever. Let's see if we can get this moving. WCT
Sass
Sharif,
master.
yeah, the Sass Master himself. Well, what we need is a little sass here in WCT Sharif.
where is
it
the
doesn't look like
sass,
it wants
bro?
to go right now. Anyways. Now, there's a good spot in Liberty Village. There's a lot of smash burger spots, but attempt number 3, if we strike out at the plate, it is gone. It's like, all right, that's it. Yeah, I mean, it's not enough.
All right,
man. We
options,
need
man.
more.
That
We need
70
more.
level.
Break the 70. Who is this guy? We need to have
Time for him to get clipped.
there he goes. There it goes. Yes, halt, sir. We're holding on to this bad boy. Sharif, continue to climb a little bit higher. Of course, we would like to have some more, but that's not necessarily the case right now. $2 is what your boy's going to try to hold up, and we're at 64s. Oh, you're in at 74s.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit of a stretch in what I'm asking for, but hey, if we're going to move, we're going to continuously move because we took a hefty hit.
He took a hefty one.
Yeah, on some heavy shares as well too.
Oh,
there it
my
goes.
Lanta.
Man, it's comical to be honest with you. Other than that, man, we're in this. Let's see if we can get $2.
Let's see, man. Let's see. Here we go. Dancing with $0.75 again. Seller at 74. Big seller at 74. Can't shake the seller at 74. All right, continuing to watch here. Let's post some at 78. Yeah, let's see if that 74 seller gets out of the way. He's not getting out of the way, Joey. What a convicted bugger this guy is,
I know,
man.
we gotta talk to him.
Well, We're gonna talk to him. All right. Let's continue to watch here. The tape is basically stagnant because the 74 seller is putting a poop on everybody's party out till we can take out that 74 seller. Continuing to watch. My mistake here. Good. So decent. Let's see what we can get. If they're stair stepping down into 73s here, 72 seller. There's that 74 seller again. There's 75s options, man. Let's see if we can pop up a little bit here off that level. Yeah, it's a really thick trade. I keep expecting it to kind of go, and it just doesn't, right? So that does become a bit of a problem here. Let's see if it dips, though, into the half dollar. Now, see, the VWAP's kind of adjusted a little bit, right? It's now above the half dollar, so 56s is where I see the volume-weighted average price. But there is a local buyer here. I want to say in between 65 and 70. But we're going to have to take out the $0.75 seller. So I think I'm going to just pack my patience here. Unless this one closes a print below VWAP, I'm just going to pack the patience. I've got the size that I need. I don't mind taking this against me a little bit, but it's going to have to hold up area lows. So.
All righty. Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting cut up if I'm looking for the breakout trade every time.
On this one?
Yeah, right? And just in general with these, because the breakout trades haven't been in. They haven't been this week. So.
Hasn't really been in play. I mean, there's the rebound on CoreWeave here off of the lows as well too. So man, oh man, that's so. I should have bought some here, but I'm like, why am I gonna buy into? I mean, it's a pretty good answer. Just answered my own question there. 106.08 held up really well. Let's see if we can break. Shreve hit this one on the head. 170 seller, just keep stepping in aggressively. So let's watch out if this capitulates and just completely breaks down through the volume weighted average price, then you might not get any continuation here. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. We did pop into 84s, looking for more of a pop into 90s and even $2, but I think that was a little bit of a stretch. As soon as we mentioned $2, they're like, they're listening. So anyway, I'm obviously being sarcastic, but yeah, there it goes. Tape really weak right now at this point, ladies and gentlemen, so we have to be prepared to get out of this one. Any breach of VWAP, then we'll just head a little, or we'll just get out of that one, man. I never like doing that, and I'm, you know what, I'm typically pretty good is like when I'm up, we just size down drastically and just try to hold on to the majority of the profits. I never love going from being up X amount to being down the exact same amount. It's definitely not fun whatsoever. Yeah, what a breakdown here, Shreve. It's still holding VWAP. CoreWeave with the turnaround, man, oh man, that is the stock market will get to you sometimes. CRWB, let's pull up this bad boy here on CoreWeave and see what is going on in Shreve. It's definitely on my ish list, that's for sure. 106 hold, 107.31 now. It would have gave us a good opportunity to get out of that bad boy at this point. But I think third time's a charm. You're going to break trend and you're going to head right back towards the volume weighted average price. But I'm not going to take any more attempts on this one. We'll see what WCT has in store for us momentarily. Volume is really starting to cool down as well, so take that in. If we have an additional wave, so you can see where the participants are really starting to step in, volume, boom, boom. But what you need, it can or cannot happen, is that you want to see an additional wave. Yeah, there it goes on the breakdown. Oh man, what a disaster. Listen, we were down pretty bad, and then we had that one closing trade. We're out. That was, wow, it didn't feel me.
Unbelievable.
Wow, now it's halted down? Are you kidding me? That is not very good. Okay, now we're out. Am I out? Yeah,
yes,
okay, boom.
Out.
Wow, that was not good. Yo, we both got out at the exact same time.
Yeah, I got out.
I tried to get out and it wouldn't fill my order, and then sure enough, you take an additional 20 cents. Yeah, yo, that is right, Assassino. Man, it goes from a good one to not so good just like that, ladies and gentlemen.
No good at all. STKT breaking down as well. Let's look at Wendy's. Wendy's just got into a new high at day 879,880. This one's moving. I'm seeing the chat call out IZM as well. IZM is Rip City right now. Let's keep an eye here on not ZIM, IZM on the NQ. Yes, okay, so this is a penny stock into 41 pennies. Breakout just coming in fast and furious. Watch out with this one. Possible support at 30 to 32. High a day is 41 on the dot. Trade this carefully. It is south, of course, of the volume weighted average price. Whew. Dang, bro. SCKT, BQ, WCT. What theme do you see here? Yeah, death. That's what it was. Undertaker. Look at these. All of them failed. Up, fail, up, fail. Oh my days.
Someone said in the chat, our boy Luis is making money off. He's like he's
stuck in the car right now.
Is he stuck in the car?
Yeah, he texted me. He's because there's that eclipse. In Barcelona, apparently you can get like the best view. So here's what he said.
He's in a car.
I did know that there was he's on the way to watch it. So here's what he said.
Okay.
Hey, mate, sorry I couldn't make it into the TV today. I was in traffic jam. It's crazy day here due to the eclipse. Best spot in the world to see it, he says.
Okay.
Please inform them I won't be able to. So I'm like, no problem at all, man. I heard about the eclipse. Did you get any pics? He's like, hasn't happened yet. We are driving to an astronomical point of view.
Okay. All right, well, tell me.
the man, Luis.
But yeah, you hit that one on the head. Don't forget, in the stock market, you don't make money, you take money.
Well, I'm not taking crap right now.
Yeah, boy. No, it's getting taken from me. That's for sure. We were taking in the beginning, and then how things turn around relatively quick is a completely different story. So, yeah, I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. It's only one single day. You know what? It's funny. During the earlier stages of your tenure, you remember your largest losses, and then now I can't, like, I know my largest loss, but all the ones in between there you completely forget about because it's just you come in here every day and you're trading, and there's a probability that you may lose and you may win as well, too. So just keep that in mind, everyone. WCT was absolutely disastrous.
What is SpaceX doing?
It's disastrous. SpaceX is up another 5% here today.
I'm very pleased.
What? 7%? This thing's going absolutely nuts. $142. Man, I might slightly be ITM on this batch.
I am in the money now, man.
You are?
Yeah, well, I added it.
30. No, but didn't you buy in the 70s?
Yes, I did, but
you
really depends on what
you bought more on the lower.
Well, I didn't buy in the single digits, but I bought on Monday. I told you that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, you bought. So if you bought in 150 and 60, whatever you bought here in the 30s.
So I'll just tell you exactly how many shares I bought.
Yeah.
Bro, up there. We bought 25
at
180.
180.
Yeah, and then we bought 75
at 130.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah.
So.
So we'll see exactly how that all works.
So yeah, that's what I was getting at. Your bigger tranche was at the lower price.
Well, always, right?
Yeah, that's what you. Yeah, that's essentially what you want to do. Yeah, for sure. 142. Let's rock.
It's doing well, man. It's doing well today. I feel like he had a all hands on deck meeting. I don't know if you saw any information about that. He streamed it on X.
Did he?
Yeah, it was like all about, the future of SpaceX going, and he's yo, by the end of the year, our AI revenue, not profit, but revenue is going to exceed our actual space.
So this is where, I think that's been the narrative. Let's see if I can find this here.
Hangry. Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Angry, I just got 100 shares, brother. So I haven't written any covered calls yet. Like I wasn't at the threshold until Monday, so I haven't done anything like that. But we'll talk to your boy about Joey Options about that, the whole thing there. So we'll see exactly how that goes. Also, who's in DFTX with me, guys? Because they reported earnings yesterday and they were looking pretty good, man. We got into a key area of technical support. So DFTX gapped up pretty aggressively, closed at $41 today. I woke up and it was almost $51. And then we basically have filled the entire gap. So that was kind of a crap fest there, but we're still up 7 and change on the day. We were up substantially more in the pre, but DFTX, man, former MindMed, continuing to do it. And this is a $6 billion market cap now, man. This ain't no joke, I guess, anymore, Joey. People are always crapping on this, psilocybin that, psilocybin this, but the market's starting to take it seriously.
Let's call wow, we should get our guy on the phone.
Oh, yes. Love him, man. He's a package full of energy, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I'm glad, man, too.
Of course.
WCT is open once again, but you can see the weakness just step into on the bid.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
Yeah, no, there's zero chance. This was absolutely disastrous. I don't know. Were you hitting your L key and you just couldn't get out?
I flattened out before you, though. I heard you say, I got to get out. When you said, I got to get out, I had already hit the flatten key.
Okay.
Right? Hey, by the way, the flatten key failed me twice yesterday. Twice.
It failed me twice right there. And I'm like, oh, no.
Well, it's a script order.
And then I had to, I had to post real quick below the bid, and I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Otherwise, we would have been caught in this downhaul, and I would have been like, oh no. I would.
Oh no, yo, look at NBIS, man. NBIS, SpaceX, these are looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, so is CoreWeave now. Obviously, now that it licked grabbed me, and then decided to go a little bit higher. But no, aside from that, man, nice 7% day in SpaceX. Clearly a buy program. It's funny how we all thought this name was gonna. It's crazy how the market works sometimes. I think the majority of us were thinking that SpaceX was going to tank after all of those shares, those locked up shares were released. And then sure enough, off of those lows, you're up 40% almost. Like, come on. That's crazy stuff. NVDA is treating us really well. But I mean, at the end of the day, we want to grab some more at the in some lower prices. Like, what did I just do there? Oh no, disastrous. Anyways, okay, so there it is. What's up, Casey? So here it is, 211 is where I would like to grab some more. Even if I could get, listen, trading gods, I preach to you. Let's see.
That's crazy.
184. What is it? You think I'm asking too much?
He doesn't ask for much around here, bro.
That's it.
If you guys don't know, it's a running gag.
185.
Your boy Joey Options, when he first started here, man, like he's just getting acquainted with the production team. You know, Ram. Well, she doesn't do much around here, but it's fun. Oh, couldn't get clipped for that. And then Fabian and everybody else, and like you'd always be asking for animations, and his go-to line was, before he asked for something, was, I don't ask for much around here. And then like it was like consistently every day. It's like yo, you're constantly asking for something.
I know, man. Sometimes you need a reality check. This reality check here, Sharif, for me would be a 185 here on 185 on NVDA. That would be my dream price. And then it's just like here. Take my car at this point. No, I would never do. Don't listen to what I would never do that. I'm being sarcastic.
Do you have a name for your car?
No, I was never really one to name my vehicles. Yeah.
I used to have a name for
just my guy. It was Betsy or something.
Elsie. Close. Yeah.
On those lines, I would never.
I had a reason for that.
To name it my vehicle, other than like you piece of garbage sometimes.
Fabian had a blue Honda Fit that he named Pearl. Was it a blue Pearl?
That's a good one.
It was a blue Pearl.
It was a blue Pearl.
That's where he got the name. I like it.
How about the Black Pearl? Do you know where the Black Pearl's from?
I don't. Is it from Nandang?
Nandang, no. It isn't. No, it's actually on the opposite side. Nandang, yeah.
I keep calling it by the wrong name and it tilts him. I love it. But today he was like, that's crazy. Why are you calling it that? I'm like, I literally thought that was a name.
Nandang, yeah.
I'm kidding, man.
How many days? Let's do this. Over, under right now, Sharif. I mean, we're getting around that noon hour. Over, under 12 and a half trading sessions till NVDA hits an all-time high.
What's all-time high?
136.
236, you mean?
236,
right? 236?
Yeah, over, under 12
so we're
and a half.
223. How many trading days?
12 and a half.
It's still putting in lower highs, options, man.
So take the under then, or take the over.
Let's have a look, Joey. 236.
Yeah.
Trading days. I say it needs more.
So you're over 12 and a half?
Oh no, Ram heard us.
What did she say?
Well, heard me.
Oh,
she's like, I heard y'all. I was on delay. Yeah, apparently everybody's delayed about 11 or 12 seconds.
So Sharif's over. All right, guys, put it in the chat. Are you over under 12 and a half days?
I'm going to take over on that.
You're over. We'll see what Sia and you'll think here momentarily. Are you guys over under 12 and a half days NVDA all-time high? Bye-bye WCT. Bye-bye to all of Joe's realized gains. And hello to realized losses. Let's send it over to the desk. Everyone's going with the under 12 and a half. Are we ready to send it over, Assassino? Let's do it. It's happening now. Over. Wow.
Good afternoon. Let's take a look at the markets right now. The SPY is currently up very close to 0.20%. You have the triple Qs that are up close to 0.70%. And the Dow is up minutely, but it's still in the green. Let's take a look at one thing that I do want to talk to you about before we send it over to Neil. DJT is what we're going to take a look at. President Donald Trump has been sued over the controversial sale of advanced notifications of his posts on his platform, Truth Social. So the lawsuit has been filed in the U.S. District Court in Manhattan, and it notes that Trump's post on his own social media site often, quote, move markets. Here's what the civil suit says. President Donald Trump is charging $100,000 per month for advanced access to his official government announcements on Truth Social, the social media platform he owns. The scheme is extraordinary, corrupt, and unconstitutional, and plaintiffs bring this case to stop it. So Trump Media had also announced in July that it will be offering subscribers who paid up to $100,000 amount each month early access to quote-unquote market-moving posts from Trump and other people who use the platform, and this service is known as Truth API. DJT is currently down over 6%, closing in to 6.5% on the day. That's all for my update. Before we go back to the midday, I want to stop and ask Neil, what's his lesson for the day?
Thank you, Sia. The lesson is keep it as simple as possible. Not just because I don't want to have to switch screens because I took my guard off, so I don't want to be doing all this like crazy stuff. But I think the simple type of trade or thing to look for would be the pattern that just repeats itself. There's an interesting question. I remember hearing this when I was a trainee, and it's what's the most likely thing, if you know nothing about the market, what's the most likely thing for it to do today? And then the answer was what it did yesterday in a general sense, right? And obviously that's not going to directly be true. Like, no one's here to claim that every day is going to repeat itself. But if you ever see a pattern and then the same pattern is setting up the next day that worked and worked fantastically, well, I mean, if it fits in your playbook, then that's something you should pay attention to. And I'm going to bring it to IBIT for a quick little second. And I'm purposefully leaving out today so that we can have an idea of what you were looking at before going into this. No daily chart, no 15-minute chart, just right here on the 3-minute. You have up, kind of down day, but consolidative day, where it made a high after an up day. Then you get the clean lower high and pure trend down. Unequivocally, unambiguously, down day on IBIT a couple of sessions ago. And what does it do yesterday? It's a little bit lower. It gaps up first. And you can say, okay, well, it goes back into this prior support from the last up day and the morning range bottom, and then just starts trending down. But the more important thing is, look at what's happening at 9. Look at what's happening at the open on this day as opposed to this day. At the open, when it tries to go higher, it just consolidates and loses the volume-weighted average price. Now, in the middle of a downtrend, the one time it broke VWAP was here, but you're seeing a stock, an ETF, which is just incredibly weak. And the way I look at it is if it's already made its high in the pre-market and then only doing lower highs after that, and 2 days in a row, it gives you the same fantastic move, over 2% straight down, then why not look for the same thing? Now, admittedly, you're not guessing it's going to go down by shorting this at 8:30 in the morning when the number's coming out, but we got an economic number. It put in the high. What's it doing when it gets to 9 o'clock? It's putting in a lower high off of the same top at the open yesterday. At the open, it jumps into VWAP, puts in another lower high, and then it proceeds to just drop and do the exact same range in half a day that it took the entirety of the day to do. There's nothing rocket science about this. Like, I don't have to predict, I think Bitcoin is going to be weak today. It's going to be a short. No, this was the short yesterday off of those levels. The market went up. It didn't go up with the market. As it tried to go up when the market was going up, it's rejecting the same levels it rejected yesterday. When it lost VWAP, it made it to the low. When it lost VWAP, it made it to, there's literally nothing complicated about that trade. Nothing. You're not reading anything that isn't obvious. You're just simply looking at what it did the day before. And I would posit this that it was disappointing to have missed this yesterday, because really it would have been the same trade yesterday, basing it off the prior day. You're losing it off the open. It puts in the lower high, breaks down underneath VWAP. You short it. Now, I know how I roll. Like, I'd be short here, and in the morning range, I'm probably taking it out there and then hoping I can somehow, weasel my way into that trade. But it just comes down to taking the lowest hanging fruit. When I'm not messing up my shoulder with my baseball, with the 9-year-olds that I'm pitching to, one of the things that I tell them when it's the first and second, or the bases are loaded, or just in any situation, when you're at that age, make the most simple play, right? Like, if you get a ground ball to third base and there's runners at first and second, just because you can throw it to first doesn't mean it's easier than tagging the runner, which is going to run right into you. And that happens at that level. Believe me, the runner will, even when a runner doesn't have to go, or when they do have to go, they won't even try to sidestep you. They'll just run directly toward the bag, and you can step on your bag if it's right next to it. Take the easiest play, right? Like, that's what the game is about. That's what trading can often be about too. So if you can try to find the simplest setup, if it does it 2-3 days in a row, then just do that till it stops working. And obviously it's not going to be guaranteed. At some point the pattern stops. But if you get it 3, 4, 5 days in a row, who cares? Especially when it's such an easy risk-to-reward opportunity. So keep it simple if you can. The great thing about the markets is that they will fall into patterns sometimes. Not every stock, but plenty will. Whether it's a trend or whether it's a range from the day before, you just want to be able to take advantage of it when you do see it. Will I think the same thing on Bitcoin tomorrow? Probably. Not a guarantee, but if it sets up the same way, take a shot at it. And hopefully it works out the same. And if it doesn't, from a risk to reward standpoint, I'd have to break a lot of rules to give back the move here today. So it's good until it's not. Observe patterns, take advantage where you can. This beef, we literally have this like, I don't know, it's like some chewy, somewhat curry beef with potatoes. Vegetables seem like they're good, so I'm happy with the vegetables. But the beef, I'm giving a 3.8. I can't. It's like it's pretty tough. So the lunch is what it is, but thankfully the veggies are good and the salad's legit. Like the salad has a little grapefruit in there. The salad looks fantastic. Cucumbers, tomato. So I'm pretty happy about the salad. That's all right. It's just the beef that is no good. Overall, lunch is good. Okay, good luck, everybody. Hopefully the market can catch a bit of a bounce for everybody because we like it when the market goes up, not down.
Oh, over under.
Oh, I said under. I put it in the chat.
You said under?
Yeah,
Okay,
I put
cool.
under.
Yeah, all right. See, Sia's gonna owe me $20 very soon. So with the I'm obviously playing around. Sia liking the chewy beef apparently. So we'll hit the bang on that one, and then. so why you say? But no to the pomegranate, which I can hit the or grapefruit. Sorry, grapefruit. We'll hit the bang to that one. I told you guys that one story when I was in my youth. I was probably around Sia's age at the time, and I was on we'll call it a hiatus the night before, and I decide to wake up obviously parched. And what do? I think that there is some orange juice in the fridge. So I'm like, oh man, I'm hella thirsty at this point. Go into the fridge thinking that I have a carton of orange juice. So what do? I open this up and I start chugging, only to realize that it was grapefruit juice, and I did not hold that.
Oh, I thought the story was going to go very differently.
No. I did not hold it down. It was absolutely disgusting. So we'll see. We'll pull that. Yeah, we'll hit that one. See, there's a lot of people who wish that at some point. I was. Let's go. We'll hit. Hangry, that's not very nice of you. Sharif and Joe, my favorite boys on the channel. What's up? Gambled on 3,800 shares of CoreWeave before the close yesterday, up 72K currently, but holding for all the glory. Man. That's not very nice of you, Hangry. But anyway, my guy, need to shed any more light. There goes CoreWeave. Oh man, this is what CoreWeave has done to me. CRWV, man, has not treated me well. But I'm glad that it has treated you. Right back to our entry price. Man, we get out around the lows and then off to the races it goes. It's a good one. Maybe that should be a new motto there. But my guy, Dragos, I know you've been printing up a lot of storms. 3,800 shares. That's some pretty big size, man. I've never put on a position worth 3,800 shares, to be frank with you. So nice, man. Especially of a $100 name. Congratulations to you. And you know what I say? Don't spend it all in one place. That's for sure. Save a little bit, some for a rainy day. But nice work, man. Congratulations to you, and thank you for the super chat. Obviously, I'll hit any. People want to hear this one, but I don't feel like it goes with this one. So this is what we'll do, Dragos. To the individual. So this is what we'll do to the individual who's on the opposite side, in which you received and took the money from that 72K, because you didn't make it. You have to take it from somebody.
Love you, Dragos. Yeah, I just got back, brother. I didn't even see
the
that.
Eggs, yeah, man. You got the eggs rolling in.
This is the shakshuka. So essentially, it's just like a regular egg, and then they just throw in some salsa on it. And yes, this is a mini croissant here, because Claude told me that I have to have more carbohydrates. Joe.
Listen to Claude. I tried watching a little bit, but to be honest with you, I just put things on for background noise. Listen, my days are pretty, they're pretty action-packed, right? Like, you have to take into consideration, if I leave here at 4 o'clock, then I'm home because it's traffic, 4:35, 4:45. Then I take the dog out, feed him, then hit the gym, come back, cook food, shower, and then get the option stuff ready for you guys the next day. It's already 8:45. 8:45, 9 o'clock, right? So there's not much time in the day for that stuff. And if I put something on, chances are I'm going to be falling asleep to it. We're going to send it over to the desk now.
All right, guys, VinFast reported very strong Q2 momentum. They delivered more than 70,000 EVs globally. Guys, that is up 96% year over year. And the first half deliveries actually reached 129,000 vehicles. That's up 78%, and it reinforces that the company's growth trajectory is expanding across all its EV portfolio. And guys, by mid-year, they'd already achieved approximately 43% of both their 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, and that puts the company firmly on track across both growth engines. Shout out to VinFast. Growing pretty fast there. Okay, good for them. Guys, and I said this, I'm gonna say it again, I don't care. It's really hard to grow deliveries right now in EV land. You just look at everybody's numbers. So the fact that they're able to grow it, to me, says something. And I like the VF9. Guys, I don't like anything right now in the market. There is really nothing going on. I'm thinking about trading SpaceX, man, because right now, the small caps, number one, they ain't biting. They're not continuing, and there's really nothing moving here. I see OFAL is halted. Is this limit up or limit down? I can't even tell. It looks like it's limit down here. And then I'm also looking at XHLD. XHLD looks okay. It's got a flat top break kind of brewing here. The volume's a little sporadic. It's got a lot of topping tails, so a lot of defending into the 2/3 of a dollar on XHLD. Up almost 27%, give or take, but it's not looking great. BQ back above the volume weighted average price. It's got some clear resistance here at 140. You can see that pretty clearly. But again, you know, it's far off the top, so I'm a little hesitant getting in here at all. So that we'll keep an eye out on that. But I'm not liking anything at the moment. Sharif, will you go long or short on SpaceX from here? Because I've been watching it giving. Well, look, brother, it looks like it's defending the 141 area, right? The problem is, even though it's defending 141, it keeps putting in lower highs. So you could make the argument that this is a bull flag forming, or you could kind of just wait till the breach of the prior bar high, which you really haven't gotten. This is the only bar here, the 1150 bar to New York, that breached prior bar high, and then it ended up closing a little bit lower. So I personally would wait for that. You know, I'm not exactly a specialist at trading these large caps, but it did find a good area of support to make that point. New York is that 141 area is obviously the 1030 high. It failed. It went down all the way to 138.5, 143.30 high, but it's still putting in lower highs. All right, let me read this, man.
Yeah,
Where's he at? Where's he at, man? All right.
Bro. It's mad.
I tuned in just in time to hear a little Joey Smalls crying about being so busy. Come on, Joe. The Welcher, you ain't got no kids, and for all we know, Selena is made up, and Milo, I need to put this in air quotes, I'm doing it myself. Milo is imaginary. 1, 2, 3, pity party. That is a crazy statement.
I think we can confirm.
We can confirm all of it.
Yeah, some
Wasn't it
are
Selena
real.
taking that video you sent me on the weekend?
What was the video?
At Danforth.
Yeah. There you go.
Exactly.
There you go. Right. So I mean, imaginary. It's crazy because I've showed you guys pictures. I love this guy, What's going on, man?
Joey, how about you show him the picture that you guys drew of each other on Valentine's Day?
No.
I really like that picture.
No, that's
Adara.
a really bad one.
I think it's an excellent picture. Don't you agree, Adara?
Well, I was going to say, I think that you might almost hope that she was imaginary at that point so that a real woman wouldn't have to deal with having that photo drawn of them.
Oh, my God.
She just
I'm leaving,
dunked
man.
all over you, bro.
That's
She just
crazy.
dunked. Oh, bro.
Man, the lack of respect
Pull up the
around
picture,
here is
bro.
crazy.
Pull up the picture. Pull up the picture.
I started this off with saying, hey, listen, I grew up on drawing stick figures, and I struggled with that, okay? I don't have an artistic bone in my body.
You did a very good job, brother. You know, like A for effort, right? I suck too at drawing. I suck.
Now you're just rubbing it in.
No, I suck.
Bro, yeah,
you asked me to draw something, I'd probably come up with something like you.
It was bad.
I'm not gonna lie, right?
And then we got another $10 super chat. You want me to play the video, man? Come on, AI. It's
No,
so
man.
old. You can't even.
The people want to see the picture,
existed.
Joey.
All right, man. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Maybe we sent it to Ram before. Maybe she's got it. Or Assassino. Did you ever send it to anyone?
It is doing. It's crazy. I told you the lack of respect around here is absolutely insane, man.
We got to show them, Joey.
Yeah, we'll pull it. We'll pull
All right.
it up.
So while you're pulling that up, man.
Sharif, lest they forget, my boy.
Oh, well, we're not showing that on the
we can't
show.
show that around
We can't
here.
show that on the show.
See, people forget.
All right, Mr. Powell. All right, guys, continuing to watch BQ here as it does hover around that area of technical resistance. I worry, though. So even though BQ is finding resistance at 140, it's got a previous area of support at 150, so that's going to act as resistance. So, unless we take out those levels, even though it's above VWAP, I don't want to get involved. I'm red on BQ. I'm red on the day. I don't really want to continue to add to the redness of the day unless there's going to be something, really worthwhile here. And I'm starting to think large caps because I got to tell you, I'm seeing nothing on small caps. So unless I'm just going to hang out here and not trade all day, we're going to have to trade something. And I'm liking the look of SpaceX's jib. It is now above prior bar high. It's got a higher low and a higher high, so it's kind of changed its tune a little bit here. Let's work into SPCX little by little. I'm not going to get in a big position because this ain't my moat. So let's see, where are we in at? 142.08. Let's see if this one can kind of make its way possibly back into 143. I can give it $1 because I took small size. So if I like what I'll see, I'll add into the position. If I don't, I'll get out, Joey.
Yo, give me a second.
Are you still looking
yeah,
for it?
I found it.
I
found it.
It's so
absolutely
good.
disastrous.
For everybody in the chat who hasn't had the pleasure of seeing Joey Options,
artistic,
let's just say very, very strong artistic talent, and on Valentine's Day of all the days, this is what he gifted her, right? So shout out to my man. He's doing it live. We're just joking around. Of course, Joey, we love you. It doesn't matter.
You don't even feel bad for my artistic view, talent, Sharif. It's more or less you have to feel bad for Selena for such a bad job that I did. There's no justification.
I think you did great, brother. I think you did great. You sent it to us?
I tried sending it to you here, but it's going to probably take forever because your boy is not on.
Well,
it's sent.
I'm ready.
It's there. It's ready.
I'm ready to go. So you sent it to me?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Fabian, ready to do this? Because
how did this even get brought up, though?
I don't know. I have no idea, but I like where it's going. And Fabian, if we could put this on full screen too. You didn't send me.
Yeah, I did. I sent it via. Go check your messages.
Send it on GChat.
Here, I might be able to pull it up. Oh, there, I have it. I have it here.
How come I don't have it? Oh, there you go.
I sent it on a thread. Oh man. Why is it like that? Why is it not showing the full picture? Because she did a good job. And why is it only half? Anyways, aside from that.
Come on, bring it in, man. Let's go. Maximize.
It's bad. It's bad. It's really bad, man. It's crazy. It doesn't even look obviously remotely like how.
I do have a serious question, Joe.
Yeah.
How long did you guys spend? I want to know. Were you sitting there? I actually want to know how this. Were you sitting there looking at each other?
Let me put it to you this way. Yes, I was sitting across from her. She was sitting across from me, and I tried. I said, "Hey,
I know how long you had because hers looked more finished than yours. I'll put it that way.
It's no Picasso. It took me some time, right? I'm not that good. So I mean, the skin, everything is off. It's just not too good. I try. It's crazy, man. Yeah.
I told y'all.
Yeah.
I told y'all. Oh, come on, Big Smile, man.
What's he
Big
doing,
Smile, man. We can't be saying that stuff. We got to read these out loud, man.
That's not that bad.
Come on, man.
Because she does it in real life. We won't take any offense to that. But you gotta respect the lady friends there, my guy.
Can we see what she drew?
Yeah.
Because I think she did a pretty stellar job.
She did an amazing job.
Yeah. And she's obviously quite talented in that kind of. That can't be like her first rodeo, right?
But see, that's the thing. She's like some kind of what?
Does she paint regularly? Because that can't be her.
No, but that's the thing, right? Yeah, I know. I see it. Come on. Well, she's like, hey, I'm not that good. And then obviously I got sharked. And she's like, I'm like, trust me. I'm not that good. And she's like, I'm not good either. And then when we did a comparison, I'm like, well, what are you talking about? You're not that good. So let's see.
I think she's great there, man. I think she's quite good.
And it's like Katina Man saying, oh, yeah, I don't really play pool. and the next thing you know, this guy's just,
Well, there you go. Shark.
hit it. Yeah, exactly.
shark,
You got
bro.
sharked. I got sharked again. So here we got it up.
BQ's breaking out. I'm long SpaceX here at the whole dollar. We just covered here. We just took profits at the half dollar. It's having some trouble. I want to see if this can get to 143. But BQ on its horse. Where is my BQ chart? There it goes. Flat top break through 140. 160 incoming. So this is a big move here for BQ because it's taking out 40 resistance. It's taking out 50 resistance. God, I hate this. I don't want to trade this. That's the thing. It's just so difficult to trade. These small caps have been really difficult to trade lately, man. What do I give this to? 130, right? It's been, yeah, it's ripping. I see it, man. Shout out to Steven, but yeah, I saw it ripping before, and then it ripped my face off the other way, right? Like we got caught in so many false breakouts on this. So BQ, like I can build a smaller position. Here is what we'll do. We'll just build a stupid smaller position. Watch it go without me now. Whatever. We can defend this into 60 pennies. So continuing to do well here on SPCX. There it goes into 68. I'm looking for the whole dollar here. Back into the half dollar it goes. 143.30 high a day, Joey, on SpaceX.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. So I mean, here it is. We'll get this over and done with. So I mean, there's no comparison on what happened here. I mean, it wasn't good.
Bro.
This one was pretty accurate. Did me dirty on the hairline and stuff, but hey.
Your eyes are different colors too.
Yeah, they are.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, I mean, we're not going to get into the
shape of your face quite well,
good,
bro.
right?
And the beard.
There's no comparison, really.
There is no comparison, bro.
The eye color, we get the eye color green as well, too. So, I mean, we'll rock it.
I like that you gave her like the little sun though in the background.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, come on,
there's
there.
like a setting. There is a setting.
You know what I mean? So, we tried, Adara. I'm telling you, we tried, man.
A for effort, Joey.
Yeah,
Straight up.
Exactly.
A for effort.
Get the participation trophy going on that one. What is even up there? Anyway, Sharif, nice look there on SpaceX. $142. Can you let me know the book title from yesterday? Why is that?
Oh, this
Brian,
one
yeah,
right here?
right behind you over
Absolutely,
there,
brother. Yeah.
So.
Right here. It's called Anchored VWAP, and it's by Brian Shannon, CMT, Chartered Market Technician. It's a hardcover over here, man. It's a real deal.
It's a real
Anchored
deal,
VWAP is the name of the book, brother.
Yeah. All right. How do you recover from that? I don't know. It's tough.
You're always a good sport about
I try
stuff,
to
bro.
be
Yeah.
sometimes. You know what I mean?
Most of the time, I'd say like 80%.
I've never seen like I've been getting thumbs down left, right, and center from double thumbs down. Wow, double downgrade on that one, going from a hold to a supercell. It seems to be at that point. Now, as for our watch list, Sharif, nice look there on SpaceX, as it does look like it wants to head towards the high of the day, right? 143.27. Tesla down 1.8% here on the day. Wow, what a waterfall. Yeah, play here earlier in the morning. Double bottom at 323.
Bless you.
So, yeah, I mean, I was sneezing too. Never sneezed just once around these neck of the woods. Netflix giving back the majority of its move back down to $73. But hey, apes strong together. Nebius is up 27%. That's crazy. But SanDisk up 8 1/3. So trendline break here potentially, guys. Not too bad of a play on some of these memory storage plays. All right. We got a $5 super chat. Let's see what else we can do here. If Joe, this was funny. All right, if Joe was a police department artist, there'd be a spike in unsolved crime and a heavy police presence on Sesame Street. Yeah, absolutely. That's funny, man.
Oh, man, bro.
This guy, that's comical, man. Hey, listen, you don't
That's
want
a good
to
one
hire
right
me.
there, Joe.
That's
a good one right there.
Individuals. If I had to do your sketches, we'd be in a world of trouble. That's for sure. Yo. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, well, hey, man.
What the hell was that, man?
It's all right, man. How did we even get to this?
I don't know,
but anyways, yeah, I appreciate it all, man. Good times around these neck of the woods. And you know what? That's it. I'm gonna retire from drawing. No more paintings for you guys. Yeah, it's probably better off that way, anyways. So. All right, guys. Yeah, I don't know, Sharif. What do you got going on? You're out of SpaceX.
I got out of SpaceX, man. It broke down trend. Oh, then it's right back up. Not like I really, have a great read on these, but it did break down below the level that I was earmarking. So got out there, but profitable on the trade. Here it comes back into that area high. Who are RMCF? Chuck of All Trades says RMCF. Oops, typed it in wrong. RMCF. Yeah, coming into VWAP, I see that. Again, you know, it's one of those ones where it's south of the volume weighted average price. It looked like a multiple halter to the high side, 215 there, showing 157. You know, not a lot to trade on the day, so I'll definitely keep it on the side chart. We'll take off OFAL, RMCF. Thank you for that. But it'll have to kind of change its tune a little bit for me to get involved. Casey's in RMCF, by the way. So where you, yeah, is that the one you were telling me about earlier, Case? That I wouldn't trade because it was south of VWAP, but well, we'll keep it on tabs here. Maybe it takes out that 215 area. In any event, I'm in BQ. I'm in a really small position, so I'm not really too worried about this. We're getting in very small size here. This could be a bull trap just to lure you in above a technical level, but we'll defend into 140. If it loses, then I'm out on that. We'll take it easy here because we're not going to be getting into big positions. Slick 006, $5 super chat. Thank you, Trader TV, for the awesome show. Made some money from Nebius. That's what we want to hear, man. You're here to make some money. Good for you, brother. Hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen and keep us updated, man. Let us know exactly how the trades are going and stick with us, man, because we're going to be bringing you all the details, Joey. Yeah. So let's see what we get here on BQ. We're going to set up some profit takers right up into 6.5, maybe 7.5 as well. We're going to do small size here just to keep things kind of afloat. But definitely keeping an eye on SpaceX as well, as this one works right back in, man, into 143. Should have held on to that one, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. Yeah, and fun times around these neck of the woods. Just don't be malicious. That's all. Malicious intent, we don't like that. All right. But anyways, Western Digital, guys, up 4.4%. You can see Seagate as well, too. Looking pretty good. Multiple trend line breaks across the board here. DRAM up 7.5%. So congratulations to some trends finally being broken. And maybe some potential bottoms within this space all around. I believe JPM hit all-time highs today. Yes, it did. Let's go JP Morgan as this name continues to rock and roll for us. Man, what a run. Talking with Nimrod the other day.
How's he doing?
He chimed in. He's doing good, man.
Good, brother.
He's like, man, what do we, he feels like, hey, I'm just heavily concentrated in tech. What can we do? And like, the first thing that my mind personally heads toward is the financials. So any dip buy, we're going to be looking to grab a little bit more JP Morgan.
Okay.
Now some of the other fintech names not performing that well. I'm glad that we got all out of Robinhood. We're all out of Netflix, and I told you guys we're really concentrating, reducing our diversified portfolio and really going to start to condense it. Why? Because I want a little bit more concentration risk and not spread so thin. I understand that you have the fluctuation, the ups and downs. None of that BS. All right. I want to go through the downs, and then when we move higher, I want to try to maximize the amount of gains as well too. CrowdStrike actually hit. Oh no, it was on Monday, I believe. CrowdStrike hit all-time high. So not too bad of a look there, ladies and gentlemen. But so a stock that can't get out of its own way, Sharif, seems to be SoFi. So see you later. So long to SoFi over here. Now 1785, bang, down 46% off of the highs. Now a guy from work, the real guy from work in the chat. Listen, we were trying to get SMR, New Scale Power, rolling for us, but it just hasn't been doing it. And I mean, $57 all the way down to $9 now. That's 82% of its value just evaporated. I mean, over time that is, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if this name takes significantly longer than what we're expecting to recover. Same thing here with the crypto space, right? Crypto space not performing well whatsoever. You're down 50%, 60% in Ethereum. We can head over to ETHA. And we had fun with it last summer. I believe it's a year ago today is when I was in Chicago. We were rocking and rolling with this bad boy. It was hitting highs, and then we sold some off, and we were fortunate enough to get out. So you're down 61% right now from where we are currently from this previous peak. In October of 2025, that's when the tides changed here within the crypto space, 50% respectively in Bitcoin and then 60% here in Ethereum. So yeah, shout out to Tom Lee and everyone else who was saying 20. Well, exactly.
Bun Tom Lee, bro.
Bun Tom Lee, you said?
But for now.
For now. And for now, things can change. Real quick as well too, but no, in all seriousness, man, we'll do what grinds my gears segment a little bit early.
I love this.
Right now.
This
is that
segment,
hey man,
bro.
how do we go from talking about $250,000 on Bitcoin, $15,000 potentially on Ethereum to see you later, down 60 and 50% respectively? What kind of nonsense is that? How do you how's things that off? I don't really understand.
Yeah, man. Well, I think it took everybody by surprise. I felt maybe the correction was a little bit aggressive there, but not without precedent. It's got plenty of precedent for the corrections on Bitcoin. Just throw on, I think you got to go on TradingView to get like the full picture since inception for Bitcoin. 70 to 80% corrections are part and parcel of that one's anatomy, really. That's kind of how it feels there. But whether or not you can hold on to it for that long probably has a lot to do with your risk appetite, whether you're leveraged or not, whether you're using your own money. And of course, size, position sizing as well will play a large part in that. But hey, we've seen these corrections before. So I'm holding tight. I haven't sold, nor am I interested in selling. Bitcoin, that is, of course. So we'll see how that goes. All right, continuing to watch BQ here. Right, coming back down into that 140 support. It's going to have to hold the 140 support though, because that's the area that it broke out from. Right, it was a flat top breakthrough 140. I thought it would have trouble with 150. It didn't. It actually cleared 160 and then continued along its merry way. Now I did get into Wendy's as well. Very small size. We're going to be trading small the entire show here, because we are negative on the day and I do not want to get shut down. So we're going to continue to watch WEN, looking for some profit takers. Maybe we can get into 9. It's an 880 high, but when you look at the closing prints, really it's an 875 area of resistance. So 8 3/4, an area of import here on WEN. In the same way, that 160, an area of import on BQ. I ain't talking about importing things anyway. So if we get a big break of 160, I think that we could resume trend. Now, on BQ, we're seeing 2 bottoming tail candles, both red, form here on the 5. Bottoming tail candles, to me, signal that buyers like this at a specific level, hence why the body ends up moving up and up and up. So continuing to watch BQ for clearing of the 1220 bar high, which is a $1.62. That's on the 5-minute chart. If it clears that, I think we can resume trend. We're at 152 right now. I stop out below 140. Clarity Act is not going to happen anytime soon, Sit and Spin. Yeah, I was looking at the prediction markets, and I think you're right on that. The prediction markets were not giving that much of a shot. In fact, let's check out right now what we got on Kalshi. Let's do this, Assassino. Let's go Clarity Act. No, go away. Go away. There we go. Clarity Act. Let's see. When will the Senate vote on the Clarity Act? Interesting. Before October 1st, there's an 87% chance that they vote on it. Now, will the Clarity Act become law? I guess the cutoff date here, there's a few. Before July 31st, 2027. Dang. So we're really looking down the line here. 36% chance, but the biggest chance is towards the end of the presidency here. President Trump's presidency. January 1st, 2028 is where the majority of the votes are. What's the volume on this, though? Because that will play a part here. So about 6.2 million shares or dollars in terms of volume on that. Let's see with respect to the voting. Clarity. There we go. When will the Senate vote on the Clarity Act? So how's this one doing? Before October 1st of this year, 87%, but by far the largest, well, not by far, but 93% think that it's going to be after the new year. Now, this is substantially less volume in terms of a dollar value, $1.2 million put there. So not as much to say about that one. IVDA says TT Mass. Let's look at IVDA. Is that one breaking out? Yeah, nice breakout there. IVDA, Iveta Solutions, $4.7 million market cap, 41 pennies, 43 penny high. Let me throw in the ticker. Volume just coming in. So right away, I have to tell you that watch out for the retracement, right? We call this the Christmas tree retracement because it's green on one side and red on the other. So watch out for that, especially if it stays below the $0.50. If it doesn't clear the $0.50, that one could be trouble. But TT Mass, thank you for calling that out, brother. Continuing to watch here, BQ as it drops back down into 140. If it loses 140, I'm out of that one. So we won't be giving this one much of a chance at all. And then now we're break even again on Wendy's as that one continues to consolidate. I don't mind defending into the $0.50 on Wendy's for a possible move into $8.80 or even the $9 level. So that would be an interesting look. STAK, I'm hearing from people. Another one that's breaking out, another new trade, but light on vol. 844,000 shares. This one just broke out, 14.58% in Greensville, but still very new. Trade this one carefully. Looking at yesterday's price action, look at this crazy price action in the pre-market. Pops up into 196, pops down into 126, and now we're kind of somewhere in between at 169 high a day. So keep that in focus as well, Joey. But there's not much, man, going on, to be honest with you, in these markets at all right now, at least in small cap land.
All right, man. Yeah, honestly, if you look at the trajectory that it's currently on, I just don't think it's, for me personally, it's just like, why try to make life any more difficult here? We already have painting issues going on, so so why am I going to try to short the strongest star, right? Like, I mean, I think there's other opportunities to find some shorts, right? And you can clearly tell that it's a buy program. So for me personally, I wouldn't really like to short that name here. Apple taps American Airlines veteran as government affairs head. Okay, all right, thank you very much for that. But yeah, I mean, hey guys, hey, listen, we're gonna drop it after this, but listen, if you guys keep making fun of me, I'll find a picture of you on social media and try. See who's got the last laugh there. No, I'm only playing Sharif, man. We're just having a little fun with that one there. Broadcom is positive here today, right? Applied Materials. Yes, let's go. Applied Materials up 5%, my boy. That's what I'm talking about. Seems to run in tandem with a lot of these names. Texas Instruments is a sleeper of a stock, in my opinion. Even though it is consolidating and not doing too much right now, we love TXN. Fab coming out in Arizona as well, too. So 80% off of that level. I don't even know why I have some of these quantum names still on my list, but that's neither here nor there. I don't have anything right now. Same thing as Shreve, it's quiet. Like we took a couple of hits earlier in the day, and I mean, I'm at the point now where it's like we're not shut down or anything, but it's like, should I really be trading, especially when you're up half a shut and then you go down almost double that? It's like, hey man, that's just not the way you should be operating. And with that being said, we just have to remain level-headed and see if we can just relax. And if there's a high quality opportunity, it was actually what happened yesterday. Sorry to bounce around. So leading into the imbalances, I was just up, down, and around, and then eventually we were fortunate enough to hit a nice imbalance on NVDA. Maybe that's going to be the narrative on today's session. So. Yeah, other than that, Sharif, I'm in the same camp as you right now. Not much going on right now.
Man, I'm just trying my hand at some of these. We're going small on everything. Even these penny stocks, literally penny stocks. IVDA into the high of the day, 43, 44.74 HOD. It's got a good trend. Volume is maintaining. It's still high. It's only 14 million shares, right, on a 40 penny name, which is not that much, but the volume continues to develop here. So let's see if we can kind of get anything near the high of the day. I have better than 44. I actually have 43 and 2/3, but it doesn't show that on the position board because it just rounds up. So I stop out below 40, by the way. So we'll see if that went, or it's going to stop me out already. It looks like it's coming back down into 42. Wendy's still flat on that one. BQ flat on that one as it continues to hang out at that prior area of, I guess, resistance, now possibly support 140, stop out below 130. So there's nothing biting. There's nothing biting at all right now. WEN, people are asking. Okay, look at that one. Yeah, it's not bad, man. I mean, it's Wendy's, right? Which is, right, gapping up on the possibility that Nelson Peltz may throw his hat into that ring. You can read this one pretty quickly here. Let's bring it up. Yeah, let me put this one over here. Oh, we just got a breakout there. Nice. On IVDA, okay, into a high day, 45. We just got some profit there. But we'll talk a little bit about this one. Wendy's has been struggling with traffic to its restaurants lately, but its shares are zooming on continued interest from one longtime patron, Nelson Peltz. Reads this article, Peltz Trian, I think it's called. Fund management is working to put together an investor consortium that could bid for the Ohio-based burger chain. Being reported by the Financial Times, Trian, a longtime Wendy's investor, has held around 16% of the company's shares as of earlier this year. In February, said the firm had spoken to potential investors about strategic options, including potentially taking control of the chain and taking it private. Wendy's spokeswoman said Wednesday it would review any proposals submitted by Trian consistent with the fiduciary duties, of course, in the best interest of shareholders, and that the new CEO, Bob Wright, was moving with urgency. Quote, "We have identified core strategic areas of focus to improve performance and turn around the business," she said. It's been struggling with traffic and profit, as we kind of already knew. So never happy when anybody is struggling there, of course, but nice to see that they're exploring alternative options.
Yeah.
So people, Rusty.
What's up, Rusty?
Says STAK's repping. Let's have a look at STAK. Yeah, not bad. I've got it on the side chart, man. It is, it's making a move here. Let me just add it to the watch list. Otherwise, it does not update. So we're going to go STAK on here. Let's see. Yeah, dipping down into 159. Let's see if it holds VWAP, man. Right at 156, so we needn't wait long. Let's pack our patience, see what STK has to offer. Joey, God knows there hasn't been much in the market today.
It's been back-to-back sessions. I mean, that has been pretty choppy in the NASDAQ here, guys. So let's actually zoom out. We'll head over to a higher time frame as well and just see what the narrative is going on. Hangry Wife, Trav Man, and for all my credit options traders, let me know what you guys got going on. But this is where I used to really, really thrive, is that when the market's not really doing anything, you can have your intraday condors and everything along those lines. Man, actually, I still have it. It's funny. So it's funny how much like I used to. Throughout this notebook that I have now, is sitting on a couple of years old. It's just every almost credit spread that I've constructed is in. I know you guys can't really see what's in here, but every credit spread that I ever constructed is in this notebook, and it was a lot of fun. That's for sure.
Nice.
Yeah, it was great. It was great times. It was just when I was on my own as well, too. So you could be more active and see what's going on. I would plan on the weekend, and then I'd open up multiple positions. And it's just like theta collect about 75, 60% of the actual decay, and then you just get out of Dodge. But when the market's doing something like this, especially in the midst of earnings season, because we've had some pretty big moves so far. You've already had the majority of the big boys report. I believe it's on a Tuesday that NVDA reports. It could be the 25th or something along those lines. I'm sure Adara's got it, but it's somewhere in later August, but we're getting close to that one. That's the last major market mover, in my opinion, and considering we haven't really done anything crazy in the past 2 weeks of trading sessions, then hey, some good opportunities to set up some credit-based trades, in my opinion, especially with the slight elevation in implied volatility. But these are where you can really optimize the condors here in the NASDAQ and the SPY. Even though the SPY hit all-time highs already, if you just get out, and that's the beauty of that specific strategy, is that if one side isn't working, you just get out of it and allow the other one to work. Now, you obviously don't collect as much and you may not be as profitable, but you don't lose as much. And I think it's really important to note that when you're trading in general, whether it be swing trading, day trading, investing, is the beauty within the options world is that you don't need to have a directional bias. There's more ways to make money than just placing positions on if the stock goes up or if the stock goes down. You can make money with both, doing both things or doing absolutely nothing. And I think it's really important to learn that whether you use the tool or not, it's just good to have it in your back pocket.
Great information, brother, and that's sound advice right there. Shout out to Ozan. What'd you miss? You missed a crappy day of small cap trading, but hey, we're still here, baby. IVDA's looking the best of the bunch at the moment. BQ is not, so that's going to end. Oh, it already stopped me out. Good look. Actually use stops this week. So IVDA, 47,777 high. Here comes 46, 46 and a half. Looking for a breach of 48, then 49, and then could be looking for 50. 47, that's a new high day. 47,777 right now. Sorry, that was the high of the day. We just got right back into it. No continuation into 48, but IVDA is picking up. The volume is picking up. Percentage up on the day is looking good as well, but it is volatile for this kind of name because it'll go into 47 and then it'll slowly move up into 47, and then it'll drop like you're seeing right now into 44, much quicker than it ascends into 47. Thank you for the great work, guys. Read on Meta. Shout out to Future Pro Trader, dropping 2 in the chat. We thank him for that. IVDA right back into VWAP. Does it lose 41? Loses me as a trader if it does. So let's see if it holds up at that level. It doesn't feel like anything has continuation today on IVDA or in small caps. Yeah, we're out of that. That one's failing as well. Now we're in Wendy's. Let's keep an eye out for anything new. Let's look at Meta. So Meta, of course, has the initiation of that child, I don't want to say exploitation, but it's, addiction, and then issues with, of course, how that affected children's mental health. That starts today. We'll get more into that in the news segment. We got into it pretty thoroughly in the rundown this morning. There's lots of stuff at issue here, and a lot of possible, long-running implications for Meta into how their platform operates, who they're going to be liable to. But this is what I see from the technicals. It's still a downward channel, right? Now you have these breaches every now and again of the highs and the lows of the channel, but you don't get any follow-through. And moreover, you're not getting any higher highs, and you're not getting any higher lows. Case in point, this is the area high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, equal 690 area. And then with respect to the lows, you've got an area low and then a lower low. Now this area over here, much like this area up here, defended that basically 5 teens area, let's say 520, 517, in the same way that we kind of defended that 690 area to the high side. So a bit of a kind of range, sort of sideways consolidation, but I would say when you zoom out, you're definitely looking at a downward channel. This is what it looks like on the weekly. So, this could be, we always talk about accumulation and distribution. We also talk about, the different parts of the breakout, whether it's wave A, B, C. So this one definitely looks like it could be a wave C here because it's the biggest of the bunch. So that usually means we get a longer area of consolidation if that's to be the case. Look, I like Meta. I'm not going to buy Meta at the moment until a lot of this contingent liability is resolved, but we'll find out soon because the trial starts soon. SPCX just killing it, bro. Yeah, into the high of the day now. So I'm really happy about this SpaceX ad here, man. This is going to be the long term, obviously, but there's a 143 flat top break. SpaceX almost up 8% on the day. Good look here for SPCX. Not the same thing for Tesla, though. Down 1.78%. But SpaceX here, let's see if it comes in to 143. Goodness gracious, 143 was a very aggressive area of resistance initially, and now it's been cleared decisively. I wonder if it comes back down to test that 143 area, Joey.
All right, yeah, really, really good look there on SpaceX so far. Sit up straight. Make sure your back is straight as well, too. We talked about the overall market as well, too. A pretty good session for NVDA. We got the over-under 12.5 days. But I don't know why you guys were typing numbers in the chat, but a lot of you guys were saying... Okay, all right, good stuff over there. But maybe we'll do it again one more time. Well, actually, I'll do a custom poll, make things a lot easier to see where we all stand in regards to how long it may take. Earnings support, if this thing blows, actually, I don't want to get too ahead of myself because then things might turn around on us. But anyways, aside from that, hey, 12.5 days until, or we should do until after the report. Anyways, aside from that, until we see an all-time high. I think it's only it's not if, it's just when at this point, to be honest with you. I could totally be wrong, and what we can do is establish a lower high. Now, what I would love to see is an aggressive buyback program here from Jensen and company, to be honest with you. Just really reduce this flow, because when you become so big and you split so many times, obviously because the stock became expensive, it makes it a lot more difficult to move the price. What the hell
is even that?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Look at my light, bro. My light's up 14% today, bro.
You like the...
It needs to decisively take that 1,000, man. It's been having a lot of trouble with that 1,000. It wicks above it, and then it almost immediately fail, which makes sense. You know, $1,000 is not a Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that's what because you have everyone who has those orders out at $1,000, and then they're like, all right, take that out. But like, come on, Jensen, you can buy back at least 20% of this stuff over here. God, take away my dividend and just buy shares back. In my opinion, it'll just make things move significantly easier. You just have to. Literally, you have to allocate so much in order to move, and it requires so much capital. So remove some of that liquidity, and then your boy will be happy after that point. So other than that, guys, as for trades, once again, we're just going to be really precise, see if we get anything. Finally getting the breakout in the overall market, though, not too bad. I thought that the SPY would be a little bit higher, considering we did see all-time highs, strong bank, and this strong day in some of the bigger banks. That is, Goldman Sachs is doing pretty good. Morgan Stanley, and then also JP Morgan, JP Money over there for us, working pretty good. But look at the first hour of the day, absolute chop fest. If you're a range trader, then I mean, this is where you would thrive. But me, personally, someone who's looking for a breakout in a direction, this will just get absolutely, you get slaughtered, especially if you buy the highs. You're just continuously getting chopped up and down. So a little bit tougher. Look, 144. Man, oh man, we might see $150. We were just talking about it, but I'll pull it up one more time.
Pull up.
This is going to be our next resistance zone. 151. Bang. 151 rum, just like that. Let's see if we run into it and we find any form of resistance.
All right, brother. All right. Wendy's coming back into that $0.50 area. Looking for a hold up at the $0.50. That's prior area low, but it is on a downtrend. So not expecting much from this. I want to mention the one that Casey called out earlier. A lot of you guys called this out as well, to be fair. This one, RMCF. Did I put this on the side chart? I don't think I did. Let me just put that now. RMCF. So it'll update here. Yeah, so this one failed VWAP, but it's got another attempt here at the volume weighted average price. And it's holding trend pretty respectfully, even though it's below VWAP. So I'd wait, personally, until this one cleared. Get it, Randy? Eh?
Why, man?
Yeah, he's leaving. They're all leaving. The other side is done now.
Does that mean Chester?
Chester's going to leave.
Out there, too?
Come on,
Chester.
Man,
Chester.
You got to stick with us, buddy.
Yeah, we're going to miss you.
Man, what a great guy this guy is,
Chester's a good guy, man. He got the pizza and everything. So
I love
we're having
guy,
a good day.
Shout out to
Chester's
Chester,
leaving.
man.
He's going back over there as well, too. So shout out to Chester.
Michael left already, man. Everybody's gone, man.
Yeah. It's all good, man. Whoa!
He threw something at my head one time, bro.
I'm not gonna visit Randy over there. I'm gonna visit Chester, my guy over there.
Whoa. We'll visit Chester, of course, but we're not.
We're gonna visit Randy as well too.
Bovin's back in the house.
Michael was out of here as soon as he could, man. He get his stuff out of there.
Michael likes his peace and quiet, and we definitely do not give him
you're not getting that anywhere around here.
Bovin is talking about XHLD. XHLD. Let's look at this one for the OG Bovin. He's been calling this one out for a while, XHLD. Here it is, flat top break candidate, Bovin. I think you've got something here, brother. And even if it doesn't flat top break, certainly it's in a bit of upward channel. So keep your eye on that 475 high. But it feels like there's some selling here into the 4 2/3. Great look, Bovin. I mean, this one had a great day yesterday. As you can see from the price action over the last 4 days, it's all over the map, meaning that you're going to have aggressive retracements if you get into area highs, right? And that's what it did on the 10th. It did it as well on the 7th. Not as badly yesterday, but my point, I think, has been made here. So XHLD goes on the side chart because Bovin said so. So we're going to keep it on the side. Brian, hey, Sharif, BIVI might be getting to reclaim some of its lost money. Let's bring in BIVI. See what we got with this one, Assassino. Yeah, this one's really south, though, of the volume weighted average price, Brian. I do see what you're saying, some higher lows there, and it's starting to curl, but to me, that's probably more short covering than really longs piling in. We are well south of VWAP. We're about $1 south. 176 a price, VWAP at 177. I'm going to have to say no to this one, Brian. But if you're in, I hope you print. But it's just not for me, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff over there. Yeah, definitely the others. It definitely knows how to rock it. If there's anything specifically that you guys want to go over, any names, just let us know. I know we've been talking a lot of SpaceX. We've been looking at the overall market as we continue to climb, and a nice rebound here, ladies and gentlemen. Someone's saying CoreWeave. I was like, okay, keep rubbing it in, man. I see how it is. You like to put salt in ye old wounds, so I just went, obviously being sarcastic with you guys. I think hopefully you guys can understand my tone by now when I start to get a little sarcastic. But anyways, I put that in there in the chat. Are we trading Wendy's now, says Anna. Let's see. Well, I mean, hey, why not? Listen, it doesn't really matter what the name or whatever they have going on, the price of the stock. If it's moving, it's moving. So a nice, strong momentum style play right out of the gate. Or sorry, I shouldn't say out of the gate, but it kicks in. We're not getting any continuation as of now, but things can change, right? If we have this trend line breached on Wendy's, you sit on the back side of it. Who knows if you have that additional wave of participants step in, and the next thing you know, off to the races you go. It's all right, the chess master. I'll play you in a game of chess, and you'll probably win because I'm not that good. But I still try, man. Shout out to Duolingo for that one. But this thing can't stop, won't stop, Sharif, at this point on SpaceX. What a complete buy program over the past couple of days in this bad boy. I mean, right off of that 105 low, I was thinking that we were going to see around $85, $90, and that has not been the case so far in it. I mean, we're on the road to recovery on SpaceX. Let's actually remove some of the noise and head over to the 5-minute time frame here on CoreWeave. That base held up like a big time support system here, 106.09, and then we also talked about the resistance zone in regards to 110. Okay, $110 there on CoreWeave. We'll keep an eye out on that. But the market, I'm not going to say is overly in play. And I think a lot of you can agree with me at this point, because look what it's been doing, the SPY and the NASDAQ. That's not fun, especially when you have a name that's in the $1 trillion club doing this. NVDA, pretty strong. But what we do have is Meta, Google, and Apple to the downside, which puts us in chop mode, right? So you have that push and pull and that pinning effect within the overall market, is that you have 3 of them going up, 3 of them going down, and then you're like, okay, well, you're trading the NASDAQ. If you ask me, I think that is the time in which we avoid trading the NASDAQ and you look for individual names outside of the overall market, okay? But again, you have to make your own decisions. Holy cow, we're going 145. Microsoft here to the downside. Meta just, once again, just getting absolutely rinsed as things. Oh, what's up, Randy? How long have you been there, brother? Palantir, how have you been doing? Pulling back a little bit, but a nice little move. How's it over there on the other side, Randy?
Oh, SpaceX is ripping.
Yeah, it looks really good over there. We'll let you get that mic set up momentarily. It's a lot more open than I feel than what it was before.
We can see the finish line.
Oh, okay.
Like it.
Couple weeks.
Okay.
Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Did you see BYD passed forward in sales?
No.
Oh, Google that, baby. Google that.
Passed
forward
everything.
in overall sales. Wow. The tides are turning.
But have you seen the chart on BYD lately?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
not a good buy. Right?
But
yeah,
they're profitable.
They are,
and they're pushing volume. I mean, Google the article. You'll find it. It won't take long. It's an interesting take, in my opinion, that they have come this far in just, 5 years?
It's ridiculous.
And the pace is just, like, I don't know who can keep up with them.
Yeah,
I don't.
pace.
So, a little interesting afternoon note.
Gonna have to definitely look at that. Thank you, Randy, for bringing that to our attention. Get out of here, Fly. All right. Lele. Love when Lele's in the chat.
What's up, Blaze?
Sharif. I am coming to Canada one day. Got to see y'all.
Yeah.
Can you look at PLAG? I don't know what's the story. This thing was all sorts of crazy yesterday, Lele. And I was telling Neil about this in the morning because I hadn't seen anything like Plague. We called this one Plague yesterday. So my problem with Plague yesterday was, wow, this fly is really committed. See all these uphalts, Lele? It wasn't clean, though. That's the thing. Most of these uphalts, you were caught in a down halt before it halted up. So, like, unless you were insanely sharp and quick with the keys and caught it out of the down halt into the up halt, which I never did, you had to allow yourself to get caught in a down halt because it kept going in the down halt parameter. It'd stay there maybe 5, 6, it'd go up to 9 seconds in the down halt perimeter, and then it would come out of it. And literally like 2 or 3 seconds later, it would up halt. So it was insanely hard to trade. I found this to be the most bamboozling honestly, of any halting stocks that I've personally seen, usually they go one direction and they stick with it for a while. But this one was all over the map. And then the more prolonged halt here, we halted at 12:35. Everybody's like, oh, this is going to zero. Look what happened. We opened up at $5. It was ridiculous. It was really hard to trade for me anyway. I don't know if anybody was successful trading this yesterday. If you were, I'd love for you to tag me. Let me know, what was your methodology? Did you allow yourself to get caught in that down halt parameter in order to kind of catch the up halt? Because I tried it once and then I got caught in the down halt, of course, right? So I did find that to be bamboozling, nor did I have a view to this one gapping up into $5 after being down into 2 1/3, right? So I found it hard. Zion Plague was so scary with those nonstop halts. Yeah, absolutely. The cancellations, I don't know what that means. Any comments about that one? No, I'm not seeing any comments about that, but that's the story, Lele. And we'd obviously love to see you here, right? So when you do come, if you do come, we'd love to know in advance so that we can hang out. And let me know, because we'll invite you into the studio and stuff, and you can hang with us for the day if you'd like, of course. So shout out to Lele. Plague is your hot cousin. Just, oh
my God. What did you say? What's funny? Who
Jackie,
said that?
Bro.
Who said that? Jackie?
Jackie, man. Come on.
Bro.
Crazy, bro.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, you're tripping out.
Come on.
What's up, Ramin? Ramin back there. She's gonna hide momentarily. She's waving. She's in different mood today. She's working on the board for the individual.
She was she's gonna throw something at you. You know what she said?
Is that what she did?
You know what she said?
What's that?
She's like, in the chat earlier, she's like, I'm gone in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So y'all better watch your back.
Oh.
In other words, we're gonna get, clipped before she's gone, so that we can't do anything to her when she's gone.
I'll just paint her. I'll just do a
You're
painting.
gonna paint her?
Do a painting of Ramin.
Crazy.
You don't even want to know the question that I asked her this.
What'd you ask her, bro?
No, I can't.
You're not gonna tell anybody?
Ramin is nice. She gives me coffee and stuff. I thought she had a.
Yo, send your. I told you like that. This is the third time I'm telling you. Send your email address, please. I owe you $10.
Oh.
So send it.
Well,
send it, or I'm.
You know what you could do though? Maybe just get some like baby socks or something like that.
Oh.
She owe you $10.
Hey, did you think about a name yet, or no? Not
Someone
yet?
said Bam Bam.
Let me ask you something though.
Someone said Bam
I'm not
Bam.
gonna ask a specific name, but are you gonna give it a more cultural name? It's gonna be an Arabic name, yeah. You're not gonna do anything Canadian. All right, that's fine. Huh? It?
What? Okay, come off the screen now, man. That's
Get
crazy.
it, Cameron. I don't even want to ask any more questions.
Yeah, man.
What does it mean, bro?
The disrespect today is crazy,
It is
Sharif.
crazy,
What's
bro.
Palantir up?
What is it doing, Joe?
I was asking you, but that's all right.
Palantir?
Yeah.
You want me to double check?
Well, no, I know what it is. That was a question for you. What is it up today?
Oh, 5.5%.
No, 1 point. It's down 1 point.
Okay, there you go. I'm definitely not cheating. He was about to accuse me of cheating.
No, I was on the brink of doing that. But hey, just in case you guys didn't know, Nebius is up 28%. Like this thing is just a complete buy program.
Can I say something though? It had about almost a 30% short flow.
Did it? So people are just getting rinsed. Yeah. I remember you saying that.
Yeah.
XHLD's
going.
The short individual is just getting absolutely rocketed at this point. So not too good of a look. I mean, we went over multiple names in our Coinbase. Listen, I don't know why Burry doesn't. See, that's the thing. You can't short all the way down here. Like, what do you think is going to go to zero? Excuse me. PanW and CrowdStrike, pretty good performance, man. These names have been absolutely insane. Oklo here, how's that been doing? Hot garbage, man. Oh, man. Listen, guys, trust me when I say this, there's no worse feeling. When it sucks to suck and you know it, then it's just like, man, what can we do? Airbnb, oh, wow. I'm surprised by this, to be honest with you.
What, man?
1 week. Look at this thing. Are we at all-time highs in Airbnb? No, I don't think we are. We're going to have to go out a little bit further. But, hey, a nice little road to recovery. At one point, you're down 63%. And if you ask me, if you're down 63 to 70%, I pretty much have you written off. But Airbnb, doing pretty good, up 122% off of those lows and really starting to chew away. Now you're only down 20%. He's in the chat. I told you 120.
I know.
120.
Yeah. I'm yelling. Get it, Bovin. All right, Bovin. There goes XHLD, Bovin. It's taken out all my orders so far. Save and accept, of course, for 98. Bovin strikes again. He strikes a lot lately. I'm going to give him credit, man. look at him in the chat. True to form, my man, Bovin coming in. Bovin, people were asking about you earlier, man. They're like, yo, we need Casey and Bovin in the chat from 8 a.m. onwards. So we need you here, Bovin. Into the high we go, 98s. I've got 98 there, Bovin, but it's not clearing now. I've probably put something north of 5. We're going to go 507s, and there it goes into 99s. It doesn't cross as a result of the spread. Now it's going to get a little quirky. Let's put it that way, because we're at that $5 key area of technical support or resistance, excuse me. So, there's going to be people profit taking, people shorting up here. Let's see what we get on this. Now, we put the profit takers on. I've got a dip trade. I'd like to defend in the 70. So I do see that as a good support level. So if we get that, we'll be very happy with it. But nothing for me to do here either to get the dip trade or get stopped out or to take profits through 5. So 97, 98, yep. An aggressive seller at 98, Bub, and that's the second time he's done that. In that 97, 98 area, that's where the short seller is coming in and or the profit taker. So be alive to that area, guys.
All right, man. Joe, looking at Meta past several times, it has shown support at this level. It does almost a full reversal same day. Yeah, I know, man. Sharif was talking about this earlier. Listen, there's too much from a legal standpoint weighing on this company's shoulders, right? That's what makes it so difficult for this to find any form of appreciation in price at this time. And I keep going back to the example of what we experienced with Meta and in Google, okay? But in regards to the antitrust, it's the exact, it's not the same thing, but I believe we're sitting in the same camp in the fact that you have all these potential legal issues going on with the company. Even though the numbers were good, ad revenue, it's trading at a discount from a PE standpoint. Until this is all cleared up, which may take a lot longer than what you're anticipating, who knows? Sharif is definitely better with the timeline in regards to what's going on with the legal aspect of things. For me personally, that is what is weighing on this stock, okay? So you have to be extremely patient with it. And that's why I was personally doing a bull call spread, because if you're looking to go long on this name, it's going to take a lot of time. And with that being said, you'll just lose data, so you may as well collect it at the exact same time. $144.61 is SpaceX. We're definitely heading to 150. CoreWeave not doing too much. The overall market not really participating here today, even though we are inching towards the high of the day. NVDA back up to $224. Microsoft down 2%. Meta down 3%. And then we also have some of the other names that I was mentioning. Marvell up a staggering 5% here today. So things are looking pretty good.
There goes RMCF into a local area high. What's the high here? 68. What were the prior area highs? Just to see if we took those out. RMCF. So prior area high was 1230, 166. We took it out by a couple of pennies. So not great, but not bad. So I'm in that. We're in, where are we in? 55s. I did get the dip trade into 53, 68, 69. No continuation. Come on, Ozan. 67 again showing up. There's a big tug of war happening between buyers and sellers here. Let's see if we can get up above this level. I put my profit takers where they're at. So let's see what this one does. Big seller at 67. It looks like he's taking off some size there, but you're not shaking him. 68 here showing up momentarily only. Yeah, no continuation through 69. So let that one do its thing. We also have this one on XHLD. Bovin got a nice dip trade there. At 70, like I said I was going to do. So let's see if we can get the print there. 85, looking for high 80s, low 90s on this monster. Packing the patience on both of these. Seller at 85 on XHLD, but I did really like that 70 area for the reason I articulated earlier. But there's a seller of note here at 85 that we really can't get out of the way. So we're gonna have to pack the patience on that. So no continuation though on RMCF through 70 quite yet. So we're still putting in higher lows and higher highs. So I don't want to get too too myopic with this one. There, oh, come on, XHLD. I did get the print there, didn't I? This one is up at 88. How many shares do we have on XHLD? Good. Yeah, we didn't get the print. That's above 90, my mistake. I thought I had it at 88, so I have it above 90. So this one's gonna have to clear 90, but this current bar on the 5-minute chart has a substantially higher low. So let's see if we can make yet another attempt at $5 here. We got into $4.99, that is the high of the day on XHLD. I'm seeing BQ as well on the side chart about at 150, and if this takes out 160, BQ can rip into $2. It's a 210 high on BQ. BQ is going, guys. I see it on the side chart here. Let's take off Wendy's. We're gonna go BQ, even though, you know, I don't really want to trade this, but there's not a lot to trade today. So, oh my days, RMCF just turned on me, and I'm halted down. Oh, jeez Louise, bro. What a day, what a day. RMCF limit down on this one. Oh my days, thank God we've got small size on this one. Otherwise, that would have been a really bad loss. So let's focus on XHLD and on BQ, because those look like the ones that are going, Joseph. Oh.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, man. It's definitely one of those days, man. Like, we were rocking and rolling bright and early this morning. And if you try to continue with the momentum, then sometimes the narrative changes pretty quick, especially in this market. If there's no follow through on anything, especially if you're a breakout trader, it's just like things aren't going your way and you're not having the additional participants really step in. Yannick, thanks for pointing that out. SMCI is breaking through the high of the day. Where is Noodles? I know Noodles is continuously trading this here. Noodles is not looking too bad, honestly, from the daily, my friend, especially on these breakouts. You had some targets, and you and I both discussed this last week or earlier this week at some point. I did believe that when you have these curlovers, that you're going to go and test some key pivot levels, all right? So just keep that in mind. DRAM, not going to be getting involved. I told you guys about my game plan and what we got going on here. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, put it in the chat. We'll try and stay engaged with you here today. I'm not going to be putting on anything else for the remainder of the session. I shouldn't say that because I'll eat those words really quick. But what I'm seeing isn't really that attractive. And you don't always have to take something, don't forget, right? Especially at home, because sometimes you just get absolutely chewed up. Netflix is trying to do something. Honky Kong says, I don't know, is it truly? Let's pull up NFLX and see what we got going on with this bad boy. Yeah, maybe trying to go down. I don't know, because this is tough. If any name is going to recover, I think Netflix does have the potential to do so. You just need to get your catalog in order, in my opinion, and avoid some things that have been continuously punished, like the new Snow White. I wonder why, right, Sharif? But anyways, here's... Huh?
That's great.
Why?
That's great.
Is it crazy?
That's great.
It's great. I thought you said
it's great.
Yeah, it's great, man.
You're talking about that Rachel Zegler girl? Or whatever? Yeah. Did I say that right? Is that her name?
Yeah.
Ziegler, whatever it is.
What a dud that was. So don't be like that there. But anyways, pin 2020. What? I'm just saying. Pin 2020. Some of these ADRs, man, not performing that.
Is that on the flakes? Is that why you know about it?
No, I don't even know if it's on there. Regardless if it was or not. No, they probably wouldn't even put it on there. No, I think it's on Amazon Prime.
Is it?
I don't know. It's probably on Disney. I don't know. Who created it? Disney or something? I don't know. I would think.
I think it's a Disney franchise.
Yeah, so it'd be on Disney Plus.
It's got to probably be on Disney.
Yeah, it'd be on Disney Plus.
DNGX moving, says Bubin. Okay, DGNX.
Take a look at that one. There's Eli Lilly performing pretty good here. How's Oracle? I know Adara was talking about Oracle, so you do get a little bounce off of those lows, 31%, but I mean, we're still nowhere even close to those previous insane. I remember, I think we were all talking about the guidance. This is when Adara really delved deep into this name specifically and was just like, what are you doing guiding such an insane time frame out? And then next thing you know, the stock is cut in half. So, yeah.
And what kills me too is then they raised the guidance like less than a month after issuing it. I'm like, how much new information could you really have after your earnings in like less than a month? And the thing is, they didn't really provide us with the new info to explain that new guidance. So I'm not going to get into this, but I know it's bounced a little bit. My thesis in this was never technical so much as it was fundamental.
Fundamental, yeah, and it played out perfectly. So really good call on that one. Here's Pepsi, and I don't know why I don't have Coca-Cola. Yeah, I do. Pepsi is, just in a really bad downtrend. When Coca-Cola's doing the opposite. It's channel up. Oh, we haven't even talked about this name here today, Sharif.
What's up?
That's Walmart. Finally breaking at 115. So this bottom that we were talking about not too long ago, so far holding up, and it looks like we're starting to form a pretty solid base. I think that Walmart can slowly start to recover, especially at good quality at these prices, down 15% or so off of its highs.
All right, man. Continuing to watch here, XHLD. It's got to defend that 70 2/3 area. BQ trying to take out the $0.50. It's got a lot of resistance into 160. We'll watch that, and then there we go. We're out of this hot garbage here on RMCF. Got out of that 159 limit up. I don't know why it's flashing limit up here, but it won't go without me. But DGNX, this is the one that Bovin called out. Here we go. Where are we at? We're at 172. It's a 194 high a day, so it was basically a V-shaped retracement up from 194 down into 141, and now we're kind of halfway in between here at 173. So something to look out for there, but not much happening in the world of small cap gappers, at least for the moment. XHLD holding up quite well, at least for the moment. I should probably not say that because then it'll just stop me out. So let's see if we can put some profit takers here. Let's see, let's throw those on there. Let's see where we go here, showing 78. I need this to hold up above 70. Now it's got a bit of a downtrend, but I do like that 70 level on XHLD, but probably get something here on DGNX, Joey, because it's ripping up 183. It's got a high of 194. Watch out for this one. This one could be a big mover, but watch for the shorts, right? They've been targeting anything breaking out. So if you're going to do this, got to be ready for it to go against you, Joey. So that is kind of what I'm looking at now. We're going to throw in some profit takers, see if we can get the pop up here and get them all filled at the same time. We'll see what we get. Shout out to my man Neil. We won't get upset. DGNX, another Bovin special, as he's been doing that. He's been doing it live as well. So we'll focus on that one, Joey. But BQ not participating here, and XHLD out of that one. That broke trend, so we'll have to get out. And we'll focus here more on DGNX, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, all right, let's head over. How's Kava's doing here on the intraday session? Not something that we, high of the day there, Katina Man. Walmart at 115, my brother. As Katina Man himself rolls back
in the house.
He's back in the house here. He has his lunch. We'll see how he thinks about it. I don't know if he got the salad or anything along those lines, but there it is. Kava starting to break out some nice indecision prints around the lows. And then Yannick, thanks for pointing this out here, Yannick. High of the day break on SMCI. No continuation, but the volume did start to uptick, right? So let's just keep that in. Let's keep that in the back of our mind, just in case there is an additional move higher. Then we'll rock and roll and see if we can get anything working for us there. But hey, man, JPM up 0.8%. Morgan Stanley, you guys want to go over that there?
It's ripping, Joey.
All right,
finally, man.
Go over there.
Something.
Rip up,
something,
man.
Joey. Something. Well, here. There's my man, boom, to the high side here on DGNX. I stop out anything below my level because we've seen what happens today with the small caps breaking out. It is reversion city. So I put out all my orders as resting orders because I was not going to fumble this one. 98, it's having trouble with twos. It's 207 high. Now the tape's really picking up here, Bovin, as people start seeing a lot more of this come up on their scanner. 20% in the Ville of Green, and it is picking up volume-wise as well, knocking the door at 3 million here. Trading in the high to mid-90s, but we need a decisive clearing of 2. I know Casey was looking for that $2 break. She got it, and then some. She got that 207. So shout out to my man Bovin. Shout out to Casey. I don't know where Tisha's at. Probably not a great day for small cap traders, but if you're in the house, Tish, what do you think about this one? And that's it. Here it comes against me. Out. Not going to let this go against me again because I feel like it could turn here. So watch out. Look for a 180 hold as well. So if this holds 180, I get back in. It clears 2 decisively, I get back in, Joey. Okay. So DGNX, really the only one moving.
WCT is actually kind of on the move here, but we do know, Sharif, that was that Katina Man who said okay? No, he's got it on.
No, I did.
Go over there. I thought it was you. Okay, yeah, I'm hearing things, man. It's the age, I guess, Sharif. Anyways, there it is.
Give me a break, bro.
88 cents here, up to $1. No, trust me, I'm only 33, man. 33 years young on this bad boy, turning trade 4 momentarily. I told you guys put those 4s up. But aside from that, guys, listen, we're in clear buy program in regards to SpaceX. I think every single individual who sits at these desks is going to be hitting the bang and the stone cold for that one because it's really starting to move. And I like what we've got going on here with SpaceX. Now, Google continued to sell, in my opinion, so I can grab a little bit more off of these lows, because what we will do is we'll zoom out and we'll take a bigger picture at this name, because there's just so many revenue streams for this company. Regardless of what's going on, I understand that they're spending quite a bit of cash, but that doesn't bother me, to be honest with you. So, Matt Mirez in the chat, you and I were having a really good conversation actually the other day. If you want to chime back in and step in, because you actually experienced the .com bubble, I believe, in what you were telling me, and you made a reference saying that this could be potentially worse because these guys are spending even more money than before. But here's Google. The weekly doesn't do it any justice, but hey, dip buy. For me personally, I'm just going to continuously rock on. With any dip buying opportunity, I'm going to be grabbing some more of this stuff as much as I can, hand over fist, some more goggles at reasonable prices. I'm not sure what the P is on this thing right now, but we can figure that. Sharif. Okay, there we go. No, it's all right, man. We're good.
BANL limit up.
Limit up. Sharif's got that limit up over on that one. PE. 22 times, oh no, 72, what? This thing's still cheap? Wow. That's crazy, man. And what's NVDA trading at right now?
Checking
33, okay, so a little bit more expensive at that point, but Meta's cheap as well too, ladies and gentlemen, from a price to earnings standpoint. But if you ask Josh Brown, PE doesn't mean anything, so.
622 case top on BANL. Hasn't even done 120,000 shares yet, guys. 119.7 halt time. 119.36 halt price, 604, top 620. Here we go, 622, 620. I see you, Case. You're delayed. Here we go. Continuing to watch DGNX, though. Let's see if this one holds up at 180. That is the candle low. That's what I was looking for, the candle low to hold. We're not involved in it at the moment. It's going to have to hold up 180, open up a new candle for me to get involved. But I'm in this one, XHLD. So we got stopped out on the wick below 470. But that 470 level, I don't know. I still feel it's an important level. So we could be making our way here into 5, even though we got a 499 hold. Get it, Case. I'm talking about? Yeah, 499 rejection on XHLD. So that's the high of the day currently. And that's what I'm watching for there. So TT Mass, BANL, 624, but TT Mass saw 640, 650 now. Oh, baby. Yeah, this one's gearing up here. Now, whether or not it reverts all the way back down, there is 480 support. I want to say it's a level, it's a range, excuse me, between 480 to 5. Look at the bottom chart here, guys. That's a 5-minute. You can see nary a print above that 480, and then it breaks up into 5, and then it gaps up for a halt into about 519, 520, and now it's halted at 604. So good look there. Here we go. Looking for XHLD to take out some orders here, man. It looks good, but it's not breaking out. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for all these orders to get filled. It has a good chart pattern. It could be met with an aggressive short seller here that could put a damper on everybody's party. Ottawa weighs proposal on auto tariffs as it pressures U.S. for reprieve, reporting the Globe and Mail, which is a newspaper in the city of Toronto. I think it's a Canadian newspaper. Dominic LeBlanc, who's the chief negotiator for Canada, was extremely tight-lipped and has been tight-lipped about the state of negotiations. He was pressed pretty aggressively yesterday on many different parts of the negotiations between the United States and Canada. But what he did say was that they have been closer, essentially, in not so many words, than previous attempts. Now, Canada had almost struck a deal. XHLD is ripping, Bovin. It took out all my orders there. Oh, finally. Jeez Louise on this day, man. It is just that kind of day. It's been that kind of week, bro. They're just small caps and fighting. They were apparently quite close to a deal. And then the premier of this province, who I like, Doug Ford, put out that Ronald Reagan ad. That aggravated President Trump to no end. It was an ad, essentially, I don't remember when they ran it, Super Bowl, something like that, which essentially was basically an excerpt of Ronald Reagan who was basically saying tariffs are bad for business. And obviously Ronald Reagan, heavily respected, of course, within the Republican Party. President Trump didn't take too kindly of that, and he canceled all the negotiations. Apparently that was basically the closest we've been, and we've been pretty distant since that time. So if you believe some of the reports, we're getting pretty close here. And there goes XHLD into the high of the day, 518. We have 481 on this one. Finally, this one is really going, and it's not reverting quite yet. Don't worry, that'll come soon. We've seen this multiple times. 5 1/4, then 5 1/3 is what we're looking for now. Good look here finally on XHLT. Keeping an eye on this one. I should probably let you know BANL is still limit up at 604. It will be at least a 10-minute halt. It's on the NQ, so we're going to be able to see the top the entire time. This one is open. Balvin, there goes XHLD into the high of the day. 529. Now we're looking for 5 1/3. Big seller at 30. We can't shake the seller there. And then we're going to be looking for the $0.50 here if 530 goes. Here's 33. No continuation. I saw 33s come in on the ask. It didn't print, so we don't get the print. Sorry, it did cross, so we don't get the print. But here it comes back into 5 1/4. Joey dipping down now into the teens. So this could be Reversion City. Let's wait and find out over here what we're going to get.
Reversion City on now. SMCI.
It's been Reversion City this week on the small cap.
It's been Reversion City, yeah.
Been tough. Brother.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, all right, let's see, man. SMCI, Yannick, thanks for putting this one out, playing the high of the day break. Let's see if we're posted up pretty heavy. There it goes, my 10 cents target about to be hit here momentarily. So, I mean, let's see if we get this pullback, a retest of it, and then bang. Let's see what we got going on. You gotta see this sticky note
literally
there.
134.
What is Shreve? Whoa.
The Katina Man had 134 written on the sticky.
On the sticky.
And you know what the low a day of SpaceX is?
133.90.
You're good.
Well, I just looked.
134.01.
Oh, was it? Yeah. I literally just looked. All right.
SpaceX is ripped.
Joey Opsh, I'm gonna need the bald head back, bro.
What does that mean, bro?
Man, bro, listen, we're. Oh, it was Ramin laughing.
Yeah, bro.
All right, I thought she was laughing at me. It would be a fight.
What did I say, man? I didn't say anything.
Yeah, all right, man. What's going on? Anyways, aside from that, yeah, just let me live over here in peace, man.
Ram's mean, bro. Not only is she like, most of the time, she just exercises indifference.
You think she's malicious?
And then, during the other times, she's mean. So it's either she's indifferent or mean.
Oh.
It's a hell of a combination.
It's not a good. I was gonna say that's a tough combination right there.
No, man. We got a.
What does that even mean? Scro. What does scro mean? Scruffy?
Scruff?
Yeah, I got to get a haircut, guys. I haven't got a haircut. I'm getting one on Thursday. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get a haircut on the weekend either because I want to be all dazzling for my trip. So usually I get it on Saturday, but I'm leaving Wednesday night. So I think
you're leaving next Wednesday.
Yeah. So I'm going to be here for the entire show with Luis and everything, and then we're Gonzino, my guy.
Yeah, you're Gonzino on the web.
BANL, 20 seconds, says Bovin. What do we got? 36s. That's the resumption time. 31. Here we go. This could be resumption. 680 now, tap. BANL, 7 tap. 707 tap. Waiting for resumption. 7 tap. It's going to be 15, if not more. 704 tap. Did we pass? Yeah, we passed. No. Yeah, we did. We were like 20 seconds past. So BANL is going to be 15, but the tap is just incrementally moving up. It is further than $1 now. So keep your eye on this one. We'll see how this one ends up going, man. But we're still holding XHLD here as it comes back into 5. Let's see if we add. Whew. I'm not actually Chicago. Brother, I didn't travel for almost 2 years, man. I went to Africa for a safari in April of 24, and I didn't travel again until Aruba earlier this year. Well, actually, no, I visited my sister last November. I forgot about that. So that was 25. But that was that. So I was saying I hadn't traveled until this year, right? So went to Cabo, and then I visited my sister in November. Went to Aruba in Jan. Went to Punta Canada in April. Fantastic. Thank you, Joey. That was your suggestion.
You're welcome.
And then we went to Dallas and Houston, of course, for the World Cup. But That's going to be the end of it
got
for
the
a
boat,
while,
but
man.
you got multiple years of traveling in. I shouldn't say that. Maybe that's a
Dude,
that's a solid year.
it is a year and a half of no travel.
That's how it
bro. Like
goes,
I didn't really travel for a year and a half.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
fully.
that's
like,
good. But
so.
you got a handful of trips in there as well. Too,
Yeah. I feel good about it,
good.
man.
Feel pretty good, man.
Spent some money that I wasn't planning on
Yeah.
spending. But,
Well, I mean, hey, man, we love Dallas.
Guys, seriously, I really did like Texas.
Yeah.
Big time.
It's pretty cloudy there all the time. I had a question for you, but it seems to have slipped my mind at this point. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put our order back here at 37.36. Yeah, we like Texas, man. Especially, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. A lot of people saying Dallas sucks. We still like it. I'm gonna be honest, all right? And you guys may not like what I'm about to say.
Hear it, Joey.
I thought Terry Black's was mid. It was average. It was maybe even below average. Bro. Hot take, man. Canadian food is pretty good if you ask me. But yeah, Terry Black's was definitely it was pretty good. But hey, let's stir up the pot a little bit as we post up at 37.30s. If any, all my Dallas.
Remember the Blue Jays guys? Remember?
Is that what he did?
Remember Neil?
Who did that?
What year was this one from the Jays? Come on, Neil. This is yours. This is a layup for you, Neil.
This is a layup.
Remember, this was 16, 15, and 16. 17?
Salt Lake.
Was that 17 or wasn't that 16?
We talk about
Pretty
SpaceX
sure that was 16,
all day.
Pretty sure.
Joe, just trying to, I'm only playing with you guys, man. I had a great time in Dallas. I had a really good time. I really like everything to do with that.
Goins,
really.
yes, Game Crap Nico.
145.74. What else do you want us to talk about here in SpaceX? Like, it's every other, we don't talk about another ticker without having to mention this name as it's running into this $150 marker. I do believe we see that in the next couple of days, probably by the end of the week. Katina Man will give you a good prediction on that one too. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see if this breakout is continued here on SMCI.
All right, man. We're still holding XHLD. It popped off into 5 1/4. I took out some at 5 1/5 there, but it's been dancing with 5. It's finding support, so it has a higher low but a lower high. So I haven't added into 5. So nothing for me to do here other than wait for 5 1/3, or I get stopped out, I believe, through 590. So we're waiting for that. And we're also waiting for BANL, right? We know this is going to be at earliest a 34 resumption. So that gives us about a minute. Yeah, we're exactly a minute now from possible resumption on BANL. And the tap has only gone up. We are talking about a $7.30 tap. It is 604 halt level right now, so this one is looking awfully crazy. I'm seeing XHLD drop below 5. I'm out. Oh my God, did you guys see that drop? Right into 484. Limit down is 461. Got out there more than break even as it recovers. If this one can take up 5 1/3, we can get involved. But for now, the bamboozlement's fast and furious. About 20 seconds from possible resumption here on BANL. Again, I want to mention, this one has done very little in the way of volume. I can check my paired scanner, but I don't want to look away from this one. We have about 10 seconds until resumption here. 7:30 tap. So let's go ahead like that, and we're going to wait for a possible move here, Joey. Do you think this is going to open? Answer is no. Answer is no. It will be at least a 20-minute timeout here on BANL. So that'll give me the opportunity to use the facilities.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Do your thing, man. Rock and roll as we're posted up here on SMCI. Let's see what else we got going on. I mean, this is going to be one of our larger positions here on the day, and we're not looking for much, just a continuation on the current path that we're on. Now, should we bring up SpaceX one more time as that puts in almost a new high of the day at 145. Glad that we grabbed a little bit more of that in the 120 marker, doubling up our position on this, man. What's happening with Apple, Asaroom? Listen, we talk about Apple quite often, and I think you just have to look at it is that I think the narrative around here anyways, or even on the street, right, is that you've seen a lot of the names just getting hit aggressively, and the flight to safety was Apple. But now if you're thinking about a risk-on environment, right, so you're seeing the rotation out of Apple and then maybe right back into SanDisk, Micron, and all of these other names. So we're long This is our day. This is going to be a day maker or breaker. Shout out to Stormbreaker. Let's set things off to Adara. Let's see if we can get a retest of this high of the day here in SMCI. Adara.
We're going to boost higher here in Google. GOOGL, this is the second story we've talked about today. Of course, they announced their Pixel 11 phones earlier today, and they have that Made by Google event coming through. But either way here, this most recent move here, as you guys can see that little spike there of about $1, comes as we get reports that Sergey Brin, co-founder of Google, urged Google staff in recent months to focus on bringing their Gemini model back to the frontier of AI, according to unnamed sources. Apparently, Google execs also convened an all-hands meeting last week to address their AI unit reorganizations amid staff concerns. Now, as we know, we had a top scientist at Google leave. We also had Demi Sasabis step down as CEO of Google DeepMind to become chair of Google DeepMind. There were also other reports that he actually wanted to leave the company entirely, but Google kind of didn't let him, which is why he stepped into the chair role. If we get more details, I'll keep you posted. But yeah, things that I guess we kind of could have already intuited. There are a lot of concerns here about Google's Gemini and a lot of meetings being held behind the scenes. Back to you.
Yeah, let's see, man. I only got 6 cents, right? We're giving this 10 cents worth, and then that will probably be it for us on the day via trading. So let's see if we get a nice rebound around this support level. We did get a pop up into 36s, but I want to retest. Are we in this buy program or are we not? So you just try to get involved. What's up, Kevin? To get around in the lows. We posted up on that level. Yes, sir, Bob on this one. Let's get another strong uptick into this 48. That would be absolutely prime time right there. Deion Sanders-esque on this. If we can get from 37.30 all the way up to 50s, that would be actually cash money. $1,000 cash money. We'll hit that one there. What is that from again? Okay, cash money. Anyways, aside from that, it's starting to work for us, and we'll take it for what it is. Nothing to write home about just yet. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves and count our touchdown before we're in the end zone, Sharif.
All right, Joey. Looking for a hold of 680 on BANL at 7. Zagging was 7. There's definitely some selling here at $7. 707. Big seller 707. High a day 748, but that 707 seller is annoying. Looking for more. 15 seller now. Okay. There it goes, ripping into the high. Here we go. Limit up at 763.
Bang.
Looking for more. Let's get caught in the Paul 750, big seller 750. Watch out for the flush and a loss of 7. Watch out for the loss of 7. Here we go. 705 buyer. That's 2 times now that 705 buyer. 706 buyer, 5 buyer. Okay. That buyer goes at 05s. I think it's trouble. He has to hold up here. And the spread is ridiculous. 38's now showing up. We need to go above 50. 763 limit up. Out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Goodness, it's...
Wow, SMCI just did me horribly dirty right there.
Limit down. 624 limit down. Wow, look at that out, Joey.
What the?
Look at that out.
Man, hold on, man. I gotta...
What are you doing over there? You need help?
I'm getting absolutely destroyed in this SMCI deciding to tank around these
Bovin says... Okay, I'll let you do your thing, brother. QNME says Bovin. NME. QNME. There we go. Where do you find these, Bovin? Like, they do no volume. That's crazy. Yeah, is it limit up? Or is it just not moving? Okay. Yeah, it's at 56 pennies. But I also see that this one is starting to move again, man. XHLD is really picking up here, guys. 516. We know that seller was at 20 last time because that's where I got the print. And we couldn't print above that. So let's see if we can break above 20. It's a 531 high. There's a 20 seller again. Let's see if we can pop up at least in the 30s, right? That is the high. Let's see if we can test the high on this one. Can we get a little bit higher as well? Looking for, okay, we got the print there into 535. Looking for a little bit more on this one. Let's see if there's a $0.25 seller, though, who's a pretty staunchy little bugger. I'm looking for above 40s on this one. It has to hold up 5. 545 is limit up right now on XHLD. Buyer in the mid-teens. Doesn't look like it's going to hold up here all that well. Let's continue to watch. XHLD, topping till candle, made a high of the day, but it didn't have the legs to continue. So still a little out of the money on this one, about 4 pennies out of the money. Watching, 22s, 26s now. Let's see if we can pop up into the 30s. There just isn't enough buying at this level. That's the problem. I don't feel like really adding here. I don't think it's the right area to add, quite frankly. So we'll continue to pack XHLD on that one. 26 seller now. We're looking for a little pop-up here. Yeah, definitely a 26, 27 seller. That's keeping us below that 530 print. So now they're selling at 25. That's typical algorithmic behavior where they post at one level, it drops below that level, and then they post a little bit lower. There it goes. 33s, big move up. Big seller at 33. No continuation. Here's 31s again. Man, the short sellers are pretty convicted with this. Convictioned. I keep saying convicted.
Like they're criminal.
Yeah, it's convictioned, man. I mean, sorry, I do apologize, guys. So I make up my own language around here.
It's all right, man. You're allowed to do that, man. Right. Yo, listen, we got out of this one, Sharif. If I showed you what was going on, we had that pop, man. We should have took it where it was, and then we would have cut our losses. Oh, wow, what an out, especially on that uptick. Listen, I was like, all right, let's see if we can head back towards that high of the day. And at that point, we would have eliminated the majority of our losses, just around a little bit over half, I should say. And then it just decided, I post my order, and then I'm like, yo, what the heck? As I'm reading the tape, I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I had to get out with any form of uptick. I'm not shut down now at this point, considering that out, but it's pretty close. Let's see if we can find anything else. I mean, I thought we'd get some form of continuation. SMCI and I just do not, SMCI and I just do not get in sync whatsoever. Same thing with this CoreWeave garbage, CRWV on CoreWeave over here. How's it been performing? Same thing, up through the volume weighted average price. We're still up 20%, but the majority of that came from the earnings report, right? So you want to, if you're range trading this, then you really have to post up at the key levels. It's extremely important. If you're trying to play the breakout on CoreWeave today, I don't know if it's going to happen. It can definitely happen in the latter half of this session, which we're going to be approaching here in a moment, which if we haven't already, we're going to be approaching. Just be cautious on this one. Price action is slowly starting to curl around, but that's it for me. Trying the two earnings names today, no go zone on both of them, which is unfortunate, but hey, it's sometimes how the cookie crumbles, and you have to can't have your cake and eat it, as they say, even though I don't really understand that saying, but hey, here it is. Tesla putting in another tough session, and I told you guys, if you feel that you're missing out on this name, it's at the exact same price it was in October of 2021, right? November of 2021, if we want to be generous. Like, here it is, man. It's a really tough look, but I think there's a lot of good things on the horizon for this company. And I messaged Sharif. I was like, hey, man, do you think you can go rent a car? If anybody knows the answer to this question, if anybody, why are we putting Donald Trump up there?
I don't know.
It's the eclipse.
Don't look at it. Brilliant, Assassino.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. No, in all seriousness, yeah, he's looking right at it. Don't do that. No, in all seriousness, if anybody knows the question to the answer to the question I'm about to ask, can I rent a Tesla from, say, like your Enterprise or your Hertz or whatever, and then get FSD on that Tesla for the duration in which I've rented it? I'm curious, because I think that would be a pretty cool feature for these rental car companies.
I don't know why you don't just go on Turo, like I suggested.
That's a good one. That's another chance too, is to see someone who has that. I've never used Turo though.
It's fine, bro. It's just like you.
Yes, you can.
With
says
a car.
Ozan, DJ says no.
It's just like you want to rent out your car, right? You know, you don't have a use for it all the time, and you don't mind other people driving your car. You rent it out, right? You make some money on the rental. There we go. But I'm assuming there's so many Teslas. So when you messaged me that, I put Tesla, I put electric vehicle, sedan, and SUV. So I see the Model 3s and the Model Ys. And I only went through like 5 or 6. I didn't find anyone that specifically had FSD. But I'm willing to bet you that there's
somewhere out there you go get the FSD. Right? But as like you're talking about Turo is legit, but with that individual, like, are you gonna rent my car? I'm like, hey man, I'm gonna drive around all of America with this thing.
Well, like all of them have
from Florida to Texas.
Okay, so each one will have a specific thing. No, some of them will say unlimited kilometers.
Okay.
You have to look at what they put in the ad, right? Some people will say if you go above this, it's this much money. Whatever. Right? Everyone has a bit of a different rule.
A bit of a different look on that one.
Yeah. So we took some prints here on XHLD. It just doesn't have the juice to get into the 30s. So this is the top, again, the same area we had trouble with last time. So, we're in the money, but there's stair-stepping. They're selling little by little here. So let's see if we can kind of get the print. The spread also doesn't really help. The spread opens up 3, 4, 5 pennies at times. We just definitely need a bigger move above that 535 to kind of catch the shorts offside. 529, the area high there. Still can't see anything at 530, even though 535 is the high of the day. Ozan, you can just enable the app and here you go. Yeah, but brother, he doesn't own the car, right? He's going to rent it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Rent it. And
we use freedom units down here in the U.S. What does that mean, Nick Garcia? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Freedom units? I think that's sarcastic, yeah.
I have no idea. Okay. Because I'm trying to concentrate.
I know you're trying to concentrate.
By the way, I saw a robo-taxi first time in Dallas last week. Do you hear what Morgan said to Elon yesterday, Morgan Stanley, the analyst? They said, prove to us that you're going to scale the robo-taxi. We want proof, Mr. Elon. They're running out of patience in the same way that I'm running out of patience with XHLD. Now, we did take out that 5 1/3 right there. So we got the print, but there's no continuation above the area high. We're still below area high of 535. But yeah, just to bring it back to Morgan, they want to know exactly what the schedule is going to be like, when to expect it, and I guess they really want proof. They didn't exactly articulate what they mean by proof, but one, of course, can assume that they want to see these things on the road sooner rather than later, delivering, or I should say driving around customers, generating revenue. We'll see, but it's Elon's timing has never been that great. Continuing to watch here, XHLD. I don't know how you feel about this one, Bovin, at these levels. Case, if you're in the chat as well, what are you thinking about this one? Because it keeps topping tail through 530, and there's no closing print above 530 at the moment. So here it comes against me now. Is it going to flush pretty aggressively? Looking at the 5-second chart, buyer here at in and around 20 or 19. So it doesn't feel like this one's got the juice. It feels like it's going to fail here. So I'm going to get out of this one. We'll get out of the rest, and then if it doesn't mosey on back above 535, I don't get involved, but I will look for a possible hold at $5. I possibly bottom pick that with maybe a tight stop below that level. So we're going to keep here an eye on XHLD.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, JC Money. No, I get it. I was just looking at it more than surface level, to be honest with you. It's like, okay, and you described it perfectly. It's like it means you can't make something like a cake, have it, and then enjoy the immediate benefit. Eat it. Why not? I made it. Anyways, again, we're not gonna get into all that because it might stir the pot a little bit more there. No, but Ricardo had something pretty cool here. I want to pull this up. Joey, Tesla official loaners guaranteed if you rent a car directly through Tesla's official rental program or get a loaner vehicle from Tesla FSD Supervised is included completely free. Cool. That's great. Can I rent it for like a week and a half or like 2 weeks or something along those lines? Because that's what I want to look to do. Or does it have to be for a longer duration or a longer period of time is my question. But thanks for pointing that one out, because, dude, if I can, during the wintertime, come early next year, I have some time off in the second or third week of January, that is. It's like I want to maybe not necessarily go on a plane. I want to go enjoy something scenic, drive through the Carolinas. But if I don't have to touch a steering wheel,
why not?
Why not, man? It makes things so much easier. I think it's going to change the dynamic of these longer road trips. So please let me know. Give me some more information on that stuff, because that's what I was looking to do. Congratulations, Joey. Options on what, my friend? I didn't anything positive happen or anything here today. Only negativity in the old account, except for on NVIDIA. We had a pretty solid session. SpaceX back up to 145.31. Netflix and Marvell up 5%. I mean, NBIS still going on. No BS over here on this one, Sharif, as it's now putting in a new high of the day. So a pretty good look over there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what everyone else in the chat has to say. We only have about 10 minutes left in the chat. Rent a Tesla. There you go.
I'm trying to do it for you right now, brother.
Get it for me right now.
Yeah. Ripping, yeah. Yes, XHLD, you hot garbage. Seller at 37. Big seller at 37. It did breach the high of the day. It took out most of my prints, but there's a monster seller at 34 and 37. Be alive to that. Well, there's not many names we're positive on today. Well, actually, that's wrong. I'm positive on 4, but I'm more negative than I am positive. So a lot of prints to the high side, but true to form, right back down into that. Oh, goodness gracious. I think Bovin's holding this. I'm going to hold it as well, unless it fails 5. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. I'm trying to find you one with FSD. That's the thing, though. It doesn't let you narrow the search. so that you can say, okay, narrow, filter for FSD, right? Like Canada. Let's go Canada, Toronto. Let's go Toronto. All right, Toronto, Canada. You want Billy Bishop, Joey?
Airport?
Or just go Toronto, Canada on all of them. There we go.
What about this? Have you heard of this official Tesla rental thing?
No.
That's what I was reading on.
That's what you. Oh, sorry, I was concentrating. I apologize. Yeah.
So Ricardo was saying that if you rent something off of Tesla's official website, it comes with FSD.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to look into that and see what we got going on with that one, and see how much that's going to cost me for a week. South Jersey Jack. I just got back from Toronto about a month ago. Your city is still amazing. Yeah, man. Thanks, South Jersey. We appreciate that. Listen, Toronto's a great city. Let's not beat around that bush, for sure. Especially in the summertime, man. Wintertime, not so much. It's almost like a deserted place. It's kind of like those ghost cities in. It's actually a ghost city that I was watching about. It's just south of where our boy. One is from, and I can't remember what it's called. Forest City. Freezing. Who's familiar with Forest City? Maybe, do you know Forest City? Have you been there?
He says yes.
What's going on with that spot? It looks amazing. It looks like an oasis, but there's no one there. Forest City, go and check that one out there. Yeah, I wouldn't go full autonomous in the winter, but the objective for me personally is to leave the city and go somewhere warm where we can rock and roll with the FSD, and I can enjoy what's around me and not be hyper-focused on the steering wheel.
That makes sense, man. I mean, that makes plenty of sense. 32. Seller last time was at 33, 37. That's the high. Taking it more out here. Yes, go XHLD. In the 63 we go. Limit up is 582. Oh my days. Good call out, Bovin. Bovin's like, no, I'm not selling this. There's more to this. Give me my money. There we go. Good trade here. Finally, we're still holding plenty on XHLD. Now we're looking for 77s, man. Let's go. Limit up is 82. So we can get that before the limit. Let's see, 69, Ozan. There's a seller at 70 and 69. Ozan, come on now. I know that's you, Ozan. Let's go. Down we go into 66s. Get it, Bovin. Good trade, brother. Good call out as well. I did like that ascending wedge pattern the moment I saw it. So shout out to you for bringing this one to my attention. It's not even close to being the biggest name on the day. It is 596 limit up now, but the shorts are involved here, selling at the 2/3 of a dollar. So let's see if we can decisively get above 70. 72 pennies is the high, but I'll submit to you, we spent almost no time there. So that's what I'm looking for right now. We built a good position here at that 520 area on XHLD. Very happy with that. Looking for a little bit more, looking for a move above 70, but it's not entirely visible or clear whether that's going to happen right away. So we shall pack the patience down to 61 XHLD. I want a $6 break. Could be an open to 10. I like the way you're thinking, brother. I don't think really today, the week has been kind of conducive to that kind of price action where we rip into area highs, but only needs one. Only needs one to kind of change the waves. There it is, above 70 again. 71 showing up, but the shorts really targeting the high of the day for either or longs, taking profit there or getting short at 69.70 because we're ascending into that level again with nothing printing above it. That means it's being defended quite staunchly. So if you're in at a close price here, watch out for a reversion possibly into the $0.50, maybe even back into the 1/3 of a dollar. So that has to be in your purview. If you're long, especially close to these parts here, especially if it doesn't go into 6. And here comes 5.5, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, it's just a peer buy program on this name. I went to Phillies game versus Toronto last Friday and talked to every Toronto fan I saw. Great people. Yeah, so a lot of people pretty good, especially at the Jays game. You'll catch a lot of good individuals over there in that neck of the woods, man. Hey, I like how the park is just like right downtown. Went to the Cubs game. Love Chicago as well, too, man. Chicago, a pretty cool city. Wrigley Field is where we went. You guys got Cutwater espresso martinis over there, man. So congratulations to you guys, man. You got to be careful on those things because they cause you a lot of trouble. But look at the market just going. I would say you can't hit too many of the Cutwater Shreve to get you going. And that's for sure. But look at the SPY on today's session, ladies and gentlemen. $772 and just like no real direction. Really difficult to grab some of these lows. And you can see that yesterday we were just having a complete sell-off day. Brian Shannon and I were discussing, I think he believes the longer that we form this shelf at 768, we get this pullback And he's thinking, hey man, like we might run into this I think it was like 760 or something along those lines level. And I'm like, dude, that's 2.5% off the highs. And we're just both like, yeah, it's really, really shallow pullbacks. Look at the back on this one here.
Bottom message. Don't read it out.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that not true?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, look at SMCI go. Here it is. So we just get liquidity grabbed, unfortunately, on this one, and then now it's starting to run into that target. So at this point, you got to be a little bit more patient, give it some more room that I did not have. 737 would have been more ideal. Joey, the congratulations, because I assumed this was for your family. It's always for the family, man. It doesn't even matter regardless of what it is. So other than that,
5 1/3 incoming XHLD. Watch out. Oh, my Lanta.
What a tank on that one.
Oh, man. This could be a refill area, man, because it's at prior bar low. So if they were buying in the 20s where I was long, right, they can buy again here. 497 limit down, though. But, geez Louise, the price action crazy.
Bro, it's Chicago. Isn't it Chicago? Come on, don't forget, man. We have accents out here. We don't say everything the same.
And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it.
Chicago.
Another version
Atlanta
of
or
me.
Atlanta?
I was in it.
Mylanta.
Get it, Joey. Or Mylanta or Atlanta. Well, Zion, it's not our expression. Your grandpa, right? It was a grandma or grandpa?
My great-grandmother. Someone along those lines.
There you go, man. She made it up, man. So we just say it the way
Mylanta.
she says it. We don't get to make the rules, man.
How are the solar stocks doing today? You want to take a look at
Solar?
Run?
Yeah,
Or
absolutely.
Sun. Sorry, it's Sun, right? Sun Run?
Sun Run, yeah.
Sun is the ETF, is it not? No, it's not. What's the ETF? Oh, Tan. Ricky Tan. Know who Ricky Tan is? I'm sure someone does. Yeah, I mean, not too good. It's not that funny, but $76 all the way down to 52. You get a 30% haircut. We'll take a look at Sunrun if you want to take a look at another solar name here. Ooh, what a day is having. Very, very tough from a liquidity standpoint too. $73 all the way up to 74 here, but been on a pretty good run if you ask me, especially off of these lows. $62, 26% off of those lows. All right. Before we wrap things up, guys, if there's anything specifically that you want to go over, please put it in the chat. We had a lot of fun here on today's session. I mean, it was a pretty good show. Aside from the trading, you got to have a little fun with it. I'll come to you guys with some new drawings and stuff like that because I feel I might have something there. I'm not sure how you guys feel.
Juan, let's do it, brother. You wanna smash the karaoke? We'll smash the karaoke. You just tell me when.
Oh,
I'll bring your boy Joey up. There's Adara's clapping back there. I know she's got the lungs to sing. So what?
What a segue you got there.
Me?
Yeah.
Why, Joey?
Well, we're about to show you right now.
Juan, you better watch out here, bro.
You better watch out. Listen.
You better watch out. Something's going to come on the screen right now, man.
What a segue. Talking about smashing.
No.
Listen, he's like, man, I'm not going to get into everything right now.
What pint is that? What has he got?
You're about to find out right now.
Bad,
You're about
man.
to find out. So it's the lads. It was an evening out with the lads here. And then here it is, our boy, the one and only.
Hold on, he downed it?
No.
That's crazy, Juan.
Wait. You got to split the G. There's no volume here. Let's see if you split it.
Look at Obi all impressed.
No,
Jose.
he failed.
Sorry, Juan, bro. Nah, that's a fail, man.
He failed. Yeah, hit the fail.
That's a fail.
At our spot over there at whatever it's called there. No, it's not Volo.
Which one?
I forget what it's called, man. No, the rooftop. Fabian knows, man. He'll come up with.
I don't even know which one you guys are talking
Neither do I.
Yeah.
The rooftop.
Yeah, the rooftop, man. It's not coming to me.
Warehouse.
Right now. It's like the warehouse.
Warehouse. Yeah. Who's that? Were you Ram Ram?
So he couldn't.
That was Ram Ram, yeah.
He couldn't split the G, and he's like, man, I need to redeem myself. I'm like, I don't know if you want to do that because if you go 0 for 2, it's over, man. It's a straight ticket back to Malaysia. Yeah, you
That's
can't
a crazy statement, Joey, bro.
Can't go
That's a crazy statement. All right, man. Yeah, it has been a tough. At least I'm speaking for myself, man. We were 5 for 5 last week. We are 0 for 3 this week. It has been tough. Yeah, man. It's been the small caps have not been treating me well this week, and that's kind of the nature of the beast. So we'll hopefully do a little bit better tomorrow because it's been a tough weekend. Somebody was saying Sharif only sings when he's up. Oh, bro, I am down. Believe me.
We're down.
We're down, but you're gonna get the same disposition from me whether I'm up or down, man. That's just kind of the how I go.
Down. Should we show him one more time, Sharif? See if we get. Huh?
What?
Should we
Why
show
would you
him?
do that to him again, man?
Time, man?
Why would you do that to him again?
He said he needs another chance to redeem himself, man.
All right, man. We're gonna send you over to the big boys.
Yeah, let's see what
they're arguing with Ram at the moment. Ram's always giving them
a losing argument.
Yeah, she's always giving them trouble. She's usually giving everybody trouble though. But that's the way. All right, guys.
When you were in Dominican, did you have Mama Juana?
I didn't.
Oh.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I told you I drank rum and Coke.
Yeah, rum and Coke.
The entire time that
horrible.
I was there. And can I say something though? Oh, horrible. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree with you more. But when I went to Dallas and Houston, I was only having pints.
Yeah.
And can I
Much
say
better.
something? Far better.
Way better.
You function better. I can function that day and the next day. Whereas hard liquor, even if I pace myself with hard liquor, no, you feel like
because all the
absolute
sugar
garbage.
out there.
All right, man.
Yeah,
all right, guys.
Another day, 007. We're doing OT right now. But where did Sean? Oh, they're at the screen. Neil's ready. They're ready. They're locking and loaded.
Yeah.
Neil's
locked and loaded, man.
We'll bring you guys another
Thank you, Vancouver Island,
yeah,
man.
$10 super chat.
You're gonna hit that?
Well, do you like Guinness?
You want to know the truth?
Yeah.
Never had a Guinness.
Can we get a napkin there?
Absolutely, they're yours anyway.
Well, half of them are they? Yeah, I'm like, where did they all go? What the hell? Randy was whispering in my ear not too long ago. Now it's
sweet nothing.
It's a little wet. It was really close. I'm like, hey man, you didn't need to get that close, Randy. But hey, it is what it is, man.
All right,
how did you didn't even refill them? I was gonna say I'm gonna start taxing you.
Sorry, man. I panicked in the morning. I needed some.
Panicked.
You had some there, and I just took them.
Crazy, man.
All right, guys. Have a great day. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Look at this. Look at this. Assassino show.
Go disc driving.
Look at this. I'm running out of disk space, Rob.
Man.
Where's Rob when you need him, man? We're going to have to tell Rob. That's why it's been slowing down, man. That makes sense because the computer's
too expensive these days.
All right, guys. Neil's at the big board. We're sending you to Sean, Katina, man, Neil, the big boys. They take you into the afternoon. See you tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll here. Thank you to Sharif and Joe, of course, for the Midday Madness. And wow. Yeah, I don't know what, I mean, I only traded one small cap name, and it says BQ, and we just hit it again right there. So up there and then right into there as well for BQ. We just took a little bit off the 200-period moving average 31s. It's at 39 right now, so we're running small cap land here today as well. And we still have some CoreWeave as well that really has not moved, but, you know, we're still long. We got stopped down and brought back in right there at 107. So 106.14. It may be raining outside, Sharif. It may be raining. And then our call of the day, SMCI 35 long, we get stopped out when it breaks VWAP, and now it's at 37.50. So that one's the banger of the day. And then SpaceX was the untaken banger of the day at I showed Sharif, we wrote down 134. It's just too early. Like, it wasn't even that early, man. The first 4 or 5 minutes, we should have been in there. And instead, we were on SMCI, and I don't even hold it for the moon, but it's going to be another positive day here on the market. So if you want to get started, Andre, why don't we do that right now? So look, traders, you guys have seen a lot of these gaps. You come in the morning and you see a pre-market gap, and you're thinking to yourself, how exactly do I trade that? Do I think it's going to close that gap? Are we going to find a short and then all of a sudden it runs against you? Are we going to look for a long and then all of a sudden it fills that gap back in? Neil's going to be at the big screen and show you some examples of how you can trade those gaps successfully.
First thing, you got to identify what you're looking for. Is it a gap and go? Is it a gap and fade? The VWAP reclaim, trap, reversal. I mean, gap and go simple. High volume, above prior resistance, and break that sucker out. Fade is as it seems. The volume's not there. You're going into heavy resistance, and the short breaks down. IBIT was an example of that today. And then, of course, VWAP being reclaimed. That's one of the things we're a fan of. We love that volume weighted average price. It gets below the volume weighted average price, gets above, and then breaks it out. And of course, there are traps. But the one we want to talk about today is going to be almost like an amalgamation of two of them. Because if you have your execution rules set up, you can look at the gap and go in the VWAP trade and see them in the same place. But if you're going to do it right, There's a few things to consider. That 5-minute mandate. Now, some of you might use 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It's a principle that you want the open to happen and not execute right at the opening bell. You got to let that first candle form a boundary, a support level that you can get that go. Because if it's going to go, you have lots of room and all day long to take advantage of it. So why not be patient with your entry? Then it's what triggers you into it. Now, if the gap and go is what you're looking for, you want a clean breakout of that 3 or 5 minute high with volume confirming the move. It's very similar with the VWAP reclaim. You want to make sure it's reclaiming that volume weighted average price and holding it with that volume so that you can get that go. And then here comes the issue. You're never really entering a trade unless you know what it means to be wrong. You've got to have some stop placement. So if you have that 5-minute opening candle, that gives you a spot where you can cap your risk because it's a gap and go. If it doesn't go, then you've got to get out breaking that low. It's just that simple. You've got to make sure that you have a bid out. So first things first, we got our pre-market signal, all right? NBIS was on earnings, it was gapped up, it's over resistance, it's got big time R vol for sure. That's what we want to see. Then we talk about the entry trigger. Wait 5 minutes post open. Well, what do we see? There's your pre-market, there's your gap, there's the big hole. Look at the open. That first 5-minute candle breaks down, holding some support at 220, and then you get the bounce. The clean break of that top comes a couple of minutes later. There's your stop. And then you're off to the races. It's a thing. You have your risk management in place, the third point. You know if it loses that 220 or that first bar support, you're gone. You're not trying to hold it all the way to the pre-market low. There's no need for that. It showed you where the buyers came in at 9:30 after trying to rinse some weaker hands or some maybe profitable pre-market traders. But once it made that breakout, it's cleaning off to the races. And I'll do you one better, because if you look at where it went in the opening push, have a look at that pre-market breakout range. It's about $20 worth on NBIS. So when it breaks out the top, it goes parabolic to about that same move, about 20 bucks in, and you can see how well it holds trend. The other thing to keep in mind, and we did talk about the VWAP hold, that was also here. You can get a 2-for-1 with this because you get your opening range. There's the VWAP reclaim on volume, so you can actually have this one with the breakout of the 5-minute and with the VWAP reclaim, even dips into the volume weighted average price again to once again give you a fill right in the same range. There's 3 separate ways that you could have seen this one as a gap and go, because it had the volume, it had the story, it did both the 5-minute bar breakout and the VWAP hold and the VWAP reclaim, everything in there that you could have wanted. And of course, the continuation was fantastic. This is the thing. Not all gap ups are created alike. Some of them are going to bamboozle you. You're going to see that heavy candle at the open. Some will continue. Others will give you that bounce. As long as you allow that first move to happen and play after it, then you can be on the right side. So you're not just catching a falling a knife because you expected it to go up. You're joining it after the buyers come in at 9:30, confirming that this gapper is good to go.
So there you go. There you have it. Those are the gap strategies that you're looking for every single day. Make sure you get that confirmation. Be specific and be precise, and you will no longer be chasing those gaps. You'll be part of the move in the right direction. So thank you, Neil, for that. And make sure you do drop the comments below. Let us know if you've been caught in any of those gaps. And hopefully nothing's halted against you, because that would also be a problem. Drop the link, drop your notes below. Thanks to everybody for listening to that quick little session. So thanks, Neil. That was a good one there as we discuss gaps. I mean, there's been a lot of gaps recently that have happened.
SMCI was a good example, actually.
Yeah, SMCI today. Was it today? Gap fill, I guess? Yeah, through.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, through those levels there, making it up there, gapping higher into the earnings report. On the daily, it doesn't look like that.
Maybe more
there's
than
the
15.
gap.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, there's the gap from here from 31 up to 34.50. And then the continuation play. It's too bad we don't have that. Even SpaceX recently has been starting to gap a little bit higher. I just see huge. This has done 120 million shares here today, SMCI. So
that's more than SpaceX. SpaceX is more.
Yeah. SpaceX is more than that, I think. No,
108.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
but it's more expensive.
Earnings, plus earnings, right? So, yeah, 108. Yeah, SpaceX is on one again, another 9%, just continuously going higher here. SPCX. All right, while we were doing that, I got out of half of my trade. And it was actually just as we went on air at 2 o'clock, basically. Bought it, right there on the break of the 200 period moving average. Got out on the move up into the 200 period average. Just have half left. What's up to everybody trading BQ today? So we say, hey, what's up to all of y'all? And then CoreWeave. Okay, well, there we go. I was going to say, where is CoreWeave right now? But it's going to be at that volume weighted average price. So for me, that's an out. So we'll just punch them out right there at 95, 96. Get a little bit more out there of CoreWeave, and we finally make that next little leg higher there, $2 on this one. We'll be looking for some new trades, obviously, here today. Noticing that SoFi has made a little bit of a bounce. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bounce back. NASDAQ still up that 1%. I don't know what the ES is doing. They're 7.7. Okay, so we're still at 7.775 on the ES, up 0.35%. But yeah, SoFi battling back. It was kicked pretty early down there, 17.65, trying to break through 18. That could be a trade soon enough as well. So we'll go back over to Neil, and then we'll start discussing some trades.
Absolutely. Let's discuss first, before those trades, a little bit about Origenics, because they've got an update, and they're on the NYSE American, and they've activated their phase 2A clinical trial in Australia. They've got their first site fully operational, and patient dosing is expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment that targets concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening their balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. I want to thank Origenics for sponsoring this portion of the show. And thank you, Trader Griff, for the super chat. We appreciate you. Gents, can you give me a read on playing this 45 break in IonQ?
IonQ.
IonQ. IonQ is going today? Oh, yes, it is. Absolutely. I mean, this is going gangbusters. Apparently the timing of being able to sell the Los Angeles Lakers is exactly the way you have a big tax bill that you need to pay. Just amazing how that works out. IonQ, 4 points today. You know what? This looked like for everything we were talking about successful gappers, this was the gap and fade early on. And then it did it again. And then all of a sudden, IonQ catches a huge bid. Ooh, right to the 200 SMA. It went to the daily chart second, not first. So we can see it is running into a little bit of resistance. It's up 4%. That's pretty good. But the 50 and the 200 period loom. And there was this level here at 46. So I would think this could be a nice spot where some profit taking might happen. But it's a good breakout on the 15-minute for sure. Like the hold to the higher low. This is where you always have to zoom out, because on that 3-minute, did it not look like, oh, that's for sure a fade all day? But move up, higher low, hold the bottom, and then double bottom at another higher low to resume the upward trend. So it was on an uptrend. You have to always factor in, what is the stock doing overall? Sure, at 9:30 and then at 10 o'clock, this looked like a short, but it's also one that held the structure of its multi-day long with that double bottom. That's almost like a great double bottom there for IonQ. Yeah, congrats. You found a good one there, but I don't know, when does IonQ report, or have they already?
They already did.
They already did. Oh, that's right. All of them. Yeah, all of them did the same week.
Or last week.
Yeah, last week. Arthur, thank you. Arthur this morning. We had Arthur, you were asking about, I think it was SpaceX this morning as well, Arthur. And that's, I don't know, RON?
Romanian, I think it was.
Okay, so Romanian, nice. Yeah. SpaceX outlook for this week. Well, the IPO price?
That's gonna be today.
Whatever, but there's no other. It's literally the only level to look at this point. Would be, well, not the IPO price. Sorry, I mean the IPO open. I shouldn't say the IPO price. The IPO price was 135. It opened at 140. I thought it was 149. Not
150. 150.
Okay, so 150. And you saw, look at all the support that it had. It had it for days, and then on July the 10th, it lost a bid. 150 seems like the spot. It seems like it wants that today, but the outlook for this week is test the 150. And if there's no sellers there, like there were at the 140, I'd be surprised. What it does on the way back, I think 140 on the way back makes a little bit of sense, because that'll be the 50 on the daily and the prior high. But yeah, SpaceX is absolutely and continuously on one, so they say.
Yeah, it's been on one for a minute there, and we put longs on the board the last little while. We just don't have anything today, which is embarrassing because it is just straight fire. We're having another good. We don't have any losers today. I mean, I've got BQ, I've got CoreWeave, and I've got SMCI. So we're just 3 for 3 there today. I appreciate what Sharif was saying, how he's 0 for 3 this week on green versus red days. Tough, right? Trading is tough, so you got to watch out for some of these moves, and especially on a name like SpaceX, where you could have got caught the wrong way. You just want to make sure you punch out when and if that does happen. For me on today's for SpaceX, almost back to flat. I mean, we bought some 170s and then some 135s, putting us basically right at 150. So if we can get that back through that would be good. And of course, I'm not going to be getting out of it. I like SpaceX. What I'm waiting for is like some kind of a candle, like even right there. You know, you could have gone short into there at 143. It only retraced. Well, actually, it did retrace decently on that last big sell spike at 1143. You would have got short in and around here. You would have given yourself to about 143.50. So let's just say you see that candle. Maybe you get short the next like 142.50. It does go down to 141. So that's about $1.50 there. You've had to give yourself about $1 and change on that trade. So I think that's kind of the next step that I'm looking for right here as we zoom back out now on SpaceX, looking for some kind of a volume. And I have it up on others. Screens here as well. So we'll just wait to see if there's something that's going the other way. But yeah, XHLD, I see you, Bov, in there. You're getting excited about this one. So X-Ray Hotel Lehman Delta right now it's starting to go back upside. So there goes XHLD. I think this was the frustrating one, I think, for Sharif. I'm not sure. But there's a break of $5.80 up to $6 and starting to get extended now. Just obviously a Chinese name here, XHLD. You know, you go back. Well, this is the one that we were looking at earlier, wasn't it? There was 350 or so break. No, that was OFAL, I believe. By the way, CoreWeave right now is trying to upside. $3, $3.30, $3.40, $3.50, $4. There, XHLD. I don't know when this name.
Oh, it's actually American.
You know, will stop. American company. Hold on a second. What's it called? XHLD.
Yeah, 10 Holdings. Inc.
Oh, 10 Holdings. Yeah. Well, actually, we've seen this. This is something that's run in the past many times. But the shortfall can't be correct. Is it 0.4? 10 million?
I mean, that's what it says.
What is
it doesn't
the news
seem
here?
right.
Yesterday. Oh, earnings yesterday. Monday, August 10th. Earnings. That's the latest story we have here. But yeah, definitely getting that kick here today is XHLD all the way to the upside. So congrats on that one, Buff. And it just looks like we might have just topped out. We just did have the biggest volume spikes back to back big volume spikes there at $6. So the story, I don't think it's over or anything like that, but it's getting lighter and lighter there on XHLD. And then this one's been halting BANL. So BANL.NQ halted a couple times up and down. And that is what it is right now.
That's the low volume.
BANL. So it's a very, very low volume, 1.7 million shares. Robinhood was on one this morning as well as SoFi. They're both trying to get back upside right now. At least so Robinhood got green and it's hovering around VWAP.
The problem with Robinhood is see that false break at 96.
18.
That was a really big level for Robinhood to try to take out, at least locally. So it's disappointing because look at this, the 200 period moving average, and the 15 will show it better here if I zoom it out. Like this was what Robinhood was dealing with today. Probably, look, if you took it as a day trade, this breakout, you hit it and quit it, it goes, I guess that would have been like 90, call it 96 even, it goes to 97, but that's a pretty clean reverse. I don't know, if Robinhood can't get back above 96 today, like that looks like a false breakout and then maybe a start of some shorts. You just got to keep it real, especially if it loses a 200 period again. Here. Like, I like it. I mean, I bought it in the 80s, and it doesn't really look all that healthy after that false break, unfortunately, on this sucker. I'm in one of them, one of these small cappers. It's the Lost VWAP, IMT. I don't know if this one's Chinese. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's just that some of the Chinese ones seem to do the 100 or 200% more than others. So Lost VWAP, shorting it, basically looking for it to get to 40, but there was a barcode at 46. Earlier, so that's one I want to try to take out in front of 46, and then the next bids will be out in front of the absolute low. The other thing we got going on, I see a colorful graphic. It's Adara. She's at the wall. Let's see what she's got in store for us. It looks interesting.
Earnings? I don't know what that is.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's time for today's edition of To the Window, To the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, I've got infographics out today on CoreWeave, Lumentum, Nebius, but instead I decided to talk about everyone's favorite company, SMCI. And I think this really actually was a good look for SMCI. Now, I know they missed on net sales, revenue, however you want to put it. They call it net sales, so I'm calling it net sales. But it still grew by 91% year over year. And that's not even talking about the massive guidance beat, as Neil said, roughly 30% guidance beat forward for fiscal 2027 revenue. Let's go over as well here to their net income. So Q1, you've got $168 million. Q2, $401 million. Q3, $483 million. $1.2 billion in net income for Q4. That is nearly 3x on a sequential basis. So I really like this net income look. And of course, we have to talk about the gross margin beat. Now, we already knew gross margins were going to be pretty good. I think they guided 15 to 17% during their preliminary Q4 report. They even beat those with 17.6% gross margins. So as much as we like to poo-poo SMCI, I actually don't think this is that bad of a report. And I think this visual proves it. Where do you find this visual, you may ask? I posted it last night on X at TTV Research. So you can just go to X at TTV Research. I also have a visual just showing its impressive gross margin growth over the last four fiscal years / 16 quarters. But I also have another visual coming on SMCI tomorrow. That's right. We've got RPO or backlog or however you want to put it. We've got extra visuals always coming here on X at TTV Research. It's the place you need to be for all your market content. And we're now also on StockTwits. So with that in mind, that was today's segment of To the Window, To the Wall. We're sending you back over to Neil and to Sean.
Man, that net income number is that's intense. 70. That's sort of the thing. Idura just said, I didn't even believe it. I triple checked it. 200, almost 250%. Call it 235, 240, maybe something like that percent. 70% gross margin growth, but those are because it's the gross margin. That's all. I'm assuming it's all quarter over quarter. Then you compare it to 10%. Sales growth. I mean, on some level, the math doesn't, it's not mathing in my head. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Still an impressive growth number, either way. So.
All right, we're long SpaceX. I don't know. I mean, I tried to go short in front of 147. That didn't work. We got stopped down. I just said this. We're gonna go long. So we punched along on SpaceX, and here it goes, man, 147. So again, another 50-cent winner right now. Awesome. All right, so now they're down 60 cents, up to 148. We'll take another piece out right now. Why not? At 147.95. So, silly me going short. SpaceX, what an idiot I am. But yeah, right into here though, just to show you guys today, 500K subscribers, we got to adjust that. We're approaching 600 now. But yeah, this was the hot fire spot today. 134 long SpaceX, 35, at least we have the 35 break on SMCI. SMCI right now, $38. So that's already 10% higher. And 35, it's not like that was like Intel, we wanted the long, but we wanted it so much lower than where it was. That was never realistic. It was very realistic, but just didn't hit. The SMCI trade actually goes against myself right there when we took it. And then it just blasted up. So this SMCI trade, again, just working. Yeah, we're just working out right there. 34.85. There was the break. It didn't even break. It broke 35 and then came right back in and I got that fill. So really right away off the open, we take it. Adara's got something. What's going on?
SpaceX is going to the moon, or rather to 148. So we already know this got a nice little bump here around 11:30 a.m. after the company announced its Grok 4.6 model. They also actually provided a list of benchmarks that actually beat Fable on a couple benchmarks. So that's a nice look. Then Elon Musk a couple minutes ago replies to a user on X and says 4.7, their Grok 4.7 models, is significantly better than 4.6 and should be ready in 3 to 4 weeks. Initial training is complete. So Elon Musk basically saying, yeah, you like 4.6? Here you go, market. Here's another model that'll be out very soon. So nice job, Elon. SPCX making new intraday highs. Also, thank you very much to Casey for the kind super chat on the screen. I really appreciate it. And thank you all in the chat for enjoying the To the Window, To the Wall segment. I hope it provides some value to you. And you can always request what tickers or infographics you want me to cover or to make on that segment at any time. Just tag me in the chat and I will try my best to see it and respond.
Thanks, Adair, and thank you to Casey. Casey also very generous with the Trader TV Live memberships as well. I want to shout that out. A fantastic way to be able to pay it forward. Yeah, so their model's going to pass Gemini 2. Is that what's going to happen? Is that how they're going to roll? Google's falling behind when it comes to that, but you know what? Their cloud growth is fantastic, so that can be an opportunity for them. It's almost the thing with Alphabet is like you get so much value out of them because the reality is you're almost getting some of the side businesses as if not free. That's the wrong way to put it. I think that's more true with Amazon because they're all AWS, but you almost get some of the side businesses like the future upside for Quantum and Alphabet. You're almost getting that as like a free roll, I would think. The way that trades a lot of times. But speaking of, I know the market's a little bit quiet. SpaceX continuing to fly higher, but that sucker, Alphabet, it's starting to wake up. I don't want to give it the Undertaker graphic, which we don't have, by the way, which I still want, when something rises from the dead. But this is trying to make that breakout above the volume weighted average price. And we've seen that story before, but one name this afternoon that is 100% going to be in play, Intel. We mentioned this morning. I can just grab it so I can show you guys. It's just so much easier to visually show you guys. At the close today, let me zoom in, full screen, and try to zoom. There we go. At the close today, Intel is a share increase of 34 million shares. That's the expected for the S&P 500. So it doesn't mean Intel's going to rip going into the close. It doesn't mean there's going to be a buy imbalance on Intel going. It might not. But certainly, I'm going to be looking for a long. If it dips into VWAP, I want to try a long in there. If it ends up a breakout trade, I'd rather not that. But what I have the eyeballs on right now is this little thing it's got. It's got a little higher low support after it broke above the volume weighted average price. So I'd like it to confirm. This is about 102. Confirm this hold. Put a tight stop and just try to enter the long. If it loses 02s, you can wait till the volume weighted average price. But I just want to be into this on a long setup and ideally try to run it into what may or may not be there at 350. It's a NASDAQ stock, so you're not gonna know what the imbalance is till 350 anyways. There's no early look. When we go look at the early imbalances at 3 o'clock, 3:30, we're not gonna see anything on Intel. But if it ends up a gigantic buy, I'd rather already be in it than be trying to hit the buy key at 350 because the algos are gonna have a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, there should be some good actionable trades happening over there later on. I'm just sitting here watching this, and I just put out a tweet there, better late than never. If we're going to sit here and talk about, playing momentum, riding waves, this and that, SpaceX is definitely on one. This is up 50%, or let's call it 44% or so in a week, 5 days maybe. Whatever that lockup day was, August the 6th, everyone was like, oh no, this thing's going to crank. And then I was like, you know what? Elon has a very easy method of roasting shorts, and that is just put out, respond to tweets like he did today, And this is definitely, turned out to be such a cult stock, just like Tesla has been, and SpaceX continues to work out. And, everyone got a discount down here, man, 110. Like, that was screaming to be bought, especially once we broke higher there. Even 120 was a great level. Now we'll wait for 150. I'll probably punch longer there. I was telling Ozan there in the chat, just in the in the public chat. Make sure you do get on our chat first of all, like immediately, so we can see what you guys want to talk about. But yeah, there goes SPCX. Buck and change in the money on that. Sorry, 80 cents in the money on that. $2 and change here on CoreWeave. So yeah, man, it's been good. And then I only have half of this. I mean, just get out of this, man. We're long at 131. There's nothing going on here with this BQ. I don't know if it's going to go back to the upside. We took advantage of that play. Like even now, VWAP and the 200, VWAP's up here, 144. The 200 and the 50, that's the 200 is the green, the 50 is the purple, and then this kind of grayish line there is 25 premium. Like that, the best we can get there is 1 penny better than what we have right now. Oh my God, man. The net just keeps on climbing, so you're not going to hear me complain about that. But this SpaceX is just like now getting new highs here. Like, does anybody actually want to short this in front of 150? I think that could be a play, but you got to let it get there. So I think this thing drifts upside right now. I'm actually out of exactly half right here for that buck smooth, and now we'll wait where we get going. And we had talked about this with Brian about looking at a 2-minute sort of cover-up candle. This is maybe a month and a bit ago, and I haven't really looked at it too much because, we would have almost gotten out right there at 147.90 or so if that was the case. But we'll take another out on the high side of 148.50 and then wait to see where, their best position to get out on. And maybe it is right here at 147 and change. Thing is, you got to be careful. It does have its ups and downs. This is just really, really riding high. And I actually want to change this over to a different time frame also.
Arthur?
Yeah, sorry about that, Arthur, man. I mean, I can only be here so long. But I think that was a good trade probably for you at the time. But we're here now. We can hold hands on this long. Hopefully you're there. But yeah, sorry for shorting it. Look, Neil shorted it early and got out. So, that's the thing. As long as you got out, I shorted it too right here, but now we're laughing at
46 came, it 3 times went 46 to 45.
Right.
Ultimately, it always just comes down to what your stop is because, I don't know, maybe you're like 146 short with a 150 stop and you're trying to hold it like overnight or something. Again, everyone's trade is going to be different. Like for me, when we were doing the video this morning, when we were doing the video just now, SpaceX initial setup was the false. It wasn't really a gap up, but it was kind of a gap. It was a small gap up. It wasn't doing a lot of volume. The first thing it did was fail the pre-market high, come back underneath, and then was like the VWAP trade. But then it regained VWAP. So it's been off to the races ever since. So as long as you have an out when you're in a trade, then you got yourself a trade. So good luck. 150 does seem like a bit of a level. If I saw it do a topping tail at 150, like that to me is a trade, but that's at $150. I don't know if we're going to see that.
We're seeing it.
No. A topping tail candle.
No, maybe I don't. I think
if it just clean breaks out, then there's no trade. Like if it does a topping tail reverse back through or something, that can be a trade. What I want to point out is the market's trying to catch a bid here, and for whatever reason, I don't know what SanDisk is doing, but that was strong earlier. Now it doesn't look as strong. So SNDK, Intel's literally not even moving. SNDK, if this starts getting a bid, have a look at DRAM up here. Like if it starts getting a little bit of a bid, DRAM is a breakout if SNDK starts going, but I got to think of it in both directions. If you lose the bid on SNDK, this becomes all kinds of resistance at 55 and up here on DRAM. It'd be nice if it could take out this top, but if SNDK doesn't really pick it up soon, this just looks like resistance last week, not fourth day in a row, but the fourth day that this can't seem to break out above 55 on the memory chip names, and you're able to get 54.90. So it'll be a short first because when you zoom out, it's at a resistance level. And one of the main components isn't really looking all that good. SNDK had good earnings, but sometimes it's almost like you bounce so far that the profit takers start coming in there.
Let me see what's going on with PayPal saw $58.
That DNL.
Let me see what's going on with.
How is it still halted? Or not?
Which one? Oh, I got a piece out of BQ there, by the way. I took a 30 fill.
Oh, it's not moving.
No, it's not doing anything. So I'm going to take out of that. We'll see if we get a little bit of a bigger move now. I have very little left on this trade. Get out for flat, take that profit there. And then we hit it early. This is where we made the money when we were live with you guys on that first move higher into that. Oh, there was just a name I looked at before I hit that. Always NVIDIA. Yeah, so NVIDIA climbing, bouncing off VWAP pretty nicely there at 223. So into 224.50 right now. I just took a little bit more out in SpaceX here at 148.50. It is having a little bit of a problem. But yeah, NVIDIA's trying to go upside. They're up 3%. 230. I did this yesterday and I had to look it up again. The all-time high for NVIDIA is back in June, of course. 236.50. No, it wasn't that. I looked up something else yesterday. 236.50 all-time high for NVIDIA back in June.
They had like not a poll, but they had a question in the midday chat. I don't know if they did a poll for it. I don't think they did. Yeah. And I thought it was an easy under. It was over under.
Yeah.
I think it was 12 and a half days. 12 and a half trading days. I believe I have this right. 12 and a half trading days for NVIDIA to get to the all-time high. Like not 12 and a half trading days. And that's $10, $12. You said 36, right?
Yeah. 236, yeah.
Yeah, so $12 from here. $12, 12 and a half trading days. I took the under.
$1 a day.
$1 a day, that's 0.5%.
I mean, we just had such a nice run. I mean, when does NVIDIA, is that when they report NVDA?
I'm going to assume that's
they
what they
report
pegged,
in
but
14 days. They report August the 26th.
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. I'll take over. I don't think NVIDIA, I mean, look, I would like it to get to all-time highs. I think it's been on such a big run there from 190. I mean, and NVIDIA is my largest holding now, by the way. I did that math the other day. 224.69, so that puts us up. If we come over to the chart, who's over there? Fabian. Up 17%, which isn't huge, since July 31st. So 17% in a month, probably a lot, but can get more epic than that, of course. So we'll wait to see. I don't know. Well, I think that'll be an awesome feat if it got up to there. And I'm just kind of surprised. Like today we have, I'm not surprised. 3% is fantastic. We just know that, the sheep does have, or the king does have, his emperor has his clothing with NVIDIA for sure, hovering around those highs as you see pullbacks in Google. I just think like it's 1 or 2 stories away from a couple 3 or 4% down moves. And then all of a sudden that 12 days, I still think it gets to all-time highs. I just don't know if it gets there before earnings. That's all. But okay, even like a name like Marvell, really like that name. And again, with situational awareness, that was well aware of the move down in Marvell. No one really knew why that was happening until after the fact. And then of course it bumps right at some good support levels. So I think that Marvell does have its place up near around 260. So I think that could be something to get going on as well, if you wanted some Marvell.
Nobody knows, but you have to watch. One of the most accurate things about Billions, the show, is there are people that know,
right?
And those people, those people are on the bid when they recognize it.
Yeah.
Now those, and again, that's.
I mean, the stock market not being fair.
It takes advantage. You have that inside knowledge, take advantage of it. It's no different from when Warren Buffett gets a good deal from the government on something.
Yeah, the only thing is that becomes public knowledge, right? Like these guys know on the inside way earlier.
Yeah, but he gets a buffet.
It's also rigged.
He'd get that Buffett, was it like 6 to 12% bounce or something like that.
Oh yeah.
After it's because he has the position, and then the second it gets
look at what's his name on Wendy's
publicly,
today,
and then you get 6 to 12. Peltz is a perfect example of that today, and maybe Nelson Peltz wants to own Wendy's. I don't know. It's entirely possible the guy wants to own Wendy's, or he's built a position, he's doing the activist thing, saying I'm interested in buying it, and it gives the 40-something% shorts reason to want to cover, and then there you go. The visualizers got NBI. Oh, well, look at the names: SpaceX, NBIS, SMCI, NVIDIA. All these are names with the exception of Hertz that got coverage today, I feel like. OFAL got some love. BIVI did Tesla. Micron, maybe a little bit. CoreWeave 100% did. IREN for sure did. CF, that was a small cap that we got coverage. Oh, Meta sucks. Meta still down at 580, still down 2.7%.
Disaster.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, Uber is the biggest disaster. At least I tried to warn everybody about it.
What was the one we were just talking?
Now Uber's down 4.25% right now. Damn it, man. Uber was right there at $78 earlier today. It's going to haunt me for a couple minutes. All right, we are now out of BQ. So that one just boom right there. We got out, I think, 25 on that break. So that's going to be a nice trade today on BQ as we start to stack it up. No negative Nancy trades here. We're going to wait to see if it eventually comes through upside. We're taking out more and more on SpaceX right here as it does approach that 150. My best out, 148.90. So we do have to go back to the desk. It's Adara, and then I believe Sia.
Let's talk about DraftKings, guys. DKNG in focus. DraftKings dropping a little bit here off of the top high of the day as the information reports that Sequoia and Wellington are in talks to back Kalshi at $40 billion valuation. Now, why is it significant? Because, of course, Kalshi is actually a competitor of DraftKings in the whole prediction market. So DKNG to the downside. We'll take a look here as well as FLUT. FLUT not really reacting. DraftKings is. We'll send you over to CF for happening now.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much again. No matter. Let's take a look at the market and what it's doing right now. You have the SPY that is currently up. That is currently up 0.18%. The triple Qs are up close to 8% on the day, and the Dow up very, very marginally, but it is still up. Now let's take a look at two tickers. I do want to talk to you about ACM AECOM. Shares have dropped over 7% due to weak results for the fiscal third quarter. The company has reported a revenue of $3.59 billion, which is down 14% year over year. And net service revenue in the United States has come in at $808.4 million, which is below the FactSet consensus of $1.24 billion. Let's take a look at Kava as well before I send it off. CAVA. There you go. Kava reported as well second quarter earnings of 19 cents per share, topping LSEG consensus estimates of 18 cents per share. Revenue of $368.4 million, topping anticipated $361 million. And the company ticker CAVA is up over 14% on the day. So you have Kava up 14%, ACM down over 7%.
Yeah, that's actually disappointing for Kava in a lot of ways, because this was looking like it had a real chance to go. Like we were just talking about gap stories, right? Gap above resistance, volume was there, everything, like daily is your resistance on the daily, like it was above that, had a chance to break the 200 period. Instead, you get a fail of that same level. Whether it holds on to 70 is going to be the key. That's kind of the aftermarket high, but in so much as 14% can be somewhat disappointing. And again, when you're looking at day trades, it's very different from the long term. In the long term, you're going to be happy with the quarter. You're going to be happy with 14%. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I'd say the disappointment was this morning. It looked like it was going to be one of those names that was included in the breakaway and run. But that's a good thing. Like, if you see it lose a bid, you just don't have to be involved with it. You just stay away. Nick Dubs, we can review SMR, but just give it a second. I'm going to be out if we break 55.10 is the lower high on DRAM, and we're now $1.50 away from, we'll see what happens to SpaceX at 150. It has to do with topping tail candle. That's the only way I want in. And then you mentioned SMR. I like SMR for a shot play. I understand they're not making money, and they're not breaking 10. There's a $10 breakout trade on SMR on the daily. I think that's going to look interesting. When it does happen, it's a potential that it does happen this week. It tagged it once, twice. You could argue that it did it for a third time. The good news is every single time we're putting in some higher lows on this 15 minutes, still with a chance to go. So I think $10 breakout is there. And Gotham House, how come I don't hear BTC crypto talk this much these days? Not in the channel overall. Oh, not on this channel overall, but on social media news, because they're in a bear market. Crypto is in a bear market. IBIT is struggling. It can't get off the schneid. Every time it tries to go, actually ETH made a semi-breakout. That was better. Coin made some moves here and there. So BMR made some moves. Like, there's places that are to go, but what are they supposed to talk about? How it doesn't go up, and how when it does go up, it's a fraction of what the NASDAQ does. And, again, we're in a bear market for crypto, and it doesn't make it very exciting unless you want to just come in and look for some shorts. That's just how it is. The reality is in for them. And so it's not going to be exciting for bulls. West Palm Beach trades. ANET. Thanks for the super chat there, West Palm Beach. Arista. Yeah.
Arista, yeah.
What do we like about Arista?
Near highs. It's
that looks great.
Yeah, it is starting to go up on Arista there. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. We just took a 148.60 fill rate now. But the bull case there for ANET, let me just have a quick little look at what's going on, whether or not you're long or short. I just looked at the daily on my other screen over here. It's really getting excited now. ANET, come on, or Arista. Is it a New York name?
Yeah,
oh, wow, okay, wow.
Yeah.
All right, it's interesting there that we have this kind of a play on this here again. Of course, here, as we continue to go on Arista Networks, AI continues to push it, right? So when did they didn't report today, I don't believe. Arista Networks? No, we would have.
No. They were,
we would
I
have had it for sure.
believe, last week.
Okay, so switching in the cloud, Ethernet, top of the food chain here, right? And so this name continues to work as data center. So for today, you're getting that bump up because we saw, names like IREN and, a name like Marvell all start to go upside. We had some great reports, obviously, from SMCI. You're seeing other AI names, such as the one I'm in, and both that I'm in today with CoreWeave and then with SpaceX. So if we're going to start talking about all of that, they have extremely high, I'm just looking at, they have high margins of over 50% right now, right? And so Yeah, this is a picks and shovels name, right? So these guys, supply has been limited as for them as well. So the more that they can continue to provide, the better it is. I don't actually know a whole bunch about this AI fabric. So it's the switches, it's the scaling. It's basically, it's similar to, we talked about photonics, how they need all of those products to get going. Arista Networks also part of that story. So if you do like the AI side of the trade these days, this one I think is primed to get even higher than where we are right now. But I do have to do some more work on ANET.
It was exactly a week ago. Oh, sorry, week Tuesday.
Yeah, I just said 3 times high. Like the guidance is huge, the revenue was huge, $3 billion in the quarter, tripled year over year. Their purchase commitments. So they have backlogs as well, Arista. So, all of that just means better, right? I mean, we saw today, this is up 6.5. Maybe I should have diversified out of some of the Marvell and get into Arista. But yeah, there it is. Come on, man, my charts aren't changing. Okay, there's Marvell there, up 5% today, so similar. That went up to 224, so that was probably up 6.5% as well. All right, man, now $1.28 right now. So,
oh my God.
We're $2 in on CoreWeave, we're $1.40 in now on SpaceX, and this is a trade that we've given to you live here. Neil's in DRAM and in IMTE. What is this?
That's one of those runners. It's just one of those ones that's dying.
Okay, good.
It's dying out.
It's nice to be short then.
Should be ideally you want these at 54, and the better ones are when they halt. Like if it halts down, it's like a little. This one didn't halt down. It was just a breakdown under VWAP, and I don't really see anything. We'd be looking if there were other small caps that were breaking out that were longs. We'd be mentioning them. The only thing on my halt list, it's just that ban. It's that ban L stock, and this thing has no volume. BANL. So I think that's actually dead too. BANL, is that right? CBL International? Yeah, look at this one. This one's also dead. Another halt down and then short. If you had this one under VWAP, it's basically the same play. And only 2 million on volume, so I think that one is dead on arrival. Grunfeld says Box L. There's that AC.
Yeah, Box L's moving, yeah.
XHLD, that 10 holdings. Ooh, that's at VWAP. Okay, look, that one might be something. The only problem with this, look at the volume. See the volume? Yikes. The volume has absolutely died on this name. Not a huge fan of that. Maybe there'll be some Hertz action. And of course, I'm going to jinx it because the second you guys put Hertz in there and I pull up Hertz, it pulls back off its high. So the breakout on Hertz looks okay. There's a consolidation, maybe a 280 breakout on Hertz. Got the short float. It's got what you want. Hey, let's talk some small caps apparently at the desk because that's what CEO wants to do.
Why, thank you. Yes, that is what I want to do. The Russell is currently up 0.61%. Let's take a look at 2 individual tickers I've picked for you right now. You have VELO, that is Velo 3D printing tech company, has raised its revenue outlook for the full year. So now the company is seeing a revenue in the range of $65 million to $75 million, up from its earlier call for $60 million to $70 million. And the FactSet consensus had anticipated this range to be around $64.4 million. Let's take a look also. Let me just take a look at the levels. Sorry, VELO up over 10.5% on the day. LQDA, Liquidia Corporation, is currently down over 9.5% on the day. Liquidia had reported results for the quarter ended 2026 revenue of $171.68 million, diluted EPS of 74 cents, whereas the $8.84 million and 49 cents EPS in the prior year quarter. So you have LQDA that is down, well, now over 10% on the day, and VELO, Velo 3D, that is up over 11% on the day.
Yeah.
It's not the right spot.
Thank you there, Sia, for sure. Okay, well, maybe Hertz. Again, Hertz might be a bit of a jinx, but I'll throw this one up on the side. If you can break out, it's 280 with a double top. Again, the short float's good. Like, a lot about it is going to make some sense there for Hertz, but none of these are really looking too crazy. At least right now, there's always a chance, right? Like volume can pick right back up. You get a clean breakout. The other thing that works with this is it's not just a little mini breakout here. You're also breaking out over the post-earnings highs, which was 270. So it would be holding a consolidation over the prior high. So I like that. Go a stop. If it breaks 280, whoops, not 28. because if I put that stop order in, then I'll never get filled because it's obviously not going to break $28 today. So 280, and we don't have to cross very far. And if it breaks that top, then we'll go for a long, and then we'll see what happens next.
I got out of some, SMCI is still a really nice stock. I wonder if the market's going to pull back a little bit here for some reason. CoreWeave, just having a hard time breaking through 108.50, 109. So, we haven't spent very much of the day over that level, right? And so, I actually wanted to zoom this back out for us a little bit more here. So this is where we've just been struggling to get through. So we've just been taking outs at these levels, but there's 108, well, let's call it 109. Basically that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 minutes there, maybe another 10 minutes. So 20 minutes we've spent above 109. Everything else has been underneath it. And now you're kind of just dancing off this 200 period. So we just took another out right there at 107.60. And just a review. So we're so light on that now, man. We're under 5% on CoreWeave. And SpaceX, I think we have about a quarter left of our trade, not less than that, about 20% left on SpaceX. We just had a decent out, again, as we talked about the 149. We got 148.60s. I still think it continue to work higher and harder for us on SpaceX up to that 150. And I do want to buy a 150 break as well. Let's see. Just saw silver coming up to some sort of levels, maybe SLV. No, not really. Bowing off from the bottom there if we zoom back in. Trying to get up to VWAP. Still a little bit of ways away there on that one. You guys mentioned Box L. We can have a quick look at that one. CoreWeave's still $1.25. CoreWeave's going to be one of the top names here. I don't have, I've only traded 3 names today. So, very specific. Yesterday was 4 or 5. Today's 3. And this could be one. I mean, Box L, if we do halt, maybe it's halting down Box L up 100% there today. We could have a quick look at 580 if it comes back in. Yeah, it wasn't Beyond Meat. Didn't they have some sort of not a warning, but a 30 days.
Yeah, like a letter.
Yeah, that they had to get it. So trying to get a bead, I guess a read on Cisco. Any intel with that one? And TTV Brain Trust, from us on Cisco, sure. It's bugging the brain all day how to swing it. That's on Cisco.
Beyond's doing a reverse, by the way.
Okay. Oh, wow. So get ready for that one.
One for tomorrow. Hold on. It's doing a 1 for 30 reverse stock split effective August 13th to regain NASDAQ bid compliance. So obviously they had run afoul, and now they're going to do the reverse split. So the answer would be seemingly no, it's not going to get delisted because they're going to reverse split it so that they can, I suppose, stay in the market. Look, it doesn't change much, and when they reverse split, it probably just comes right back down again because fundamentally nothing has changed. If anything, it's just an opportunity for maybe you'll get a spike after and then people will start fading it again. Beyond Meat kind of stinks. There's really not much to say about them that's going to be good at all. We did do a joke. I think we were saying if Beyond Meat had gotten back above $1 or something by X amount of time, we were going to eat on air. But now that it's doing a reverse split, forget about that because
that's going to be interesting on reverse split. A huge short float there as well.
Yeah, and now there's less shares. Maybe it does a mini squeeze for a day or two.
Might want to get into it. When's the date for that?
It says effective the 13th, so I guess that means
tomorrow. I think you want to buy some Beyond Meat then, because tomorrow you're gonna, what is it, 10 to 1? Or I didn't hear what you said.
It's 1 to 30.
1 to 30. Okay,
so that'll be 12. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is going to be 4 times 3. Yeah. So $12 tomorrow. Yeah. Beyond Meat. So then you could. I mean, look, we never think that a reverse split is a good thing, but you do sometimes get that 1 or 2 day bump higher. So I think Beyond Meat could be something there for that. Look, Robinhood long term, I think the fact that they have a lot of young clients is a good thing, right? I mean, getting involved. Traders these days, I know my kid's 25, 24, and he's with Wealth Simple, which is here in Canada, and it's free, basically just a free ride, right? I mean, it's free trading. It's better, more affordable, interest rates or whatever on your checking account. As far as that is concerned, easy credit cards, all that kind of stuff for Wealth Simple, and I assume the same thing is going to be for Robinhood. So whenever you get into that cohort, I think it's a really good thing. And then as their positions, and we talked about this with Ramin, as I have, maybe 5-year horizon or so on retirement, it's like at some point, your account matures, right? And as long as the market continues to do what we think it's going to do, and that is go long, then yeah, there's going to be some nice opportunities for Robinhood to get more assets under management, because as you know, my kid starts making money, he's going to invest and continue to use them to trade. So I think that winds up really positive there for Robinhood. And so I like the fact that they're a relatively new company in the fintech space. I just don't like the fintech space right this minute. Like, there's too many options out there with the SoFis, with the Weebles, with the Robinhood, and you know, SoFi has its bank charter, so that's why I chose them. Like Pikachu, I choose you. You know, I could still like Charmander and everything like that, but at the end of the day, I think Robinhood is going to be a decent investment. I just think you got to give it some time, and the valuation is probably still through the roof.
It's not cheap. The chart on the weekly looks much better than the daily, because then you can at least go back to the IPO breakout level, which was 65. Like 65, there's like, well, I mean, it was a little bit higher than that, but here it is at 65. Yeah. And then there was the big breakout when it took out that top finally, and then that ended up being support. 80 looks good. So it's at a good historic level, but it's been a tough road to hoe. I love SoFi too. I just don't know like what's going to get. I don't know what the next shoe to drop is going to be for them. Thought the quarter was pretty good, and it's just been sitting sideways. It's not breaking any lower, but it's sitting sideways. And what I don't, the one thing about SoFi that's different is when this broke out the IPO high, it didn't continue. Like, it failed the IPO high break, which is about $26 there for SoFi. We'll see. I still like the stock. Maybe it accumulates. If it does a long 1 year accumulation again at this level, then I think somewhere like in the last quarter, that just wait for it to regain. Like, let it catch the moving averages. If it just goes sideways and the 200 on the weekly just sort of catches up and it bounces off that, that'd be a good technical setup. But fundamentally, not really sure what happens. Mrs. Law just said, "Whoa, NBIS." Yeah. Nebius, but like Nebius, whether it's Nebius or CoreWeave or SMCI today, all three of them impressive. It's just that Nebius, the difference with Nebius is it had that clean break on the daily. Just goes to show that look at the 200 period. If a stock likes the 200 period and you like the stock, I wish this was on my list, because the stocks I like, I try to buy at the 200 period moving average, and that's if you can even get them when they go down there. Like, I lament the fact that GV Renova missed it by, I don't know, like 7 or 8% or something like that. And I ended up having to pay up. But it's, you could have just throw a random bid out in front of it a little bit more. But this bounced clean off the 200 and now breaks out the 50. It says just as much a chance as any to be seeing some all-time highs after. But Hertz is a couple of pennies from breaking out. Not yet, but it's close. It's about to. DRAM's pulling back into that volume-weighted average price, but this is a play back into the volume-weighted average price. And the reason for it was, like, SNDK. Why is SNDK so weak? I actually don't know. I don't. But, like, right about here at 2 o'clock, right when we came on air, SNDK's cruising, just like just about everything in Shipland was doing fine. Like, what is Micron doing at this moment? Like, Micron's back into VWAP, but again, it's still above the volume-weighted average price. Not really sure why SNDK is struggling, but it was out there, and we're making a bit of a temporary top. So I want to play this just back into the volume-weighted average price, and when it goes, we're done. Oh, Taylor, that's a good one. Taylor in the chat says, I thought Burry was shorting Palantir. He is shorting Palantir as far as I know. Yes. He's shorting NBIS as far as I know. I don't know. Maybe you have to get a Substack to know what prices and what he's doing with those. But he was short Palantir. I thought I heard something that said something about covering. Obviously, that would have been a good. If he's covered, he's made a fantastic decision. If he hasn't, I don't know. Because if you didn't cover, then could he even be in the money anymore on Palantir? It's possible, but I'd say somewhat unlikely if he was in the money on that short. Like, you had to have an out. Like, he was right for months probably. And if you don't if he doesn't take it out, he must have taken it out.
He just manages a fund, so it's not even his money. So I don't really know.
His money's in the Substack. I thought he made.
Well, but that's like everybody, right? Everybody.
2.5, whatever. It's 2.5 million.
That's why, like, I think it's important. You guys can ask us, and that's why I was telling to you guys about Sharif and everything like that, about being honest. It's like, you make all these plays because Michael Burry's riding the coattails of the financial crisis, right? I mean, he was shorting the housing market, which is huge, and now he's making money on all these Substacks and everything like that. We don't charge you guys anything over here to trade, and obviously we don't have the buying power or the pull of Michael Burry. After hours, I'm just going to look at Cisco because we actually had that question. We forgot about it. After hours, Cisco, Coherent, upside over here. I think Coherent, I mean, it's already upside as well. Cerebras is going to be interesting. Let's see if the way that they formed their memory, and it's a little bit of a different chip base than what, DRAM and all that kind of stuff. So we'll have to wait to see if Cerebras has gotten any sort of a pull as far as market shares. I have no idea what inflection is. That should be interesting. So whatever. Cisco though, CSCO. So we get all of these, by the way, from Madeira. So this is at Trader TV Research. Like if I'm looking for something, I just search in here, boom, drop it down, and there it goes. Sia ran into me. I was like, oh my God, you have 58,000 followers? I was like, yeah, well, I mean, this one right here, 29,000 as well there for Adair. And I think Neil somewhere 30s or something, and 58 too. We had SpaceX. Oh, that's what we just talked about at 147. It's at 148 right now. And I've actually been covering a little bit of SpaceX there. But all right, so right here at 148, we got a 148.15 and a 148 flat. I don't know. Maybe it's seen its top. It wants to run away from that today. That's, I mean, very, very possible. Look, Cisco, I don't see, I think they beat and I think they go higher. I just, we had CoreWeave yesterday. We sort of thought that they were going to have, potentially a more dramatic move, and it did have that. I'm not sure. The implied move for Cisco is always pennies. It's not like maybe under 5%, something like that for Cisco, but the networking, love it. You saw some of the security aspects with Palo Alto and CrowdStrike, right? Like PANW. This is now like a third or fourth largest stock in my portfolio. Like I had even no idea how crazy this name had been going. But you see what Palo Alto's been doing here since this breakout, right? So it's broken out and hanging out higher, breaking. Like all these levels just keep on getting extended out. Palo Alto. So I like Cisco for their networking and for their security aspect. And if Palo Alto's doing this, and so is CrowdStrike, then I think Cisco is going to have quite the report. So I like it. So we're going to figure out what PanW and Cisco, it's not about PanW, what Cisco has in store for it. Because I think there's going to be a good money-making opportunity. You take out this 125. This looks like all-time highs up here at 130. Looks like we close around. So I'm going to say Cisco tomorrow north of 130. And it's still not a huge move. That would only be $5.
Believe it or not, the expected move's 9.
9, okay.
So they want an all-time high break.
So I'm way under that
And apparently it was 13 last quarter. So, I mean, I guess everything's gotten a little bit more volatile because it did explode. It was Brian that liked them a while back at 89, I believe it was. Ryan Lewis. I feel like that's an R&B singer from Canada. Did you discuss Home Depot CEO going on leave? Impactful question mark. Adara did. Yeah, Adara did.
Hi, I can provide more. We don't know that much. So Ted Decker, he has a medical leave. I don't believe he discussed the condition. The company reports earnings on Tuesday, which, to me, I'm going to be honest. And again, really the only kind of prereq that I have for this is Thomas Siebel being like, my eyes are going, but I can still lead the company, and then stepping down as CEO and then returning as CEO. So there's not a lot of precedent for this, at least that I'm aware of. And, not trying to be offensive to C3AI in the man's eyes. But let's go back to Ted Decker here. It's Edward, I believe he goes by Ted, over at Home Depot. So he's been there, I think, at least a good little while. And the fact that they report earnings on Tuesday and he's announcing this leave before then makes me think this earnings report could be really bad. Because I think the timing of this is really suspect. Because here's the thing, I think if it was a good report, then you announce, hey, we have a great quarter and I'm going on medical leave and I won't see you guys for a couple months. And they're having 2 people take over for his duties. I don't believe they gave a specific date that he'll be returning. So I'm sorry to kind of hijack the question from you, Neil, there. But just to provide some context, because I've read a little bit about it, yeah, my thoughts are Home Depot could be Home Dropo, honestly. And I don't want to say that. And maybe I'm totally wrong, but just the timing of this, to me, it smells bad.
Well, don't ever say it's hijacking. You're the one that's actually read the story. It's not hijacking. That's what it's supposed to be, Darius. So thanks for that. Because I don't know, so I'm not going to read too much into it at the end of the day. What I can say is it was looking a lot better on the chart, and the reaction right now is a bit of a flat bottom breakdown on Home Depot, which is not ideal, but hopefully you get some clarification in the call because I think you're going to want to see that. And it's not necessarily a bad thing that they have two people filling the role. It could just mean, hey, we hope it'll be like temporary, like that kind of a thing. And it's a big difference when it's someone. And again, I don't know this for Home Depot. Like this is not as if like Elon Musk or a founder. Like if a founder got sick and was stepping away, like the stock down 10%, it would be perfectly normal. Home Depot, who's to judge? At the end, because you have an operator for a longer standing company a lot of times, and even if they've been there a while, it's tough to say. So, anyways, Hertz did break that 280. So, spoiler alert, the prior bars are at 75, so I'll stop under there, and then when it gets to 85, that'll be like an obvious place to look at. $3 stands out like a sore thumb. Because it's $3. Let's be real. And you know what? Let's just go back to the daily chart. It's $3. There's been resistance there before. There was all kinds of support there. Prior also on Hertz. So just in that break, again, giving it to 5 pennies, probably every 5 cents, we're going to look for it to maybe catch one little bit of a check back. It tagged 85, but didn't actually print 85s on anything but dark pool. So I'm going to sit there on a reverse and see if we can't get it. What is that? Ooh, I just saw something in the chat. We're going to go up to Sia for Sector Watch. I think we have something interesting going on as well.
The SPY is currently up 0.35%. Let's take a look at the sectors and what they're doing right now. Electric tech right off the bat, NVIDIA showing significant strength here. It's up almost 3% on the day. But on the other side, Apple is down 1% on the day. Broadcom, GE, RTX, Qualcomm all trading flat at the moment. But you have MU, INTT, Cisco well above the 3% mark, with MU leading the trio up 6.2%. AMD, that's up 2.2%. Dell up 7%. And you also have STX, that is up on the day 5.5%. SNDK following it, up 6% on the day. Tech services, Google remains flat while Meta standing a bit down here, further down 3.23%. You have Microsoft that is down 2.06% as well. Oracle, however, seems like a bit of a bull here today. That's up 4.5%. Palantir down 2%. PANW, not a crazy significant move, but it is up close to 1%. Netflix down close to 0.70%. CRWD and FTNT flat on the day. IBM down 1%, and you have CRM down 2.7%. Finance, BRKB and Visa down over 0.80%, but BRKB is down 1.2%. JPM, BAC, WFC, MS, AXP all in the green today, including Robinhood that is up very minutely, not that big of a move, 0.75%, and IBKR that's up 2.5%. Retail trade, Amazon down 1%, Walmart up 2%, but you have Costco that is flat, Home Depot that is down today, 2.69%. TJX is also down close to 2%, but producer manufacturing seems to still be a bull of the day, with AMET up over 4.5%, LRCX up inching close to 5%. CAT is up close to 2.5%. GEV is also up over 2.5%. But on the other hand, we have names like Tesla and consumer durables where they're lagging a bit, almost 2% on the day. And the entire sector in consumer durables is in the red, a bit of a bear, you could say, on the day. You have names like Ford, DHI, GM that are also pulling down a bit. But consumer non-durables, energy minerals, consumer services, utilities, industrial sector, all the four showing a bit of a mixed sentiment across the board. Health tech, Lilly, J&J also flat on the day. ABBV relatively flat, tilting a bit towards the red. MRK is down, up 2.5%. But in consumer services, do want to mention this one name, Airbnb, that is down 3% on the day. But DRI and Hilton that are up over 3% and 2.5% respectively. Let's look at two sectors and send it right back to the guys. Transportation, you have Uber that is down 3.8%, close to 4%. You could say EXPD that is up 3.5%. UAL not having a good day like it was yesterday. It's currently down 0.62%. FedEx up almost 2% on the day. And let's end it with health services. UNH is up close to 1%. Hum up 3.5%. And CNC up 3% on the day. Sending it back.
Oh, I gotta find it. Thank you very much, Thersia. I gotta throw up the super chat here because we just got this from Blicky Spears. Blicky, chop for charity donation. If you're wondering what that is, well, then you're not in the chat, because if you're in the chat, then you should be able to see what is pinned in said chat, which is a link to our main man Fabian on the ones and twos back there, part of the production crew, is cutting 20 inches off the perfect coif that he has, which would be nice. I mean, I could cut a millimeter.
Am I allowed to take that hair to Turkey?
For angel hair for kids by August 28th. So Chop for Charity. There's a link in the chat. And we already had a super chat from Blicky Spears dropping it in there for a donation.
Don't drop it in the chat.
Yeah,
because
the thing about it,
30 points.
Yeah, the YouTube takes 30%, obviously.
Just go to that link.
Yeah, you can go to the link and donate.
In the chat. So
great cause. Fabian.
Absolutely great.
Can you at least show off the flow? Like,
yeah, Fabian's going to come over here in a second.
Okay, he's going to come over here and show off the flow.
Yeah, he's going to come over. He's coming. He's coming right now. We've already showed it before. It's absolutely wild, his hair. As he comes over here, we'll just get a look on Box L again here. There's another super chat coming from Tisha Perkins. Yeah, Box L for life. So Tisha, you're... Yeah, so we'll drop that down for you there on Box L as, yeah, it is absolutely blowing up right now. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. So Box, I mean, we can have a look. Did we ever figure out what, so this is Box Light Corporation. A couple recent splits, split in June there on Box L. We're going to have Fabian in just 1 second. Box L there, splits in June, 1 for 6. We looked at this morning, and this is the one that we were saying there was some sort of clear skies into $11. But I was sort of thinking like that top right there off the split high is $8.50, and I actually thought today $5 was doing pretty good. But there goes Box L right there, breaking through 5, hovering around 6, hitting that 25 period moving average, and now all the way through. Get out of here, Fly. $8. All right, Fabian, is the mic working? I assume that it is.
The mic is working, yes.
Perfect, I hear it as well. Okay, so what do we want to discuss here? So this is donating for charity. That's amazing.
Yes.
What made you choose that charity?
It's a local charity that's nearby, and they make wigs for children that are going through chemo and such things. And I think it'd be nice to have a lot of hair to give away. So I think it'd be good if we do like a multi-front effort together with the audience and add some to this. Oh yeah, you can see more.
Wow, look at that.
All the way.
All the way to the
back.
So
backside over
I think
there,
we could definitely make a change, and I think it'd be very nice for us to do that. Sorry. And
okay, great.
Who gets the snip?
Huh?
Who gets to do the snip?
Oh, I'm doing at least four ponytails basically. So and 4 people could get a cut out of it if they want to do it, and we'll do it right here on the show live. So something to motivate you guys. Little trauma for me.
That'd be good. So how long has it taken you to grow this hair?
It's been a long time. It's been like I did a count at least 1,500 days. So it feels like around 4 or 5 years, which was way more than I remembered.
So you can get that back.
You get it back.
Yeah, it'll come back.
Okay, great. Well, there we go. So now you've seen Fabian, and that link, if you are part of the chat, first of all, subscribe to the channel, get into the chat. The link is also in description, right, Fabian?
Yes.
So you guys can get into the description.
You can scan that QR code.
And there it is, a Chop for Charity. Get that right now.
Look at that. We already have $27. Look at that. Amazing.
Booyaka, 5,000 goal. We're going to, I trust me on this one. We are going to crush that 5,000.
Yeah, it seemed like sometimes
our
you got it.
Our group will do this, and I'll put it out on my Twitter and everything like that.
Got a great community.
We'll do that. That's literally why I'm doing Instagram is for things like that. So we'll get that out on Instagram and on Twitter and everything. So good job, Fabian, man. Let's
have fun with it.
Yeah,
I think we can definitely make a change.
We'll get a countdown going too for when we do it live. Make sure you guys don't miss that, because that's always always a little bit of fun.
And we'll try to also get to reach the goal by the 28th of August.
Yeah, I saw that.
There you go, August 28th.
So we'll give it 2 weeks from now, a little more than 2 weeks, and then we'll see what's going on.
And it's happening on that day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's crush that goal. Let's look.
Yeah, well, we're gonna
that goal should be easy days. So everyone get over there. We'll keep updating it, and we'll see what we can do. Make that a little more exciting.
With a Friday, you can have some brews on there. So
that'd be a good one.
Fabian's hair has some brews on the afternoon show.
Yeah, really good. There you go. And $33. We'll just keep on scanning that. We'll keep on checking out to make sure that is all good. So thanks, Fabian. A lot of fun there. So
and pay it forward, everyone.
Yeah, man. Here we go. Box L again, $8.50. Good little look there. We just had that from Tisha Perkins. Thanks for that super chat. As it's now starting to break out to the high side. This name just halted and opened up. Nothing. AAPR. Nothing. AAAU.
That was halted news.
Nothing.
That one.
AAAU is actually This might be, no, that's, nothing. I don't know what that is. 1 million shares. I don't know what the hell's going on with this one. And then BAN-L was the other one. And then OFAL here as well today, doing a little bit of work there. And then we were in and out. Profitable name for me today, BQ, Bauco Holdings there. Box Light is the name there that we're talking about. I'm going to take a little bit of advantage on this one and just go ringing. Oops, I don't mean that one. Let's do this for Ozan. But I did mean ringing of the register. So there, as we come back upside, just into another level. Look, we're long. We're only in the money now, 50 cents on SpaceX. But that take was again at 148, or just shy of 148, ahead of that 25 period moving average.
I missed that graphic.
Yeah, it's 315 now. Yeah, that's a good one. This is like the Lego cash register. This is like old school, man. I think I used to have
that same sound every time Kevin Gossman would get a strikeout for the Jays.
Oh,
they'd play that for the K's. I don't know if they did it for other stuff, but they definitely did it for him. I like little things like that.
I think they play it too when the guy from the Maple Leafs comes out of the box. Anyway, SpaceX, that's a good one there. Yeah, bye Kevin Gossman. But yeah, nice move in. I feel like we could give this up. So my stop is 147. That's it. We'll stop out. We only have 10% left, actually a little bit more than that, 15% left now of this. And if it goes great, we'll look at 149. That's where my next offer is, actually at 149.20. At the break of 149, give me a little bit more than that. We'll get greedy. So break of 149 is my next offer, up there at 149.20. Still think there's a great opportunity for this to hit 150 today. Although it has really, the last hour, it's been doing nothing. Last hour. I mean, if you go all the way back to here, fine. But basically the last 20 minutes, just been hovering and just kicking out. So we'll see if we can get a little bit more movement on that. CoreWeave, same kind of thing, not doing a whole heck of a lot. This reminds me of yesterday where we were pretty slow all afternoon. But a bounce off VWAP is nice for the futures. So yeah, keep that box out, keep things like that going on. And if you can, man, keep supporting that donation for the hair.
Absolutely.
I think that would be awesome to do that.
And we have Arthur. Didn't see it. Actually wasn't on my little graphic thing to put it up there, Arthur. We weren't trying to miss it. How do you identify a buy program or big money? I think oftentimes, you'll hear say, oh, there's a buy program on this stock or that stock. Usually, I wouldn't call anything on Hertz necessarily a buy program. I'm looking for something very linear all day. And a lot of times it'll be obvious, maybe more on a 15-minute where it's just relentless. Just relentless upside the entire day that's very orderly. I'm trying to think of a stock that might have it recently. Not really Palantir. And the problem is trying to find the stock that, I'm looking to fit something that I can't think of one where it was completely obvious on that day. When it's got earnings and it's trending higher, just because it happens to be buying up, I don't know that you can call that a buy program. Oh, I know what it was. It was SpaceX at the close the other day. There was one day where SpaceX in the afternoon just started randomly ramping. It was doing absolutely nothing, and then at about 3 o'clock, it just had a buy program into the imbalance, and then it just shut off. It was so orderly. It went from doing one thing to distinctly different, and it did so 2 days in a row. Although more strongly on the second day. To me, it has to be obvious if you're going to call it a buy program. It can't just be an upward trend. And I don't know if it was, when we were talking this morning or just even this afternoon about shorts, sometimes the time that you get out feels like the stock flipped a switch. I don't know, man. I wish I had seen that it flipped a switch. But I just remember saying, yeah, if it's a VWAP trade, it's a VWAP trade, and that sucker really caught one on SpaceX. Whether you can call that program buying, I don't know that I would. A lot of times it should be so obvious, and when I say linear, I mean it doesn't have a lot of these breakouts and pullbacks. It's almost like it's just going in a straight line. It deviates a little bit, but not by much. That's what a program buy is. You're not getting those wild spikes and retracements, pull back into VWAP, consolidates for a while, then breaks out again. None of those things are happening when it's a program buy. It's just doing this the whole way. So that would be the big thing to watch for. Nick Dubs is asking about Dell. Was Dell maybe an example of that? Kind of, not really. Again, it's hard to, you can't just you know, like you can't just sort of come up with one out of nowhere and say, well, that's kind of the best fit. Because as I said, you're looking for something that didn't have consolidations, didn't have breakouts, didn't have pullbacks into VWAP. It just sits there on a linear up move. And that doesn't happen all the time. Like I can remember a few times when Alibaba's done it in the past, but none of those are recently. Overweight spider. Every time I see that super chat, it's like, I don't like spiders. App, please. And thank you, AppLovin.
Dun, 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 dun.
Thank you for absolutely nothing. AppLovin's chart is how I feel about, okay, this is maybe not the best example, but Alphabet since that C-suite shakeup. It's like you get the low, you think you're maybe bouncing, but holds a low, no breakout, and then it's just been downward trending ever since. I hate to say it, but it went lower, tried to hold, and then just continues to fade. So this feels like a short until something is proven otherwise. Sucks. Look, a lot of software got smoked today. Had some bad days. Even Microsoft caught a stray. I think at one point, I believe Palantir might have been. Maybe not so much anymore. I haven't double checked to see whether it is, but app's getting absolutely smoked, and it's just a continuation. And the only reason, under no other circumstances, would I put Alphabet and AppLovin in the same sentence, except for the fact that Alphabet also had like a crazy gap down and then tried to consolidate and has been falling. The difference between the two, one of them's pulling back in an uptrend and the other one is falling apart. Alphabet's pulling back into an uptrend. Maybe not respecting the 200 period because it broke last time, but I like that channel. Someone asked me if I was buying the dip on Alphabet. I'm still holding hope for it to come back into this channel here, which, I don't know, it was this channel that broke out, so if it puts any kind of a bounce between 290 and 300, or maybe just in front of 300, I like it, but that's easy to say. Sometimes they don't get to the level you want. That's part of the market. That's just part of life, right?
That's why I just took it that day at 320. I mean, I still think it can go lower. You never know. Army
that is the low, so.
Army Kalan. There will SpaceX. What are the chances SpaceX gets to 160 this week? I said high. I think there's a very good chance that SpaceX gets to 160. I think there's a good chance that we break above 150 here today and hold it. And then tomorrow when you wake up, you'll see a 158. And then that answers your question, and it's Thursday. So you just need to break 150. You break 150 today, this stock is 160 tomorrow. So, and that's only $1.50 away from right now. You know, it's already made that move. Unfortunately, we did write down 134. We wrote down 105 as the bottom on the day for the washout day there, and the bottom was literally 105. So, you know, even dollars, it likes it. That's what I'm getting at. So I think this does have a magnet to 150. Look, if we don't get there today, I think that there could be a different story, because you don't get there, then tomorrow if you open up again underneath where we are today, if the sellers push a bit, then what's the reason for it to get back upside? I think you want it to break through 150 so that it holds that level tomorrow. And then, you know, like you've already put $14 on its name today from its low. So, you know, if you put that tomorrow, then you're at 162 from this area. And this doesn't matter. See up here, this 11%, irrelevant. Doesn't matter. The stock will move however it wants to move. Like we've been saying for a long time, this stock is just going to be a monster, and there's a lot of traders a lot of people that are hating on it, and a lot of people that think, you know, this is going back to $50 and it shouldn't be up here and this and that. And you're probably right if you are looking at valuation and you're looking at like, hey, pie in the sky kind of stuff, which it all is for now. But they still have Starlink, and then that XAI talk today with the new Grok. I mean, part of the reason why I've lost my Tesla to my wife now is because of the AI that's involved in it, and it's not even anything special. It just has Grok in it, and it just has, you know, the maps and all the, I mean, it has a big AI, but it's the same kind of stuff that it's always had. And so I like Tesla for that reason, but also SpaceX tied up with XAI. I think there are some, you know, levers that can get pulled there. And, you know, you already heard that they're only using NVIDIA products and this and that. And so, you know, as their stack is going to get higher, we already heard from, what was it, Jensen himself, I think, said that Tesla had the best stack to begin with.
He did say that.
So, yeah, exactly. So, hold on, Dara just said something, so hold on a second.
Thank you very much, Dara.
So, you know, just like that, you know, I remembered that one and confirmed there from Adara. So it's just like if Tesla has a good AI stack, they've already passing that on now to SpaceX in the wrap up of XAI. And then soon enough, you're going to have Tesla, you know, most likely going to merge or some sort of something with SpaceX there. So, you know, that just gives you more reason and more firepower to maybe buy some SpaceX and not get in front of, what eventually is going to be a dump. It's going to come back in. There's going to be someone that sits there and starts selling. There's many shares that are coming on lockup. They had 600 billion shares or something.
It was the first one was a small one.
Yeah. So
the bigger lockups are still to come. I believe Dara has an infographic on that as well that you should probably check out. Adam James Abroad, thank you for the super chat. SpaceX. Oh, you should have done 5 of them.
Yeah. It's like Beetle.
Who are the 5 greatest stocks of all time? SpaceX, because it hits hot fire. Well, if we're concerned about 150, how about we vote on it, everybody? Let's make it real quick. Yes or no? Does it get to $150 today? I'm not going to do the whole it has to close there because it's a bit of a handicap. It's at 148. So saying it has to close there is a bit unfair because it's already underneath. I want this to be a fair poll. So will SpaceX get to $150 today at any point? Type 1 in the chat and hit enter. You got to do that. For yes, and then just vote with a 2 for no. Nice green and red. Keep it very, very simple. And if you're wondering how can I participate, well, make sure you're in the chat in the first place. Hit the subscribe button. It's the subs-only chat. You can ask questions. You can tag us.
Yeah,
and again, you can participate in the pool. You can throw symbols in there to the our visualizer
mixed.
as
What
well.
is it now?
It's 35.
Okay.
65, 35. It started out hot fire for the yes.
I'm leaning towards maybe no at this point. But
Well, the closer we get to 350.
Just got to 148.50 again.
What was the imbalance yesterday?
Oh,
it might not have. It might.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was big. It was like 2 or 3 million, but I think it was to sell. Was it on SpaceX? Because
I'm checking the imbalances in general.
we were
SpaceX
wrong.
is a Nasdaq stock. You're not going to know the imbalance on SpaceX until it hits 350.
it was a heavy sell. Yeah. I think it was 2.8 million to sell or something, and then I went long saying that it was going to pair off, and it did. And that was the excitement that you guys all saw at the beginning or the end of the show.
2 days in a row.
Because Joe was going off too because he had Nvidia long into that one as well. So yeah, there it goes, man. Now you're only $1 away. So by the way, whoever voted 2 probably going to lose. But I was thinking maybe it wasn't going to go, and then it just went 75 cents in literally, as my kids say, Dad, literally, went 80 cents there in about a minute and a half. So you have another minute and a half similar to the last, and you're at 150 right there, and we all are losers on that bet. So we'll give it a go here and see what winds up happening with SpaceX into the close. It's looking more and more like that. Yeah, we are going to get that 150 nod at some point here. So, but I'm still in it, and you know what? I'm going to take the advantage right now. Take some off. I'm offering with that 60 there. Well, you just saw me show up there. I think it was EdgeX or something at 163. Maybe actually I always use ARCA. So we take another out right there. You just saw me take that at 163. 163. 148.63. Hey, there you go, 163. Okay, there's my price target for Friday because I accidentally said that. So 163 for SpaceX. But
That's a random number.
Yeah, I know, because I was only saying it. Well, now it's at 148.78, so I'm glad. Now it's at 149. So here goes SpaceX, man. It's just another one. We're going, right? And we put this on for you guys live. Said we were going short. The minute that didn't work out, we got out immediately and then busted it long. So there it goes, man. SpaceX, well spotted upside, 150 break. I think the question more should be, are you guys going long if it breaks 150? My answer is yes. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here. I don't even have a stop anymore on it. I'm getting relatively light. So our stop is still 147, so we can cancel that and just kind of manually trade. And then we'll watch out for that break of 150. Catch me if you can, upside 150 on SpaceX. All right, yeah, Box L, we'll have a quick check on that, and then we're going to go over to the desk with Sia, I believe. All right, Box L, Box Light, yeah, new all-time highs. So for you guys, so that's a nice move there, up to 870. There it goes, man. Box Light, earnings a couple days ago, blasting forward today, up 195% there. So yeah, man, people trading this name, definitely feeling it today. All right, over to Adara. I believe, and then maybe Sia, but we're going to go back to the desk regardless.
I am here to remind you guys about some big company events that are coming down the pipeline. We'll start here with Google. This infographic, not necessarily relevant to anything I'm going to say, but it's just a review of Google's earnings last quarter. You can find it on X at TTV Research. Google has its Made by Google event happening at 6 p.m. That's when the keynote event is going to start. Trevor Noah, I was hearing, is going to be hosting that, so that's kind of an interesting look. They already announced these pixels, which they actually had to have the price increased on by $100 each because, again, we've got this memory crunch continuing. So keep an eye on how, I guess, mostly would have to look at the overnight market to see how this reacts here to Google. And SanDisk, and I'm very excited about this tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. SanDisk's Investor Day. I am really curious to see what they give us. This is a look here at their fiscal 2026, and you can find this infographic, as always, on X at TTV Research. But without further ado, I believe we are good to go with one. So if we can, we're going to see if we can start here with the Asian market segment. And I apologize for not giving enough layup to this because I didn't know we were going to be doing it, but we're going to be doing it right now if we can. And we will be talking about the Asian markets. And speaking of memory, you know, SK Hynix, lots of different memory names in Asia. And here to tell us more about memory and everything else is one.
Thank you, Adara. Loving the news on Trevor Noah hosting that event. Love the guy as well. But on to Asian markets, mostly trading higher overnight, led by strong gains, of course, in South Korea and Taiwan due to the surge in chip makers. So let's head straight over to the South Korean Kospi. They're up by 3.68%. You know, Samsung up 6.7%. SK Hynix up 5.3%. You know, all this surged after reports that Singapore's Temasek Holdings may be investing in both companies in the near future. So something to look out for. In Taiwan, they were also up for the day at 0.88%. Tech stocks also rising by 1.1% in that region, led, of course, by TSMC, up by 0.8%. Hon Hai was up by 2.5%, while Unimicron up by 0.8%. Tech services also catching a bid with Acton Technology Corporation and Quanta Computers jumping 3.8 and 3.2% respectively. And Japan, we know yesterday they had a public holiday, Mountain Day holiday, but post-holiday they rebounded with tech sentiment, of course, boosting some strong outlooks from CoreWeave as well as SMCI. Key gainers in Japan included that of Fujikura up by nearly 4%, Kyokusa Holdings up also nearly 4%, and Murata up by 3.2%. Now, as we head over to the Asian markets opening, we, of course, have to take into consideration what to look out for. Of course, reactions to the July CPI print this morning. That's going to be the main catalyst for Asia. Of course, the cooler print will most likely boost Asian growth sectors, so keep an eye out for that. Kospi, they're currently at a 6,600 resistance. Watch if any foreign funds continue to flow into the South Korean Kospi at the open, especially post Temasek news or the surge, and whether or not there is some profit taking that will happen in the morning. And in India, we haven't been talking about India much, but they haven't been doing quite well this week. They're currently at a support flow of 24,250. You know, we had news about Tata Group, their stocks falling, following that of Chairman N. Chandrasekaran's sudden resignation from the company ahead of their AGM next week. So that's not a good outlook there. But let's see if they can hold that 24,300 key support for the Nifty 50 into the open tomorrow.
Yeah, also, one thing that's not opening tomorrow, it's actually opening right now, is this America's Counter Cartel Coalition Conference. I'm only mentioning it because Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is currently speaking. If anything about Iran is mentioned, I'll let you guys know. This event's kind of an odd hodgepodge. I just saw Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio speaking. So if I get any more details, I'll keep you posted. But we can keep you posted here on the Asian and European markets at 3:30 p.m. and 11:30 a.m. respectively. Every day we're here with you at Trader TV Live with One. Back to you.
Thanks, One. Thank you, Adara. Great updates as always. Just a couple of quick updates. We have a super chat. We're going to get there. Don't worry, Alphabet, we see you. But just a quick update, a couple of trades. Two came out, one good, one semi-bad. If you're still in Hertz, I'm not because we had our stop underneath the prior bar. It got a bit to the 1-to-1, but no further. But I only took a third out, right? So we'll take an L there. And then DRAM came out because that hit the volume weighted average price. A good one.
Nice.
So it comes down into VWAP. Still don't know what the deal is with SNDK. I don't want to read too much into it, but something seemingly happened to SNDK at 2 o'clock, which was unlike the market and dragging things down a bit. And for Alphabet, there it is, super chat. How do you $8.10? Very specific.
Wonder why.
Significant stuff. Maybe you're just a fan of Terrell Owens. I don't know. How do you feel about CRISPR long term? Thank you. This show is swag money. I still like CRISPR. They got a sick. For any of these genomics plays, I think obviously now you understand that this has been something that it's been a dream and a pipe dream for a long time. But they do have a sickle cell treatment, which has FDA approval, which has tremendous growth. And I just think that's a great story in the general sense. But it's the accumulation I like. Like it's held so long down here. And then right at the beginning of the year, like you on the weekly chart, you just started to have the moving averages sort of catch up and hold a low. And now it's just basing off this 50. Really, they just need to actually see some revenues. Like it's tremendous upside. But at the end of the day, everybody knows that developing treatments and drugs is incredibly difficult. It's a tough business. Like CRISPR, CRISPR could be dead in 10 years, or they could make a gigantic breakthrough. And I hope it's with this sickle cell, because that's a cruel, cold-blooded disease. And really, gene editing is one way to go. And certainly huge potential for them. But you understand, just because it's accumulating down here doesn't mean it's doing anything. There's really no catalyst that has it breaking out in the short term. Unfortunately, that would be in and around like that 65 area for a temp break. But it's now starting to merge both the 50 and the 200 back over both again. The last time it did this, it went on a bit of a jaunt for 25, 30%. But you need more than that. Like this stock has potential to double, triple up, but also could lose half in one foul swoop. Disneyland royalty, thoughts on Intel bounce? Remember, in 15 minutes, it might be a big buy and bounce. Right now, it's going in the other direction. So like there's no, I'm not going to sit on the bid because we're expecting a buy and balance. I was hoping it would hold the trend up, and then there'd be some kind of a long into 350. But I'm not going to sit there just losing on a long because we think we're going to see 10 million to buy or something huge on Intel. The way it's moving now, we'll just have to wait till 350 when we see a number. Early looks are nothing burgers. Unless you're into SockSell, Pinterest, nothing. PR, I don't even know what that is. What is PR? 1.6 million to sell on whatever PR is. Permian Resources Corporation, so no idea. CNQ is a sell of 2.8, but that's one that usually pairs off and ends up a nothing burger on CNQ. It's moving a little bit, but I'd wait for Intel. Intel's supposed to be an upweight on the S&P 500 tonight, and we're expecting to see a bunch of shares. I think SpaceX has had good moves in the imbalances 2 days in a row. Like it's trended and then reversed at 355 2 days in a row now, so why not look for it to do it a third?
Yeah, we like some Intel there. Intel and Google, the two latest names I bought, I think, anyways, in the portfolio. Yeah, this BQ went above and everybody else. Yeah, it did make a move. It tried to go to view up 143, didn't quite get there. Got to 138. Now trying to pull back. I just used Bovin and everybody else. I just used a 200 period to get in and basically get out. And then we got out for like flat and then lost 1 penny on our last I don't know how many percentage. I think we maybe had 20% left right there, 10 and 10. That makes sense. We have a bunch of outs. I don't know if you can see there, a bunch of fills right here, all the way to the upside there as we got fill. I just on different gateways and some like dark pools and whatnot as we go back up there to the upside. But yeah, BQ, good name there, Bovin, and congrats on that one. And then Adam James abroad wants to know if we've talked about SpaceX yet, and we haven't, so we're going to do that now. That got as high as 149.60 and then fell like a rock back down to the downside. But we got more out on the way up. So to this point right now, under 10% left now on SpaceX. So if it breaks back below 147, we're going to get out. I did have, I was looking at SMCI. This call was $35 today. So, we'll pat ourselves on the back for that one. But there it goes, upside right here now for SMCI. What a day for them, man, closing up 20%. And even when it was here, it was only up 8 or 9% or something. And then I was like, well, you know what? The percentage move was supposed to be 13. It was a great quarter, increasing margins. Love that. And there it goes, SMCI. Damn, shorty, never ever goes against us right there and rips to the upside. This is going to be yet again another profitable day. I said I would look to see the last time I was red, but SMCI there, nice move there today to that upside. SpaceX out at 147, and CoreWeave, honestly, man, is just weaving its way through VWAP, just like it's weaved it up and down and, just making like a little hat here, nice little weave, maybe a basket. 108. So I'm going to take another piece right now on CoreWeave because with those imbalances now 13 minutes away, I'm just going to punch out. There we go. So we get some 04s there on the way out. So punching out a little bit more on CoreWeave, getting lighter and lighter on these positions as we head into the close, right? I mean, you're 11 minutes away from those imbalances, and we saw yesterday what they were able to do. So no on that one.
Chris Vicious, does XRP have potential or is it a scam?
Ripple?
I don't have an educated opinion on calling it a scam or it has potential. What I will say is this: you're in a bear market. That's basically extended everywhere. So it's trend down. It looks poor. And whenever I think about something which is like precipitously looking bad, ooh, look at that. It is working. Oh, I was trying to, I swear, a second ago I went to pull it up on our charts and it didn't work. But it must have just filled in. So
Yeah, it probably took a while.
yeah, it probably just took some time. No, there's not that much to see here. I don't know what's going on with the volume there. But the more important thing is all of crypto is in a bear market, and it has been cyclical for some time. And until it wakes up, and maybe not till closer to next year, I think it's usually about every 4 years. So like back in the 2028, maybe late next year, mid next year, you just have to be patient because this is what you live with crypto, with Bitcoin, with ETH, with Ripple. It's just the same thing. So XRP is just living the same fate. And until we start to get bullish again, I think it's just on the back burner. Every now and then there's going to be tradable setups. ETH has been fantastic. Had been fantastic. I shouldn't say is. Had been fantastic for a short little jaunt off of the lows. Much better than what Bitcoin was able to do. Like ETHA, the ETF, like 11 to 14. That's not bad. Now it seems like it's going right back into nothingness. So ride the waves whenever you can get them if you're lucky enough to. But I still think we're in a bit of a bear market there. Okay, let's see if Intel's settled down here. The answer is not really. They're still selling this one off. So it hit VWAP, didn't bounce, and Intel's still heading lower. Remember, expected to be a buy. So hoping that it's like some 10 million buy. It'd be nice. Imagine if in 8 minutes it's at $100 and then it's a buy imbalance. That'd be the perfect if you could play an imbalance off of the $100 level on Intel. It has to come out a buy at 350, and we're not going to know for 9 minutes. It's not a New York stock.
So SpaceX came down to 147. I took a little bit long. We give it to 146.75. You said we would stop. Okay, here it goes. We just literally put on 10 more percent just to see if it's going to bounce off 75. We're out. I'm going to make sure my price is right. Okay, yeah, 74. So if it breaks below 75, we're out. So we just put on a small little reload there. I got some out at 30 when it popped immediately when we took it. But yeah, just at 10% on now. So we'll have to wait to see. It looks like there it goes. So bye-bye SpaceX. So we'll go to the downside rate now, Blaine, on SpaceX. And I will trade it again. Just we got to let it go because now the imbalances, there could be a sell side. Look at the sell coming in right now off of 150, right? I mean, it got as high as 149.50. And like when we put that poll up, I was like, I think it's probably going to be a no. But, we took advantage of that move and got out what we needed to and then put on 10% more there, got some out at 30 and then lost 25. So basically made 25 cents on like small and then lost it on the way back in there. So we're going to have to give it just a little bit of a minute here as the NASDAQ is slip sliding away, man. I mean, the NASDAQ is nicely cooking to the downside here again today. So, and it's still a great day, up 0.7, but we are falling back in right now on that spot there. USO, let's see if there's any sort of an actionable trade here. Are we going upside maybe in oil? No. So I thought maybe we could have been creating this move down, but no. Oil, if anything, is following the market right now. GLD, we can take a quick look at to see if there's anything happening in the gold market. I mean, that's why we get out, man. Now SpaceX is at 146 clean, so 146.30 right now. GLD, we talked about a little bit of a breakout there of 390 on GLD. That's been a good one. Only to 404, but I think there could be an opportunity to get some gold in the account as well at some of these levels.
Gold, right yeah, the daily chart looks like really good for the breakout on gold, I think. So I could see that. I don't actually own any gold. That's physical silver, but no gold. Never really have. I always feel like it's better if you can find a good miner to play the move with. Potentially get a little more bang for your buck. Next time, we should have Raheem on this week. Well, maybe we don't.
He was on last week.
Yeah, we'll see. He'll usually give some names out there. It's worth looking at a couple because there's some good Canadian mining companies that usually do pretty well, especially the juniors, to give you more bang for your buck if we do head higher. So with 5 minutes to go, I guess everything is dropping. I shouldn't be, just on SpaceX, Intel's dropping. I bet you if I pull up NVIDIA, it's falling too. Like NVIDIA is also falling. Someone just mentioned what's going on with SNDK. It's not. What's weird is this was relatively weak. It's no longer even falling like it was before. Micron, this isn't moving. So the memory names are a little bit stable. I bet you DRAM probably bounced. It's still a VWAP. It didn't really bounce off VWAP. What about Microsoft? There's one that we haven't looked at. Yeah, that's coming back in. So it looks like it's just everything that's going to drop down, unfortunately, into the close here. Mr. Bright says, what about Marvell? I just saw the ARM chart, and it has me thinking. Marvell's losing the bid a bit, so that is following the market. You want to note, like, is there something that's not dropping that you think should be? That's kind of where my brain is going right now. So only because when we talk about Marvell, this made me think about it. ARM has this interesting double top-ish thing going on in the daily. Like this goes into the 200 period and then bounces, but look at the last 2 times at 290, wicked, got to 300, basically 300 exactly, pull back. Then again, goes, breaks the 290, goes to $300 and pulls back. Now it's a ways away. Obviously, it's a ways away here. 10% away from that 300 level, but that just seems like an obvious potential breakout on ARM. ARM is not the kind of stock that you trade on a daily basis. It's really only interesting when it's on earnings or it's breaking out a big level, because then it's a good continuation runner when it does break out, and that 300 sets up pretty nice. I just don't, 10% is kind of a ways to go before it gets there.
Yeah, be careful with that one. We saw 400 back to 200, now 275.
It's volatile.
Yeah, oh yeah. One name that has volatility in it recently is Google. So come on, Google.NQ. Like, I don't know why this takes forever. Okay, so it's actually on the way up as the Nasdaq's going, one way. You can clearly see here Google going the other way, and that other way is upside. So nicely, I mean, of course, as soon as I bring it up, like, this minute starts ticking down. But Google on a nice run from that 340. I think this is going to be a level to mark down and think about as we look forward to Google even tomorrow or even into these imbalances. I don't think we're not going to get down to 341 right now. We're now 3 minutes away from the imbalances. But I really liked Google as a stock to watch out for. And we already talked about some of the key levels there. I really don't like Meta. I really wish I would have sold out of Meta and into Google today. Can still take advantage of that, but really miss that 600 break there on Meta. SpaceX is getting clocked right now, so I'm not hearing anything in my ear or anything like that. Maybe there's a tweet going on, but SpaceX down $5 right there, 150 down to 145 and change. So again, like, pretty happy with what we wound up doing on that by actually getting out of it at those levels. So, I'm not going to complain about what we did there. But yeah, there it goes downside. 3 minutes to go until we see why exactly that's been happening. And, if it's a buy imbalance, I'm going to see if I can punch long and get a decent price, because someone's selling this off when we know there's buyers here. So maybe, and let's wait to see, right? Maybe the influence here is on the other way around for the imbalances. So we'll have to have a quick look to see what winds up happening there. But okay, here we go. Dave has another idea over here.
As always, and thanks for the super chat there, Dave. Your dumbish earnings night trades. Cerebrus put, you've got the 21st of this month, 250. Coherent 360 puts.
Okay.
360 and 350. That'll be next week, Friday. And then Pan American Silver calls 50. I didn't even know they were reporting. 55, and that's like a January. That's way out there. That's like January 2028. So longer dated one. Cisco, Sean call 135, and that's September as well. And then Stub, we never hear the StubHub. Puts on StubHub 750.
Yes. Good.
Yeah, that's trouble. And then Cisco, you said unsure for Cisco, so no plays on Cisco. Yeah, I didn't know about Pan American Silver. That should be interesting.
Yeah, because you have Cisco, my call, you have 135, and then you have Cisco unsure. So, okay, so you're not sure of it. I'm not exactly sure of it either, but I do like the quarter there, and I think that's a good play there. Right before interest rates, you said 9.18. That's 9.16 is the government, the FOMC coming through to talk all about what their expected move is. The government. Give me some government money. All right, so, yep. There it is, man, 144.50. That was the low. We'll have to wait to see. We are now moments away from this populating. And when it does, we will see exactly Wagwan with SpaceX. So 1 minute now until the market on close in balance. So yeah, exactly, Scott H. I mean, I'm with you on all of that. And Scott right here just saying, oh, I don't have it in the chat because we refreshed it. But right here, yeah, good. Let's let SpaceX go. Gives us more room to run tomorrow morning. Yeah, I mean, I'll be here, and we've been putting on, like, I can just go back and show you all the notes, but again, we haven't talked about SpaceX that much. I just don't want to jinx it. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning. We could be above 150, and it's clear skies. We could actually get above 150 right now. So we now only have 20 seconds to go. Yesterday's imbalance, and I'm not going to show it to you now, but we did rip up. I think we went down $2 and then back up $1.50 or whatever. So there is a good opportunity to trade this today. So now we're only 9-10 seconds away. And we're going to see what winds up happening here for SpaceX, like maybe 147 or something as a break if it does come out a bid. There it goes, 146.50. Not really moving around. Intel with a decent buy. So that's
way smaller than expected.
Nice move, 108 to 102. Yeah, smaller than we were expecting. Marvell with a sell. There's Nebius with a buy. So there that goes. Wow, 255. CoreWeave now up $2 as that's going. Google with a sell side there. But there's CoreWeave really starting to get going. So we like that trade.
SpaceX is 370.
Yeah, 108.50. Okay, so that's nothing for space. Buy at least it was?
370,000 buy. So that's
all
pretty
right.
small.
We're getting out of more CoreWeave now, man. This is going to be a big trade. So CoreWeave will lead the day for me on my net today. It'll be CoreWeave, then SMCI, then SpaceX. So in that order, and then BQ. We didn't put that much money into BQ. Oh wow, look where BQ is right now, downside. So there it goes. So yeah, well, it's been a pretty good day trading. Only 4 symbols for myself.
Be quiet, that stock apparently at the end of $1 billion to the sell side overall. Doesn't seem like it.
BQ.
Doesn't really seem like it's that crazy because
it was early.
Intel's the only big one. Yeah. Nasdaq's 840, Dow's a small buy. The Mag 7's a small sell. There's just nothing really standing out here. I mean, Marvell's, it's less than 1 million shares. That's a nothing burger. And I understand Intel is a buy, but the expected on Intel was 34, and it's what, 3? 2.7. And see the paired volume? 28 million paired. So basically, this came in all paired. Like what you wanted to see, it's going to be like 30 million in the closing print, more. It'll be over 34 million, which was as expected. But you wanted to see double digits here, not 2.7. So I'm going to call that one an absolute nothing burger. I don't think there's a flip trade on SpaceX unless it goes from a small buy to a huge sell or something. But right now, I don't know why I have Uber up on here. I have SanDisk, SpaceX, and Uber on my imbalance market. I must have left it from the other day when we were looking at SpaceX at the close, and Uber must have been in imbalance. That's the only reason why. But if I see that flip to a sell at 55, there could be a reversal trade in SpaceX. But it would have to be significant. If you don't see 1 million, there's just nothing doing there at all. So I'd say disappointment on that Intel story. It's already in the index, but anytime you have a major upweight, you're looking for a bit more of a press. And 30 million shares would have been nice. Easy peasy added Real Deal Neil bought to print money. A shout out to you, Easy Peasy. We appreciate all of the super chats. But you know what? We got a great community. I just want to remind everybody, if you're thinking about a way to pay it forward, we got a new way in here. And shout out to Fabian here, because pinned in the chat, also should be, the link should be in the description of the video as well, if you're not in the chat. So it's pinned right here. We've got the Chop for Charity. So by August 28th, maybe we'll all get to take a link. And Fabian's going to donate that quaff to charity. It'll be fantastic. We'll hit our goal. We'll have a lot of fun with it. It's a Friday, so we'll probably party it up. Maybe we'll have those. Maybe we'll finally have those burgers we keep talking about on Friday.
Yeah, hopefully they come. Oh, what? We have to get them. Yeah.
Well, we were supposed to do burgers.
Whenever you want. I got them last time. It's up to you. We went to Cabanos.
It turned into, I don't know, the last time we were going to do it, everyone just wanted brews and ended up grabbing. What was the day that we went? You weren't here that day that we had on the Friday where we had a couple of brews on the show.
Oh, the day we had a couple of beers on the show. Sean was not there. I believe I know we definitely had Heineken's. That was going back at.
What was the occasion?
A month or so ago.
But why were we? I just remember
Why
doing
did we get them? Because there were super chats.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah. So you and Joe, I guess, had a beer. That's nice.
It's always good on a Friday.
Yeah, always good on a Friday. Why not? All right, nothing really halting around. I mean, it looks like whoever put that money on the short for SpaceX and around that 150, they're going to win. I mean, there wasn't much on the imbalance, but it is making its way back up. I mean, wouldn't that be ironic if in the last 6 minutes, this name absolutely took off back up to 150? It actually would not surprise me if that was the case. You said it came as a sell, though, or a buy?
No, buy, small.
Yeah, so even that flip up.
It's a little bigger, actually.
Probably won't do too much to it. Apple came with a buy. You can see there's not much going on there on that name today, after all said and done. Sorry, I got to resort that. I clicked on the wrong thing. Rig, Intel, a little bit of a buy. We sort of explained that there was some sort of an S&P situation with them tonight. So, okay. Nebius there as well. And then unfortunately, like CoreWeave, we've been doing good on it. We do have some good outs on this name. It's still $2 and change in the money, but it's not mooning completely. CoreWeave going to be my number one stock today. And yeah, okay, back up to 108.40. I might as well just go again here on CoreWeave and get some more out. So let's put some orders out right now on CRW. Oh yeah, we got it at 108.40. Let's wait for one last second to see if it does go back up to the upside. SMCI going to close near day's high. That's been a rocket ship today as well. And then of course, the name that we never talk about, SpaceX. And then other than that, Cisco earnings coming, expecting 87 cents there today. So we can watch out for our good friend Cisco coming through at some point there. Not 405, so there you go. Adair's got that one nailed. So 405 coming for Cisco. But yeah, it should be a good one. I mean, that's the biggest name there. Jack in the Box, I'm hearing in my ear. Space, SPCE, Virgin Galactic. Complete disaster of a stock. They're coming tonight.
Yuck.
So yeah, lots of stuff going on there tonight. But nothing too crazy. Nano Nuclear, NNE.
What are they supposed to be reporting?
What was that?
Virgin Galactic was good for one thing. It was the run up. It had
write-off.
No, but it had a mini squeeze because of the SpaceX IPO, which was semi-epic because it had absolutely no reason to go with the group. Like it's not Rocket Labs, it's not ASTS, it's not even Citus, unfortunately. Well, Intel did not. At the 355, I was kind of hoping you'd see a pop. Instead of being 3 million, maybe you'd see 5 or 10 million. Intel got even smaller, so they paired it off even more.
Right.
See, now it's over that 34 million, and it's basically all paired. It's still $1 million to buy, but that ends up being a slight disappointment. I suppose you could have, if you're faster than the bots, you could have scalped 60 cents, but you're not faster than the bots at 350. So good luck with that. Looks like it's going to hold on to $100, but they sold that one off heavily, I guess, knowing that there was going to be some buy and balance going into some profit taking happening on that one. And as we said, SpaceX did grow till 700,000, then flipped to a small buy, 380,000, which I think is not big enough. If it had flipped to 1 million, I think that would have been worth hitting the sell key on SpaceX, but not for 380K, not even a little bit. And for Joey saying that Micron always has a death candle at the end of the day, I mean, I wasn't here yesterday. It doesn't look like it did yesterday, if anything. Is that real? What
was it? Oh,
yesterday it had a $20 up candle and then came right back in right at the end of the day. So I don't know if it always has a death candle. I would agree a heavy sell came into Micron. Those are the types of patterns. If you see something and it ends up being true, go for it. But I don't see that at all on Micron. I saw it doing the opposite yesterday. It actually had a big breakout and then failure at the end of the day. 5 points is pretty good for Micron. Pretty good. But I don't like what I saw with SNDK in the afternoon.
Micron's been pretty good. Just a quick little look at what's been going on today in the generic market. Whoopsies, in the generic marketplace here on the S&P 500. Yeah, Amazon down 2, Microsoft down 2, Meta down 3.5. Hate Meta, honestly. Berkshire down 1.3%. I still own Meta. I got to get out of that one for sure. All right, Berkshire down 1.3. Tesla down 1.5 there. It's nice to see some of these names battling back there. Caterpillar, 857, not great though. G Vernova over 1,000, so that's nice just today. Up $27, up 2.86%. Lam Research as well, another good name to get involved with. There's your Lumentum, and we had that earnings report earlier. That's up 13% there as we look forward to more news from them on some of their dealings in the space. Amazon, Walmart, nice day today. We already talked about the sort of story there with Home Depot and some stepping down of employees. Target 1.08% upside. Walmart, nice cook. 116, man. That's really that was a good value buy down there at 108, man. Shout out to Joe and everybody. And we actually talked about that on the show a little bit down there at 108. What's this one here? Process Industries. Okay. Dow Chemicals is pretty much one of the only names I own. Lindy, is that what that is? ADM, Archer Daniel Midland coming through as well there. But yeah, ALB, Albertsons, Dow, okay. Not much going on there in process industries. They're downside there, but it looks like it's the electronic technology space that's holding it there. Cisco up 3, Intel up 3, AMD up 2, NVIDIA the big dog, and then Micron. So yeah, as we get ready to close out this session with the last
banks
minute is now, banks had, JP up, XLF probably up in general. So good one on that. And yeah, man, here we go. Boxel kicking it today as well, up to $8. We'll see what that does tomorrow for Boxel.
And my word is correct. With only 30 seconds to go, why not? Nebius again? This wants $260 for Nebius.
Yeah.
34%. This one is absolutely on fire. And it's going to close right at the high, it looks like. So with 10 seconds to go, we'll throw up the closing bell. Or will we? That's fine. We could have just looked at Nebius, because that one's an absolute rocket ship as we get the closing bell right about now. And the actual number is 259 change, 34% for them. It is going meme crazy over here on NBIS, it seems like. Yeah, that was wild. I didn't see an imbalance on it, but huge volume ramp up at the end of the day. Obviously, the closing candle is always going to be the biggest candle that you're of the day, but it was ramping up in volume regardless. So let's see if there's continuation tomorrow. You had 3 huge runners, CoreWeave, Nebius, and SMCI. And then maybe we'll see some more. It's a tough act to follow. We were talking about that earlier. It's a tough act to follow for some of the earnings names today. But there we get some donations for when Fabian is going to cut the quaff, or maybe we'll get to it.
We already have $500 at least right there.
There it is. Already
today. Let's go.
Thank you so much, guys, for
supporting
donating.
the cause. Supporting the cause.
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
It means a lot.
We're just getting started.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
and that was 2 hours, man. We got that 10%.
Just 2 hours,
so
and now we got 2 weeks.
We're ready to rock and roll. Yeah, that's awesome. So really happy for for the kids,
everybody.
right? I mean, that's what it's all about. And Fabian's gonna look super handsome with short.
I'll join you guys.
Well, don't do that.
No, you're not joining all the way.
Yeah,
if you want to,
you can join me in Turkey.
I can do the buzz cut for you.
Yeah, we can have it. I have all.
I'm proficient with it because I do it myself.
Coming up soon. But yeah, today I had the 2 big runners as well. The number 2 stocks 1 and 2 here for me, CoreWeave and SMCI. So big moves. Yeah, SMCI was the best trade of the day in my opinion. They're 35. We wrote it down. I mean, it closes at 38. Just an absolute monster. CoreWeave took a little bit of work, right? We had to just keep on supporting the bid down here for CoreWeave, which managed to be perfect. Also 106 tomorrow for CoreWeave if it's a negative day tomorrow. All right, thanks. I mean, that has been great. Thank you to everybody for supporting that cause with the hair, man. I mean, I think we're going to get to that goal. And we're really happy.
Half the time we'll get there.
Yeah, happy with that one for sure. So, okay, man. Yeah, good show today. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Thanks, Fabian. Everybody, Ramin, everybody won. Dara. Wait a minute. Do we have the Asian update in the?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Thanks to Dara, Sia as well. There she is over there. So shout out Tiffany, Brendan, and I don't think we missed anybody. Andre, of course, there, and then Joe and Shreve. I don't know where these guys went, but they're gone. Well, Shreve's always gone, but Joe gone as well. So all right, man. See ya, everybody. Happy birthday to my daughter Gia.
Happy birthday, Gia.